Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media, and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable: ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear: citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent, and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass, from Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea. Responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal. It is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV business segment coming to you live from Enugu State. Today, we are looking past the average to show you where the real money and the real risk is moving right now. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, where the Nigerian exchange sustained its positive momentum on Tuesday, driven by broad-based buying interest across key sectorial contacts, particularly in real estate, healthcare, and insurance. Asia Index, ASI, advanced by 475.60 points to close at 659.56 points. Market capitalization expanded by 306.81 billion naira to reach 159.12 trillion naira. The market breadth settled positive with 40 advancers versus 22 decliners. Trading activities saw a total of 932.37 million shares, valued at 49.23 billion naira, exchanging hands in deals totaling 49,993 deals. Access Holdings was the most traded equity by volume, accounting for 336.62 million shares. And quickly, here are the top 5 gainers for yesterday, where UPDC Real Estate Investment Trust led this pack, closing at 11 naira 70 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.86%. Tom's Wyatt Nigeria PLC, another stock in the positive, led equally this pack at 3 naira 72 kobo, making a positive daily adjustment of 9.73%. Ikeja Hotels PLC yesterday closed positive, making a bullish adjustment of 9.53% to close the trading book at 46 naira 55 kobo. The Initiative PLC, traded as TIP, closed at 33 naira 95 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.52%. NIMET. NIMET is a pharmaceutical stock that closed in the positive yesterday, closing the trading book at 9 naira 25 kobo, making a daily bullish adjustment of 9.47%. And quickly, here are the laggards. Yes, the top 5 losers for yesterday, which were led by equally a pharmaceutical stock known as Micure, the traded as Micure, that's Micure Industries PLC, closing yesterday on a bearish note of a negative 9.95% to close at 76 naira 95 kobo. Hadden McCall PLC in the losing streak closed at 3 naira 29 kobo, making a daily nosedive of 9.86 daily negative adjustment. Critical Minerals Financing Corp closed in the negative 3 naira 2 kobo, making a bearish adjustment of 9.85%. Transnationwide Express PLC closed in the dip of 2 naira 80 kobo, making a daily dip of a negative 9.68%. Academy Press PLC closed trading yesterday in the negative of 5 naira 80 kobo, nosediving to a bearish adjustment of 9.38%. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. We are looking at earning acceleration. Market sentiment is expected to remain firm as Q2 half-year earnings reports filter in. Strong corporate disclosures from Tier 1 banks and consumer goods heavyweights could catalyze renewed buying pressure. Another factor that will determine the direction and the pace of the market is profit-taking risk. Given the narrow daily percentage gains on the index, cautious investors may trigger selective profit-taking in recently appreciated large caps. Focus will likely center on liquid financial counters like Access Corporation, GT, Zenith Bank. Fundamental growth names showing resilient half-year earnings, trajectory push people towards focusing towards these Tier 1 banks. And quickly, moving to the Nigerian foreign scene, where the Nigerian Naira extended its firm trend against the US dollar in the official Nigerian foreign exchange market, supported by a notable surge in interbank foreign liquidity. At the official rate, which appreciated by 4 naira 80 kobo, making a daily positive change of 0.35% to average 1,375 naira 31 kobo against the US dollar, which is up from the 1,380 naira 11 kobo against the US dollar recorded on Monday. By closing, we saw the spot rate settled stronger at 1,374 naira 50 kobo against the US dollar, which is when compared to the prior section, which closed at 1,378 naira 50 kobo in the prior session. And then through the intraday range, we saw a highs of 1,379 naira against the US dollar and a low of 1,374 naira against the US dollar. The total interbank turnover grew by 21.2% to $322.66 million US dollars compared to the $266.23 million US dollars traded on Monday. And moving to the parallel market or the street market or the black market, depending on where you're comfortable with. We saw trades were reported between 1,410 naira for buying and 1,425 naira for selling against the US dollar, maintaining a narrow premium relative to the official rates. And quickly, here is our market outlook for today. We are looking at liquidity support. The jump in daily turnover above the 300 million threshold provides a buffer for the local currency, likely keeping the official spot rate range bound between 1,370 naira and 1,385 naira against the US dollar. Another factor we are looking to sharpen the pace of the market or dictate the direction of the market is the parallel market convergence. Continued stability in the official window should help limit speculative pressure, keeping parallel market rates, bounded near current levels. Then another stronger factor is the CBN policy watch. Market participants will monitor upcoming open market operations and foreign reserves data from indications of a sustained foreign supply intervention. And then quickly crossing over to take a look at the global energy, where Brent crude extended its upward momentum on Tuesday, approaching the key $90 milestone as geopolitical supply concerns intensified. And then quickly taking a look at the closing settlement, which advanced by a positive 75 cents, making an indication of a daily profit of a 0.84% to close at $89.97 per barrel. During the intraday, we saw a Brent intraday range traded between a lows of $87.88 per barrel and a high of $89.97 per barrel. And as of this morning, we saw prices surge in early Asian and European trading, pushing crude to its highest level over 5 weeks. Trading is up by 1.20%, indicating that the Brent crude is selling at $92.09 a barrel. This was this morning, and the morning range, stood between $91.45 per barrel and $92.09 per barrel. Now quickly taking a look at the key catalysts here. The escalating conflict and security threats near Middle Eastern shipping lanes, re-injecting a significant war risk premium into energy markets. And then quickly, our market outlook for today is that we'll take a look at the bullish buyers. Upward momentum is slated to persist as long as $90 per barrel holds a dynamic support. The next upside resistance target sits at $93.50 to $95 per barrel, and then another factor here is the risk factors. Market participants are tightly tracking U.S. inventory reports and official commentary, regarding Persian Gulf shipping protection, which could trigger brief volatility spikes. And quickly taking a look at the commodities market, where the Nigerian agricultural commodities space traded with a mixed sentiment, with staple food prices remaining elevated but showing localized regional variation. The AFES commodities index closed relatively flat, reflecting a minor pause in broader grain price escalation as market participants anticipate early harvest inflows. And now quickly moving on to take a look at the key regional staple food prices, starting with Lagos in the southwest, Abuja in north central, and Enugu in southeast. We'll take a look at the market dynamics. Starting with the local paddy rice, the 50 kg bag of it in Lagos sold between 55,000 and 57,000 naira. In Abuja, it went for between 52,000 and 54,000 naira. In Enugu, it sold for between 56,500 and 58,500 naira. And this is due to higher freight costs, which keeps southeastern retail prices at a premium relative to northern assembly centers. And quickly taking a look at maize, both the white or yellow one, the 50 kg bag of it sold in Lagos between 36,000 and 38,000 naira. Abuja, it went for between 33,000 to 35,000 naira. In Enugu, it sold for between 37,500 to 39,000 naira. And this is due to transport logistics and demand from commercial feed mills, which sustain price differentials across regions. And quickly taking a look at the processed cassava, that's the gari, in Lagos, it sold for between 1,000 to 1,100 naira per pint of it. And in Abuja, per pint sold between 900 to 1,000 naira. In Enugu, the pint bucket of the gari, sold between 950 to 1,050 naira. Enugu had a bargain on this. This is due to the processing throughput and route availability continue to steady prices in major consumer markets like Enugu. And quickly taking a look at the export grains performance. Soybeans sustained stable demand on exchange boards, closing at approximately 744 naira 6 kobo per kilogram. That's making a daily intraday push of a 0.2% in the positive, which is buoyed by active purchasing from domestic oil processors and export aggregators. Now taking a look at sesame seeds, which maintained firm pricing on the export index, supported by consistent international demand from Asian markets amid stable port-bound logistics. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. We are looking at staple grain trend. prices of key grains like maize, sorghum, rice are expected to hold near current resistance level. High transport logistic costs will continue to limit immediate retail price relief in coastal and eastern urban centers. Another factor we look to shape the direction or the pace of the market is the harvest scramble. Traders are expected to maintain lean inventory levels in anticipation of early grain harvest arrival in late Q3, which should gradually ease supply constraints. And quickly moving to the international scene, where we take a look at the international market. Global equities pushed generally higher, driven by a sharp rebound in technology and semiconductor stocks, alongside steady quarterly corporate earnings, even as rising oil prices kept inflation concern on the radar. And quickly taking a look at the U.S. market, starting from the Wall Street, which closed firmly in the green, buoyed by renewed momentum in artificial intelligence and chip-making counters. Dow Jones yesterday closed at 52,224.64 points, indicating a daily addition of 385.38 points, making a daily change of a positive 0.74%. And S&P 500 yesterday made a daily positives, closing on a percentage higher of a positive 0.89% to add additional 65.92 points to close at 7,509.20 points. And Nasdaq Composite yesterday closed at 25,837.21 points, adding 329.13 points. And moving on quickly to the European markets, taking a look at UK, France and Germany, where European pulses recorded modest, broad-based gains as investors digest corporate reporting and geopolitical headwinds. UK FTSE 100 yesterday closed at 10,585.91 points, adding additional 61.15 points to make a daily percentage change of a positive 0.58%. And then Germany, the DAX yesterday closed 25,011.35 points, making a daily percentage change of a positive 0.66%. to add an additional 164.66 points. And moving on to take a look at CAC 40 France, which closed in the positive, adding additional 23.03 points to make a daily percentage adjustment of a positive 0.28%, closed at 8,363.14 points. And quickly, moving to the Asian markets, which saw Asian benchmark staged a strong recovery led by heavy gains in tech, hardware and AI supply chain equities following prior week sell-offs. Japan Nikkei 225 closed 67,519.43 points, adding an additional 1,287.24 points to make a daily percentage adjustment of a positive 1.94%. And quickly taking a look at the Kospi, yes, South Korea Kospi, closing positive, adding 231.68 points on a daily percentage gain of 3.56% to close at 6,747.95 points. And in China, Shanghai Composite closed positive, yes, adding 68.09 points on a daily percentage change of a positive 1.79% to close at 3,864.37 points. And quickly, here is the market outlook for today. We'll take a look at cross-market momentum. Positive sentiments from the U.S. tech rebound is slated to support early Asian and European trading sections. Another factor we look to determine the direction of the market is inflation and commodity headwinds. Further oil price gains above $90 per barrel present a tactical cap on upside moves across interest rate sensitive sectors. And quickly, before we move, let's give you our strategic market advice, especially for our Nigerian investors. On stocks, we urge you to buy quality. Focus on tier 1 banks and buy blue chips posting, strong half-year earnings. Take profit, yes. Sell off speculative mid-caps that spiked without fundamental backing. Trade deep liquidity, yes. Watch heavyweights like Access Corporation, GT, Zenith Bank for entry on temporary dips. And then on forex and cash, we are urging you to utilize rate stability. Official rates are holding steady at 1,375 naira against the US dollar amid strong forex turnover of 300 million US dollars. No speculative buying. Narrowing parallel margins mean holding excess USD offers limited short-term upside. Keep liquid cash in 364-day NTBS and open market operations to lock in high yields. The bottom line here is we are urging you to prioritize half-year first quarter earnings, strong cash flows, and dividend yields over chasing the hypes. Yes, don't chase the hypes at all. That's the point we are making. Just look into the tier 1s, take the, play the dip, take profit, and then reinvest in high stocks, with very sound fundamentals. And that's where we'll be calling it wraps on this edition of the Aneke TV Market Outlook. But here is a quick reminder. Before you trade, while we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. Stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching the Aneke TV Market segment. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Good morning and welcome to Aneke TV Sports. It promises to be interesting while we take you around the world of sports, bringing you events and the best of it as it happened over the weekend. And we are still relinquishing the times of this World Cup, which had a lot of history to be made and a lot of made to be history. Well, first of all, I would like to welcome you more especially. That is Wednesday. It's actually the midday of the week, and the week has already set to run. I don't know your plans, but I think you have good plans, and you need to keep sporting. Of course, it promises to be eye-opening as we delve right into the analysis and what is going on around the world of Formula One, tennis, football, and the rest of the sports. I am Guto Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle.
Yeah, I remember your humble host worldwide saying good morning. If it was the ladies, they would say it's Women Crush Wednesday.
Yeah, Women Crush Wednesday.
I don't know if there's Men Crush.
No, there's no Men Crush Wednesday. Men don't used to crush.
So, well, there's Men Crush Monday.
There's
MCM now.
No. What we have is Money Making Monday.
No, that's the women that will always say that. But Men Crush, there has to be a day where we'll crush on men now. Men Crush Monday, Women Crush Wednesday. So It's Women Crush Wednesday, and of course it's a lovely day here on Aneke Sports, right here on Aneke TV. I hope you guys had a wonderful night rest. We are here once again to give you everything concerning sports, the details, the updates, the analysis on how it went. Yes, of course the FIFA World Cup is over, but sports is not over. That the FIFA World Cup has finished does not mean that is all that we are going to see in the world of football. Of course, you know that the Premier League is just about 4 weeks to come. August 22, the Premier League will be starting, so we get to see those competitions.
Let's just say it's few days to do.
Few days, just within 4 weeks. Other leagues are of course coming up: the Spanish La Liga, the German Bundesliga, the French Ligue 1, the Italian Serie A. So of course football is still within the corner, and now we talk about transfers. Everything that you are going to see more in football right now will be probably the friendly match, the pre-seasons, and everything concerning transfer. We have been seeing a lot, and we are still going to see a lot. Clubs are
we're still going to see a lot moving. Yesterday we saw Morgan Rogers.
Who has completed and of course we are seeing Garnacho. Now we are hearing from Garnacho.
Yeah, I really like the fact that Garnacho has a future.
The young man is supposed to have a future. He was the one that was, I don't know, he was the problem. He was the, will I say, the weapon of fashion against himself.
Against himself. So, I'm excited that Garnacho has a future, and I'm also excited that, Aston Villa are considering him to give him a deal.
Yeah, it's a loan, of course.
It's actually a loan, like you said, but for me, Garnacho is bigger. He was bigger than that. If Garnacho was still in Manchester United now, he would have been the best. If he had gone to Bayern Munich, he would have been the best.
Especially that Bayern Munich opportunity that he missed out. I can tell you that probably his career will be affected by that decision that he has made, because now he's going to Aston Villa. Will you compare Aston Villa to Bayern Munich, what he will have attained just within 1 season or 2 seasons, in Bayern Munich? So we are hoping, anyway, he gets the best out of Aston Villa, because of course Aston Villa will feature in the Champions League. So we are going to see Garnacho featuring in the Champions League. We are going to see him play the Premier League, and of course Unai Emery is somebody that knows how to bring out, maybe a talent that we have not seen in Garnacho. Unai Emery can bring that out. He says it's a go-ahead for him that he's going to be on a loan, but they are also attaching a buy clause, so probably after the season they might go in and get Garnacho. So of course Chelsea fans, this is also good news for them that they wanted him out of the club, because I know a lot of Chelsea fans were praying that they should sell Garnacho, and of course they are having the opportunity to loan him to Aston Villa. But let him not come back to haunt the clubs that he has gone out from, talking about Manchester United, talking about Chelsea. Have you seen anything like that coming back to haunt these two clubs?
Well, for me, I'm not seeing anything like that, him coming to haunt the two clubs. It's going to be football at the end of the day, and football makes a lot of sense when people organize themselves and play and then do the good side of the business. He was not going to come back and haunt Chelsea. He has learned his lessons from Manchester United. It was not really easy for him to leave Chelsea now. You see, when it was his time to leave Manchester United, it was still not easy for him, because he wanted to backfire for Manchester United because of that decision not to play him in the final. You see how people will say it's karma, but those things are not. They are not a serious factor to determine things. You did not play in the Europa League final. You did not play in the Europa League final, and you have not performed well. Imagine that someone like Garnacho was not featured in that final, and just because he has not been playing well. Imagine that kind of scenario. I think that was also the reason why Amorim had to keep Kobe Meno by the side too, because he just lost hope on the young stars. He was like, what is this? And you see that as he got into the season, he started struggling. He started trying to fix the midfield, trying to fix the people. But finally, he got where he got. It is already a bonus for him when he did not feature Garnacho. Of course, looking at Chelsea and Manchester United just last season in their game, Garnacho had no attempt. He had no run, he had no dribble. In fact, Dalot was escorting him like DSS.
It was not. I'm not sure Garnacho got up to 10 goals.
Garnacho did not get up.
Stroke assist in this last season.
So
he did not get up to that amount.
He wasn't,
for a winger.
Yeah,
he's supposed to get assist. If you are not getting the goals, you're supposed to be getting the assist. But he was not there when they needed him. So of course, this is another opportunity, another avenue for him. And when we say when you fall, you don't remain on the ground. So you try to rise again. This is another opportunity for Garnacho, to come back and prove why he was the person that got that golden goal when we talk about the bicycle kick that he scored in Manchester United against Everton. So this is the Garnacho we want to see. Now, moving on, talking about Rodri, this is one player that we say he has completed football. When we say someone has completed football, we talk about winning the World Cup, we talk about winning the Champions League, and we talk about the Ballon d'Or. There are a few players that has achieved this feat, and Rodri, of course, after winning the World Cup with Spain just last week, has completed football. So he has gone into the list of those legends. There are so many other names. I won't say so many other names, but there are a few other names, about close to 10 of them, that has achieved this feat. Talking about the likes of Zinedine Zidane, talking about the likes of Lionel Messi, who had to finish second in this competition, talking about Ronaldinho, talking about the likes of Cruyff, Muller, we talk about Gerard Muller. There are a lot of them, Rivaldo. So Kaka, these players, are one of those names that have gotten this, this heights. When you win the Champions League, you win the World Cup, and you win the Ballon d'Or. These three competitions are what, makes it a complete football. When we talk about complete football, Ronaldo tried to achieve this feat so much when he also desired to win the World Cup, but of course, as what we call luck, or as what we call the taste of football, we have it, he was not able to get there. Messi has already done it. Now Rodri being the recent name that has been included in this list. So when you talk about a complete footballer who has achieved everything, won his league title, where he played, he won the league title, but that is not even one of the criteria. When we talk about the criteria, there are just 3: World Cup, Champions League, and of course your Ballon d'Or. So what do you think about this great midfielder who is not even, well, I say it's not even an attacker? Because if you look at the other names that we have around this list, you see the Zinedine Zidane, you see the Ronaldo, you see the what was it called, Messi himself, this Gerard Muller. They are all mostly attackers. The Kaká, these are attackers, or will I say attacking midfielders. So this is one of the first defensive midfielder to achieve this height, and of course we know that he's still eyeing that move to Madrid. He has come out to say that he will still love to play in Spain, so probably next season we might be seeing Rodri move to Spain. But what do you think about this great guy, Rodri?
Rodri is not just a midfielder, he's a powerhouse. I will use that word, powerhouse. Rodri, when he played in the World Cup, you saw the quality he had to bring.
Yeah.
Imagine Rodri was taken away from that game, or in fact the moment he was taken away, that was when Argentina started to fight to find their way. When he was in that game, there has never been a team who got a better midfield against Spain in the World Cup. So
throughout the World Cup,
there was never. Cape Verde had to play there's something we call, tough game. They had to defend, which they really tried.
Looking at
that World Cup debutant.
Now we are really appreciating what Cape Verde did. You had to play Spain, to a goalless draw. This was what even France could not achieve. They could not achieve that feat. Would I say Argentina tried at full time to achieve it, despite their
Argentina's trial.
But you saw that there was no attempt.
The truth is that Argentina's trial at full time would not even mean anything to me, because
compared to that Cape Verde.
Yeah, it would not mean anything to me, because everybody expected Argentina to play a good game.
Yeah.
Having the likes of Lionel Messi in your team, one of the best in the world, shows that you should play a good game. You should play a wonderful football. You should score, assist, do something. It was when Rodri left that game, when he was substituted, that Argentina had to find their way to try and play one or two attacks.
Even though at the closing stage of the match.
Yeah, even though there was no shot on target, everything was going over, under, by the side, by the other side.
Apart from going inside the net.
Yeah, apart from even coming round near the goalkeeper. Yeah. Unai Simon had the holiday in that final. Imagine a final you are on holiday.
Yeah, anyway, the tactics that they employed, I can tell you that it did not.
Yeah.
Spain, I don't know, that Luis de la Fonte is a master class.
He's a master class.
This kind of competition.
The most important thing for me is that Spain, they won the World Cup. Yeah. I mean, there has been peace in the world. I mean, there has not been chaos.
Prior to the World Cup, when these fans will like. I want to
imagine if it was Argentina that won this.
I want to tell them.
Imagine if it was Argentina that won this World Cup.
Before the final, they have said this is our final, where they say the Spanish side belongs to them, the Argentine side belongs to them, because in the Spanish side you have the Yama or the Barcelona players that are filled up in the squad. Then talking about Argentina, you have Leo Messi. So they came and said this is our final. No matter who gets the victory, we are all happy. But at the end of the day, you have seen that this was not actually their final, because if Argentina had won, I can tell you that till now we will not be having peace. Maybe as we are in this studio now, you'll be hearing some drums outside, but they have all been kept that silent, because the person that we are really rooting for to win, which is of course Lionel Messi, for them to just keep debating with let's say the Ronaldo fans that this has been the goal. That was the initial plan, but at the end of the day, it's the Almighty that knows the best, and Yamal had to be the one to beat Messi. Messi baited him when he was younger. Now he was the one that had to beat Messi. And,
now I want to ask you. I want to tell you something. So I saw this thing on someone's WhatsApp yesterday. They say, Messi is actually handing over to his son.
Yamal.
But why were they crying?
Of course.
Why was he crying?
The man had to cry.
Agenda,
he had to cry. No, the agenda was very visible in this World Cup.
Why were you angry that Yamal won?
After you said you handed over to you are supposed to be joyful. You say, okay, I handed over the baton to you. I'm going to celebrate. Yeah. There's no need for except you're trying to say it's tears of joy. I don't know if the joy is not winning the World Cup.
No. Why was Messi crying? And it was obvious that, well,
at the end of the day, the two goats had to cry in the tournament. Ronaldo had shed tears earlier when the Spanish side defeated him. Now the same Spanish side had to defeat. This Spanish side have done a lot in football. They have brought tears to the greatest of all time, and I don't think it's a nice thing for them. They should not be doing that, bringing tears to other things. But at the end of the day, anyway, Spain have registered their name, in the books. They won it in 2010, and they have won it also in 2026. So congratulations to the Spanish side. Congratulations to Rodri, who has written his name in gold. I can tell you that this can never be erased. When you achieve that feat, you have done a lot in football. Now, moving forward, where we are seeing the U.S. President Donald Trump, who wants Infantino to be the next general secretary for the United Nations. This is someone that called him when the competition was on. That can never go out of football, when you tell someone to overturn a red card. I've not seen where that has been done in football, that you had to call, of course, the same person to overturn. Now he's coming out to say this guy, he's seeing him as someone that is very respected by everyone in the world, and recognizes he has a special ability to bring people together. Now this man is respected, and you had to disrespect. I will call it disrespect, because you disrespected football, even taking your own, your own opinion, saying that the card, I don't know if Trump even watched that match. You cannot tell me that tackle was not worthy of a red card, because for me, you can give red card over, in fact 5 times over for that challenge, and you're saying it was not worth the red card. Well, I don't know what he saw, but I believe it was just in the best interest of the United States, so that he will have one of the best players to feature. And of course, Belgium had to also discipline the United States once more in the competition, to let them know that plus or minus the person you people are saying the red card was overturned, we are still going to win you. So anyway, we're having to see that Trump has referred or commended this guy to be the next Secretary General of the United Nations, and I don't know what is going to come outside from this.
I don't know what's going to come outside, because I saw the news. I was like, okay, it's good. Let's let the world know why we're still talking about that. President Donald Trump had to intervene for his country. That's really sportsmanship, I will tell you. People will call
sportsmanship to another extent.
Yeah, no.
Because if Donald Trump understands that red card is not just overturned, he will not do that.
Yes.
He will not do that.
Yes, let me tell you something.
Rather, you could have appealed. When you say too much ban, you say, okay, let's reduce it to 1.
The thing is that I don't blame America. I don't blame anyone. They did what they could do best.
They thought was in the best.
If it was you, if he was someone...
Me understanding football, I will not tell them to just overturn the red card, because I know I will bring up, other people, other countries have already started, appealing.
Let me tell you something. Yeah. As the president of America, the grand soil where the World Cup is taking place, there are some rights you have. These rights may not be enshrined in the Constitution. I'm talking about in that, it's kind of the rights that are just outside. not
outside.
inside.
Maybe we'll say privilege.
Okay, let's use.
It should not be right.
Yeah,
It cannot be your right to overturn
let's use let's use the word privilege. So those privileges, President Donald Trump, he showed that he really wanted. He showed that patriotism to his country. He wanted his country to win, and the people of America to also, have a good time in this World Cup. That was why he had to appeal. When he appealed, what happened next? What happened would tell you that, you will not blame him. You actually blame the officials of FIFA.
Yeah, of course, for granting that kind of
for granting that kind of appeal. Because even if he was explained to and he now had to say, okay, can you guys go on and do this? I still don't blame him. But what I'm saying is, in essence, is it has happened and Belgium had to come and show them, oh, it's not about the overturning. It's actually about the game. Now, what we will say could be, if anything will happen or come out of this, it will be UEFA that will have to see Infantino.
That's FIFA.
Yes, it will be UEFA that had to, talk to him, that will bring him to a panel and ask him. It doesn't.
It's already coming outside. You saw we'll say probably rumors that he's going to be probed after this FIFA World Cup.
So I mean, it's still going to be, the whole thing is going to be mitigated. That's to tell you that, when people want their own to win, and to me it's not bad. It's just the rules that could be bypassed. It tells you that rules could be bypassed.
You're giving avenue for bending the rules. So what is just implying for me is that when another country hosts, like the 2030 now that is coming up, that we are seeing Morocco also bidding, you will see that these kind of things will start happening, where they will not have to start bending the rules, because it has started. Someone has done it before. Why can't we do it again? When you offer someone or you give someone a red card and you can come and say, okay, since we are one of the host nations, please let this our player play. I don't think that should even be allowed in football. What you can do is appeal for reduction, especially when the challenge was not worth the red card. If after review and you see that, okay, the challenge might not be worth red card, you could have gone with a yellow card, and you go ahead and appeal. We have seen it when players were suspended for 3 matches, it will be reduced to probably 2 or 1. So that will have been better for me. That decision, I can tell you till tomorrow, I will not stand by it. But moving forward, just before we continue football, we'll get back to football. We are having that our Nigerians, Kain Sola Ajayi, won the men's 100-meter race at the London Diamond League with a time of 9.84 seconds. We talked about this young man yesterday, and he came out victorious, where he won the race with 9.84 seconds. He also won the men's 100-meter at the Prefontaine Classic in Eugene, USA, with a time of 9.84 seconds. This has put Nigeria on the map.
Yeah, putting Nigeria on the map again, and it's really interesting to see this guy just taking his place. Of course, it would not have been easy for him to have that 100 meters race victory, but right now we're seeing another big name arriving in the world of athletics. So Nigeria is really doing well elsewhere. Nigerians are fighting and getting their games right. I will tell you that even though right now, just yesterday, the athletes they departed Aberdeen for Glasgow for the Commonwealth game that is coming up later this month into next month. It's going to be interesting to tell you that we're going to have a lot of gold medals, a lot of silver medals, a lot of
bronze medal.
No bronze. No bronze medal.
Bronze medal, of course, will still be among.
But
it's still part of the medal.
Yeah, it's still a part of the. But it's going to be interesting to see our people, Nigerians, getting it well in diaspora. I'm so excited to really.
Team Nigeria, in terms of athletes, when you talk about the 100 meter, 200 meter, if it's the 400 meter, if it's the relay, whatever the hurdle, they usually represent Nigeria very well. I can tell you, the Team Nigeria always they go far, to get out some of this medal. If not the gold, you see them getting silver, you see them getting bronze. Not those. When you talk about other sport, talking about javelin, talking about long jump, talking about high jump, they try their best. I can tell you that I used to watch some of these, and they always try their best to bring out, at least a medal home, where we can say in sports that I don't know why we are now going back is just this football, where we have now featured in 2 consecutive World Cup. The last time I watched World Cup was in 2018, and we left the group stage. It was after the group stage that Nigeria exited, where we only had to win Iceland 2-0. Croatia then beat Nigeria 2-0. So it was since 2018, and we talked about the disadvantage, where you see that the enthusiasm, the passion, to watch this World Cup when your team is not there, is gradually reducing. When you tell somebody now, maybe by God's grace, I'm hoping we'll qualify for 2030 World Cup. When you tell someone that, oh, Nigeria is in the World Cup, and the person will tell you, when last did Nigeria even qualify to World Cup? That interest is beginning to decrease. That they are no more, the Nigerian fans are no more excited, seeing that, or having to hear that we will qualify for 2030 World Cup is no more moving them that much. Unlike maybe if we had played the 2022 World Cup, no matter where we finish, we are there, we'll be happy. We play the 2026 World Cup, no matter where we finish, we are happy that at least we went to the competition. Then the next one coming up, 2030, you see the enthusiasm, the passion. People will want to go out there and watch, go out there to support. If it means traveling, if you can afford to travel, you want to travel. So you see that this enthusiasm, this passion is beginning to decrease within, the Nigerian community, within the Nigerian fans. And I hope this gets to change. Football is something that we want to see regularly, apart from the AFCON that comes up.
Apart from the AFCON,
we should be in the World Cup. It's not just the AFCON that we should be partaking.
The thing is that about football, about football generally, I have rested my case.
No, you cannot rest your
case.
As a sports oracle,
why I'm resting my case about Nigeria?
No, there is hope.
I know, and my name is Good Hope, in case you are trying to...
There's hope.
So everywhere you go, I follow you around.
Yeah.
The thing is, when you keep talking about the same thing over and over at times, and it looks like it's not working, you're not going to keep quiet, though, but you're going to find a better way to relay your information. Simple. That's what I mean. And if you can agree with me, it's better we call a spade a spade. Nigeria losing out on the World Cup is not something we should take home. Yes, it's not something we should take home. But let's just talk about boxing, because we have our own Anthony Joshua telling you another Nigerian, in the diaspora, doing us well and doing us proud. Of course, it's been 7 months since he had his last fight. That this Anthony Joshua versus Prenga, and then Tyson Fury versus Watch. So someone was asking who has the tougher fight. So who actually has a tougher fight here?
Well, if you say Tyson Fury against Watch and Anthony Joshua against Prenga, for me, of course, I'm going to tell you Anthony Joshua will be having a tougher fight. This is someone that has not been in the ring for more than or close to 7 months, and coming back to fight Prenga, who has been, fighting for some time. Then, of course, not to take anything away from the Tyson Fury versus Watch match, it's also a tough fight. But for me, I believe Anthony Joshua's fight will be a bit tougher. In fact, it will command more crowd. You will see that the visibility, the viewership will be more.
Okay, let's not talk about the viewership. Let's talk about the fight. Who has a tougher opponent? Does Anthony Joshua have a tougher opponent?
Against Prenga?
Yes, both of them are British.
Okay.
And do you think Tyson Fury has a tougher opponent? That's actually what's going to happen here, because looking at both of them, they will still meet sometime this year.
Yeah, the fight will still come up.
They will still meet. Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua will still meet sometime this year.
Yeah.
That would be August or September. That September 11th. They will still meet. There will still be some, throwing of hands.
Of course.
But both of them, I think Anthony Joshua I will go with Anthony Joshua. But watching Watch and Tyson Fury too, I'm telling you, Tyson Fury has a tougher opponent to face.
I hope, I'm not going to wish him, bad, but left for me, I would have said I hope he does not get a victory in that match, just, to demoralize him before the match against Anthony Joshua. That's just why I would say he should not get the victory. That has a way of psychologically affecting the person. When you did not win your fight, you are like demoralized, and, wanting to get back on your feet. And I hope things goes well for Anthony Joshua, and at the end of the day, when they meet, because the match that people are expecting, or the fight that people are expecting, of course, was Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua. So we tend to look at this like a warm-up fight, not like the real fight, because this is just Anthony Joshua versus Prenga. It's more like a warm-up fight, because the real fight is going to be Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury. And of course, we are going to get to see that by August, or September, when of course when they fix their official date.
It's going to be a wonderful clash, having the duo come together to battle it out. And I must tell you, I'm ready for what is
coming. The way you are throwing your hand is as if
no, it's you I want to take to.
I like the way I'm seeing the future in you.
I'm seeing your future.
You are going into boxing, because the way you just said,
I'm seeing your
future. For me to present that training tips to you, for someone that will be a trainer to be, and before you are already looking muscular. You have the height, you have the chest. Please. You are looking muscular. Just take a look at it.
Take a look at
it after our show. Just go behind.
We'll go to
stand in front of the mirror.
No, we go behind. Me and you, we go behind.
You are not going behind. Just take a look. I'm just telling you. It might be something that you'll be earning money from. Even though when you lose, I'll just be by the side. Your coach be
counting my money.
Helping you to clean the toilet.
Counting my money.
I'm useful now. If I'm not the one in the ring taking the punches, let me be the one counting the money and giving you your own quarter or your own percentage.
Well,
everything will be going well.
The thing is that we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Whether this fight is going to be the best fight for Anthony Joshua, if he's going to win, just beat Prenga hands down, or we're going to see the carryover into other matches where both Anthony Joshua and Prenga would try to be on the equal ground. But we're going to see what happens if the fight goes sideways. We're taking a short break from here. When we return, we're going to go into the world of Formula One and also in the world of sports. In the world of football. While we're bringing you highlights and updates on how the World Cup has been going, the transfers, and the list of those who did not do well in this World Cup. Stay right there. We'll be right back shortly.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Now let's take a look at what happened and what's happening in the world of Formula One, where we are having Mercedes clinching the title and having more podiums than any other Formula One team this 2026. I mean, Mercedes has been spectacular. Having the likes of Kimi Antonelli, George Russell in your team would really mean a lot if you have taken that record. Now, last race was Kimi Antonelli's victory, where he won in Belgium, and he had to show the class. Talking about, he showed the class. He took the pole position and he showed the class. Now, Mercedes has quite some number of podiums and then victories. It tells you that these guys are not even looking at anyone. So far in 2026 they have 13. Ferrari has 9.
McLaren.
Yeah, McLaren has 4. Then Red Bull has 3 and Alpine has just 1. So this is the podium so far in 2026. Even though we are not seeing the likes of we're just seeing Red Bull. We're just seeing the top guys.
Yeah, these are just the top guys.
We have seen just the top guys. We are not seeing. And guess what? Who makes this Ferrari podiums?
It's just one name that you know.
Yeah, it's only one name you are seeing in Ferrari.
Even the Mercedes is just mostly Kimi that has done.
Yeah, it's mostly Kimi Kimi.
So for the Ferrari, Lewis Hamilton has been the one getting them this win. Then Kimi has been the one getting it for Mercedes. But anyway, there are other guys that we are hoping to see. We have not seen Audi so far, having any podium. So these are not just the brands or the cars, that does this race, but these are the ones that are coming out victorious. There are so many other brands that have not yet or are yet to get a podium. So we hope with time, with the Grand Prix that is coming up very soon this weekend, we might see another car getting a win. So we are just hoping that these are not the only names that we are going to be seeing having a podium in the Formula One. I hope that yours, I'm trying to wish you well now this time around as Sir Lewis Hamilton, because of course he's trailing behind, he's on 9, and of course will I say Kimi representing Mercedes is on 13. That's about 4 points difference. So I hope he gets a victory to try and close up this gap. And of course 2026 we still have this, we are already in the second quarter, we still have a lot of driving, a lot of race to come up. So probably before the end of 2026 we might see changes in these numbers, or we are going to see, definitely we are going to see changes in these numbers. They are not going to remain where they are, but let's just watch and see what is going to happen in the Hungarian Formula One that is coming up this weekend, and we might see changes from anywhere. McLaren can come up and the Ferrari guys can also come up.
So Guy, I want to ask you who if I eventually get you this car that I'm about to,
Okay, you want to get me?
Yeah, I want to get you a Formula One car.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to.
So that you using it to go home.
I don't want. I still like my life. I still see a long life ahead of me.
You see long life and prosperity.
Trying to drive Formula One in any of these roads and having to get.
No, you can drive it around. Enugu has good roads, of course.
It's too fast. I don't want to. I'm not talking about hurting myself.
It's
somebody else that because the Enugu now will be on the road, and you are driving with a very fast car that moves within seconds. The road is not that free for you to be driving that fast, so I don't want to hurt.
It's actually bus drivers that you.
So at the end of the day, I will put myself in expenses and unnecessary debts, and at the end of the day, I might even go and sell the car that you bought for me. So if you want to buy me a car, there are other cars.
I should buy you cabin. That's actually one of the things that I've been looking at. But looking at McLaren has been sensational. Yeah. Even though Lando Norris last season was the champion of Formula One. He was the champion, and he did it at a very young age. Seeing his age issue, he's just 23 years old this year. Yeah. I mean, see young people manifesting and taking charge in this world of Formula One is really, really impressive. Just like in football, you have the likes of Pau Kubasi in the Spanish midfield, and also in the Spanish defense, and also in the Barcelona defense.
In the front, you still have Yamal.
Yeah, you have Yamal. Nico Williams, just very young players.
The Spanish side has a lot of young players. The French side has a lot of young players.
But what I'm saying is, in Formula One and other sports, we are seeing the emergence of younger people. Yeah. Coming alive, coming out to play their game, to do what they know best how to do. It's interesting, I would say.
In terms of sports generally, when you are younger, you have that physique, you have that energy, you still have that capabilities, to do this sport. While you are younger, once you are tending to that 40, you can see the likes of Ronaldo, you can see the likes of Sir Lewis Hamilton, you can see the LeBron James, who are way or above 40, even the Cape Verde keeper above 40, Serena Williams above 40. This is like a retirement, age for any sport that you are doing. So you are getting, even the referees in football, you can see Anthony Taylor also coming out to say he's going to retire. So once you are tending to that 40, in fact from 35 upwards, you are going towards retirement. Your body will not be that physically fit to be doing this sport. For example, wrestling, you see Obafemi is still very young, who had to fight Brock Lesnar the other day. Then Brock Lesnar is almost 40, or if not above 40. So you see that age, when you are younger, you tend to be more involved, participate in sports more. Any sport you are doing, it favors you when you are younger. And when you are getting above the age where you are no more that physically active, you tend to leave the game and let the younger ones do. So I believe this is their time. Is when you are young, you are going to explore and see the things you can do. So this is the best age, or this is the best time for them to make good use of what they are doing. If you are in the world of football, you play football. If you are in the world of tennis, you do your tennis. If you are driving, just like Kimi, you get to explore at this age. And when the age is no more fit or telling good for you, you get to leave the sport. And for me, this is the best time for them to get their victories.
It is the best time for them to get their victories, even though we are still seeing young people who are not clashing, they are not clashing into the victory they actually should. Okay. But we're seeing a team and younger people coming out, and also even inside of athleticism, we're seeing just the guy we mentioned about, very young.
Yeah.
We're also seeing Obafemi in boxing, who's just 23.
In wrestling.
In wrestling.
You will not believe it.
Yeah, you will not.
Every time you look at that man,
Yeah.
every time you look at him, I can tell you that Obafemi, probably, if I didn't know his age, I would say, bro, this should be 35.
35 or 45.
Muscularly built. This face is looking so tense that when you see him on the road, you will not want to.
You will not greet
you have
him.
to.
Why do you want?
Keep some meter away from him.
Why do you want to greet?
If you greet him,
someone
you don't know
that does
if
not
how he's going to react. If he's in a good mood or he's in a bad mood, let your greeting not earn you one punch or two. So it's better you
greeting
just
is earning
keep your distance away from him. So, but you see that when you check the history or check his date of birth, you see that this man is even a very, very young person,
Yeah.
and you are thinking he was that old. So
Yeah.
it's good to see them, flourishing in what they do.
It's really good to see them. Now let's take a look at the FIFA World Cup, final standings after 2026
Yeah.
FIFA World Cup, like
Okay,
the standings,
the rankings,
and where we are seeing, our Nigeria, the position where we are, and also Spain and the rest of them.
Yeah.
Spain, of course, is number one.
Of course.
Spain has been number one, then Argentina number 2, England number 3, France number 4. Talking about the first 4 countries who has been
France,
yeah,
number 4. Anyway, they finished 4th. This is more like where they finish. Spain having to finish first, Argentina finish second, and England finishing third, France. But it's not just being judged. These rankings is not just being judged, just the World Cup. These points are accumulated over time, mostly over a period of 1 year. So probably people will be wondering why Nigeria is still on 26th. But it's not because that, sorry, Nigeria is not on 26th on this list. The earlier list I saw, Nigeria was on 26th. But the position Nigeria are currently, you will be wondering why they are still there. We saw them coming out 4th in the African ranking, and people will be wondering or be saying, okay, we are not supposed to be there. But
there's no Nigeria here.
I can tell you that there was a list I saw, when
there's no Nigeria here.
Nigeria is not on this one, but the one I saw, Nigeria was
Nigeria
on
is not in
26th.
Why would Nigeria be on the 26th?
The earlier list.
No, Nigeria cannot be on the 26th.
Well,
did they come to the World Cup? That's the question.
No, the ranking is not just because you came to the World Cup. You accumulate points. It's like season where you accumulate points. When you win a match,
what did Nigeria do?
No, that's what I'm
question.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Nigeria, in fact, Nigeria would even have better opportunity of a good ranking, because when you lose a match, you also lose points. So imagine going to the World Cup just like Tunisia went and lost 3 matches. They have also lost points. Maybe just, for example, they have accumulated just before the World Cup. Let me just say they were on 50 points before the World Cup, and you enter the World Cup, you lost 3 matches. Points will be deducted from you. So from that, you're 50. Maybe if you lose, because it's a World Cup, it will be carrying a greater point. You might be deducted to 2 points. So when you have lost 3 matches, that's you are getting -6. So from the 50 you earlier had before the World Cup, you have removed 6. Now you are having 44. Compared to someone that will not even go to the World Cup, maybe let me use Nigeria for example, who, let me say, had 51 and Tunisia had 50. They did not go to the World Cup. They did not lose any match. They did not win any match. So they will remain on their 51. Now, Tunisia has gone to the World Cup. Before the World Cup, they were on 50. They lost 3 matches. They will now go behind again. So you see that you not going to the World Cup, it is even more advantageous for you when you did not lose or you did not win. So you are just there on your position. Nothing has happened to your points. Then, for those that win, those are the people that will now go ahead of you, because, for example, the Spanish side, who won almost all their matches apart from the Cape Verde match, and of course at full time is what is being judged. You got a draw with Argentina, so all those points you have now accumulated will now go and speak for you, where your points will now be increased. So you not going to the World Cup does not mean you are going to go behind. It's just that people that went there, are they winning more matches? If they are winning, they will be going ahead of you. If they were behind you before, but if they are losing, I can tell you that they will even be going more behind you. You that did not go, you will just remain static. You are not losing points, you are not winning points. So these things are not just judged because you went or you did not go to the World Cup. Then of course the World Cup, like I said, has greater points. The friend is, don't forget, Nigeria played friendly match before this. Nigeria did well in the AFCON, so you see that within 2025 and 2026 they have got more points compared to Tunisia that went to the World Cup, lost 3 matches, played the AFCONs, lost some matches. So you see that we accumulated more points within this 2025-2026, more than them, but they went to the World Cup. So that's just different. The points are calculated according to your win, according to your losses, according to your draw. So depending on what you have done, what you have, if you want some important matches, not just to win, when you win friendly matches, The point you got from friendly match is not the same point that you get from winning
the thing
a World
for me,
Cup match.
the thing for me now is that when you look at Nigeria,
Yeah.
not being present at the World Cup is already a problem.
That's a problem,
In
but
the
it does not affect your ranking,
Yes,
because
it
you are going to remember where you are.
Okay, wait. How many nations, how many countries came to the World Cup?
About, will I say 42 or so
So where is Nigeria there?
in the World Cup.
Yeah.
They did not, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Now, countries that okay,
But it does not affect your points in the ranking. If that's why I say, for example, before the World Cup, Nigeria was on 50. For example, before the World Cup, Nigeria did not get any points. Of course, they did not go to World Cup, so they did not get any points. They did not lose any points. They will still remain on that. They are 50 points. So you that went to the World Cup, for example, Tunisia, you were on 50 with me before the World Cup. You went to the World Cup, you are on 50. Now you lost 3 matches. They will reduce points from you from that you're 50. Let's say -2,
Yes,
-2.
yes.
So now you are
I
now
get-
so now you will now be behind me, even going to the
Even
World
going
Cup.
to the World
So now
Cup.
you have to win your matches to even go ahead of me. Now you have gone to the World Cup.
Okay,
you are
the
already
list,
going
but
behind me.
the thing is that the list we have here now,
yeah.
there's no Nigeria.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just using for example. I know.
Okay, but
I know
where is
Nigeria
Nigeria?
was on 50.
But where is Nigeria?
They are not there now. That's these other people are. That what I'm going to check now. Before this ranking, where was Nigeria? You will see that probably they were not there. They were not even in this first 50 before this ranking. So you are not going to be expecting to see them. They will just remain where they are, except you have gained more points during the World Cup. Then you will go above them. If you have lost more, now let me also put it in this way. Let's say this same Tunisia were on 51. Nigeria was on 50 before this World Cup. If you check the ranking now, Nigeria will be ahead of them, because Nigeria will still be on 50. Meanwhile, them, they have gone probably 47, 46, because there will be minus points. When you lose, you get minus. So it's not that when you lose, nothing will happen to you. When you lose, you will get minus. So you see that they will not fall behind. Meanwhile, would not go to the World Cup. They went. They will not be ahead of you in the rank.
Okay.
So that's what basically how they get all this, their ranking.
Okay, now let's take a look at the all-time leading goal scorers in the FIFA World Cup so far.
Yeah.
I mean, World Cups have come and gone, and we have just seen the conclusion of 2026 FIFA World Cup. We are also seeing that Kylian Mbappe has been the all-time leading goal scorer with 22 goals. He has scored in almost every single match he has played in the World Cup.
Yeah, just apart from that Spanish match.
Yeah, yes,
There are bit
yes,
two goals
yes, yes. He has scored. He has scored in every single game he has played. Every single World Cup game he has played so
This
far.
young man has been amazing. Talking about Kylian Mbappe, you know, before this World Cup, that's why when you say this World Cup brought in a lot of records. Records we have made, records we have broken. Before this World Cup, it was just that man on number 3, talking about Miroslav Klose, that was with the highest goal scorer in the World Cup, having 16 goals. Ronaldo, of course, Delima Ronaldo had 15. Then Gerd Müller had 14. Harry Kane was not there because he got some goals in this tournament. So it was more of Klose, Ronaldo, and Müller who were topping the chart. Now Messi came from behind in this World Cup. He had to get 8 goals. So if you deduct 8 from this 21 that he had, you will see that he was not even on that list before. So this World Cup brought the record, and it's so shocking that the record had to be broken in this Red Cup where someone overtook Klose from this system. We were thinking Messi has broken the record and set a new record. In this same World Cup, we now still had to see Mbappe breaking the Messi's record and setting another one, going ahead of Messi in this same World Cup. So, and this young man is not retiring from football. Messi and the rest of them that you are seeing on that list, the Klose, the Ronaldo, have probably this last, I don't know if he's going to retire, and I'm not sure, but what we are having or what we are seeing is that he might probably be retiring from the the national squad, just be playing for club football. So probably it's safe to say that this was his last World Cup. So that number is not going to change for Messi, but Mbappe still has another opportunity. Of course, talking about the 2030 World Cup, if him, apart from injury, him still playing football at his age, you are expecting to see him in the next World Cup. So you are not going to tell me Kylian Mbappe is going to go to a World Cup and will not score goal. It's almost likely impossible. So if every other factor being equal, you are not having injury, you are not having any health issues, you are going to get into the World Cup, you are going to likely see him scoring. So that record is just, will I say, just there for now. He's still going to add or break it and reset another one, because I'm expecting to see him get more goals. And that 2030 World Cup might probably not still be his last. So this young man, I can tell you, he has been phenomenal, getting this amount of goals in just about 3 World Cup that he has gone to. Is really sensational. This is what took some people about 5 World Cups to get, 6 World Cups to get. And he has done it within 3 World Cups. Still having, let's say, if he's going to make 6 World Cup, you can imagine where he's going to get to.
Yeah, you can imagine where he's going to get to. Even while we're talking about the World Cup this year, we've had more than 6 million people, you know, in the presence. I mean, seeing the World Cup.
Yeah.
Also in the viewership, it's been more than 6 million people counted. I can remember that night where it was announced. I think that was the game versus France. The number was announced just in the whole pitch.
Yeah.
The people that came. There's no particular match in this World Cup that the stadium doesn't get to the full.
Yeah, it's almost always
you know,
filled up.
fans of FIFA now are 6 million plus, we could say. So it tells you that this is, people are getting acquainted to football. People are getting
hosting it in the US, where we can say US is, we will not probably term it a footballing.
Yeah, we can't call it a football nation, but we can say
more of a footballing nation.
Yeah, we can say that it has the tendency to
bring out people,
because of their population.
Yeah.
Now we're still talking about Ochoa, that's a Mexican goalkeeper. Guillermo Ochoa, that's the great Ochoa. You know, having to retire from his position as the goalkeeper of Mexico. You know, his age, 41 years already, tells you that he has done a lot.
Yeah.
And you could see when they knocked them out of the World Cup, he was crying. It shows how emotional he has been. You know, seeing what you've been doing for over a decade, you know, coming to an end. It's just the moment, just like Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi was crying. I mean, Messi's own was ridiculous, because why was he crying? If
this Ochoa's own, we had tears of joy.
Tears of joy.
The man was so happy. Even before the World Cup, he has already made mention that this was going to be his last. So you can see him with his family, with his kids, you know, having about 5 of them. They all mostly look like this Ochoa, and it's been a great thing going to the World Cup, having to keep or play your final moments, and you know, having to celebrate it with your family. It's something, a privilege that is very rare. You don't get to see that all the time.
Yeah, it's a privilege that is very rare. But let's also delve right into some, you know, some chit chat where we have, you know, Shakira doing Waka Waka in 2010 and Spain winning the World Cup.
Okay.
Now we have her
again,
just the other day doing doing something like Die Die. I mean, there's no title. We'll have Shakira and Die Die, and Spain again becoming the
World Cup winner. So are we saying in 2030, if Shakira comes up with maybe Twa Twa, we'll probably not see Spain still win? Is that what we are trying to say? Because she sang, of course, in 2010, because Waka Waka, that her popular song, Waka Waka. And Spain won the champion. Then she now sang Die Die. Spain are winning the. I'm not saying if in 2010 she now sing.
Maybe another person will come to the stage to take, or you could just go and do something.
What we are saying, if it's not Shakira, Spain might not win. So let's not get the idea that we should not allow Shakira to sing in the World Cup. So let's look for somebody
else like Choma Jesus.
Maybe Choma Jesus or Whiskey should sing for the World Cup. Maybe probably Nigeria.
Bring
Portable came.
Let Portable.
Yes, Portable is the man that so if you want to get anything, you should go through. So I believe Nigeria, if we qualify for the next 20, let's take Portable.
Let Portable be there.
It's not Nigeria that will determine.
Let him sing for me.
Maybe Nigeria will, you know, probably win. You know, Shakira is like a good luck charm for the Spanish side. If she sing, they win. So the code now, the cheat code is, don't allow Shakira to sing. Don't allow her to sing. If not, the Spanish side are going to win it.
Well, we're talking about that. Let's talk about, you know, the Morgan Rogers, who has signed for Chelsea Football Club of England, and he has come out to say that Chelsea is the biggest team in England, that he's really excited about the project.
No, the biggest team in London.
London. Yes, London.
Because if you say in England, Manchester United fans will come for you. Manchester City fans will come for you.
But really, signing, do you think Rogers worth that amount he signed?
You know, football now,
becoming the highest British, you know, transfer. Yes,
it's really amazing when you see all these transfer fees and where football is going to. Now we are seeing that these clubs are now they are more into business making. We are seeing, what's his name, Somerville. We have seen Roma went to bid 40 million euros for Somerville. Out of nowhere, Al Hilal came with 80 million.
So
imagine the way it is now, what are you expecting West Ham to do? Young man, please pack your load. If you are intending or thinking that you are going to Roma before, there is nothing like that for you. I can tell you, West Ham is cashing out this transfer period because they were the one that sold, was it Mateus Fernandes the other day. Now they are having to sell Somerville if the deal is going to go through. Look at Morgan Rogers coming from Aston Villa. What 117 million? Okay, how much will Dembele be worth right now? How much will Yamal be worth right now? How much will Olise be worth right now? Are you not telling me that those people are not going to be probably 300 to 400 million? Because if Rogers was 117, it should be times 2, if not times 3. So I think the money, that's why for me now, I like Manchester United. They don't get to spend that kind of money. Once they bid for you, they tell you the price that you are supposed to be worth. If you are now asking for what might turn over, they will just back away from the deal and look for somebody else. They are not more interested in those days that you just sign somebody at the end of the day the person will not turn up or provide or prove to you that he's worth the signing. Because these days we are seeing a lot of footballers, you sign them with that big sum of money and at the end of the day they are not bringing anything to the club. They are causing you loss, because when you are not winning trophies, you are not making any good money for the club, because the trophies, the wins is what brings the money. You saw the way Chelsea, or let's say Chelsea fans now, their shirts, you go and buy it. This time around, they did not have that much patronage from football fans around the world, getting to buy their jerseys. So that patronage is being reduced because of the outcome, what is happening. It was happening to Manchester United where they were not qualifying for Champions League. The patronage reduces. So if you spend so much money on these players, you have to get more in return.
Before we round up, let's see the worst starting 11 of this World Cup. Let's just see the worst starting 11. Yes, let's just see the worst starting 11, because that's what we're going to see just in neck of time. Right. Having the likes of the Portuguese midfield, they're all there. You have Federico Valverde, someone you never expected that would have left the World Cup. You have the likes of Vitinha, you have the like of Leroy Sane, you have the like of Cristiano Ronaldo and Diamande. Just seeing the worst and Noni Madueke.
I'm sure this list was done by a Messi fan.
No, it's not
the
about
names you are putting here, because I don't know why Lucas Digne. Why is he there?
Well, you have Jonathan Tah of Germany and Gabriel Morales of Brazil, Rhys James too, Vitinha, Leroy Sane. Then you have a Noni Madueke.
That's why I said this thing was done by a Messi. There are some names that Lucas Digne is not even supposed to be there.
What coach is Roberto
I will
Martinez.
agree with that one. Noni Madueke is not supposed to be there because he not even play a lot of minutes. Rhys James, what was Rhys James doing there? If you tell me Manuel Neuer didn't have a great tournament, I will agree with you. Gabriel, I will agree with you. Leon Sané, of course. Vitinha, who was exceptional this season. I don't know what happened. It's not just Vitinha. I believe the 3 Portugal midfielders should just be there. They should remove Federico Valverde, remove Leroy Sané. They should just put in Vitinha, put in Bruno Fernandes, put in João Gomez. Their 3 should just be stamped in that midfield. Well, they had bad performance.
Yeah, it's going to be what we're going to see just while we still examine the World Cup and the events that came out of it. Yeah. This is where we are calling it a day on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. Thank you very much for staying with us. I'm Good Hope Chukwumonti. We'll come your way same time, same station on this same World Cup and sports matters. Yeah. I'm Good Hope Chukwumonti, the Sports Oracle.
All right, I remember your humble host, Worldwide, saying have a lovely Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Time the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
A good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency issues 7-day flood alert for 17 states as river levels rise. President Tinubu approves new Nigerian Army Battalion for Kwara to strengthen security operations. On the foreign scene, student protests over alleged exam leaks rock India as clashes with police intensify in New Delhi. On business, federal government disburses 333 billion naira to power generation companies to clear legacy debts. Now the news in details. The Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency has issued a 7-day flood outlook, warning of a medium to high flood risks across 17 states between July 21st and July 27th, following rising water levels in major river channels. Director General of the agency, Umar Mohammed, said water levels at 16 river monitoring stations have exceeded established watch and warning thresholds, increasing the likelihood of localized flooding in vulnerable communities and adjoining flood plains. The affected states are Adamawa, Bauchi, Benue, Borno, Edo, Gombe, Imo, Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Kebbi, Nasarawa, Niger, Plateau, Taraba, Yobe, and Zamfara. Bauchi State is considered the most vulnerable, with more than 1,800 communities, numerous health facilities, and over 100 schools located within flood-prone areas. The agency has urged state governments, emergency management agencies, and community leaders to activate emergency response plans, relocate residents in high-risk locations, and pre-position relief materials. The agency also advised the public to avoid driving or walking through flooded roads as seasonal rainfall continues across the country. Residents of 5 communities in Uzuakoli, Bende local government area of Abia State, have appealed for urgent government intervention following severe gully erosion that has destroyed homes and continues to threaten lives and property. The affected communities, Amamba, Ungu, Amankwo, Abozu, and Eluama, said the environmental disaster has persisted for more than 8 years, with at least 7 buildings already lost. Community leaders attributed the worsening erosion to poor drainage systems and road construction projects that diverted storm waters into residential areas. The residents said they have spent more than 67 million naira on self-help interventions to slow the erosion, but recurring heavy rainfall has continued to undermine their efforts. They appeal to the federal government, the Ecological Project Office, and the Abia State government to provide immediate engineering solutions to prevent further destruction. Responding to the appeal, Abia State Commissioner for Environment, Mr. Philemon Asonye, confirmed that government officials had inspected the affected locations. He assured the people that appropriate intervention measures were being developed, while urging members of the public to desist from dumping refuse into drainage channels. President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of a new Nigerian Army battalion in Amuaron, Irepodu local government area of Kwara State, as part of efforts to strengthen security operations against kidnapping, banditry, and other violent crimes. The new military formation is expected to increase troop deployment and operational capacity across vulnerable communities in Kwara South, particularly in areas that have recently witnessed attacks by armed criminal groups. Governor Abdurrahman Abdurrazak announced the presidential approval and expressed appreciation to President Tinubu and the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, for responding to the state's security concerns. He said the battalion will reinforce ongoing joint security operations and improve the protection of lives and property across the affected communities. The approval follows renewed security concerns in parts of Kwara State, including Babanla in Ifelodun local government area, where recent attacks by suspected bandits resulted in the death of one resident and the abduction of another. The House of Representatives has received the report of the Constitutional Review Committee proposing the establishment of state police, marking another significant step in the ongoing constitutional amendment process. Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, who chairs the House Constitutional Review Committee, presented the harmonized report after consultations with the Senate to align both chambers on key constitutional reform proposals. The recommendation seeks to empower state governments to establish and regulate their own police services to strengthen internal security. Meanwhile, the House also approved budget proposals for the Nigeria Police Trust Fund, passing 170.11 billion naira for the 2025 fiscal year and 233.96 billion naira for 2026. The allocations are expected to support infrastructure development, logistics, personnel training and welfare as part of broader efforts to improve policing nationwide. The Lagos State Office for Disability Affairs has denied allegations of corruption in the administration of the state's 1 billion naira Disability Intervention Fund, describing reports of kickback demands as unsubstantiated. In a statement, the agency said no formal complaint had been received before the allegations were published. It, however, said that following an anonymous WhatsApp report, an internal investigation was immediately launched, leading to the identification of a suspected officer whose case has been referred to the appropriate authorities for disciplinary action. The agency also dismissed claims that non-governmental organizations were excluded from the intervention program for refusing to pay bribes. The agency explained that while it maintains a comprehensive register of disability-focused organizations, available resources cannot accommodate every beneficiary within a single funding cycle. Troops of Operation Fasten Yama and Hadinke have intensified ongoing counter-terrorism operations across northern Nigeria, rescuing 3 kidnapped victims, neutralizing a suspected terrorist, and arresting 6 alleged logistics suppliers linked to criminal networks. Military operations conducted across Zamfara, Katsina, Kebbi, and Yobe states also led to the recovery of 10 motorcycles, arms, ammunition, and other items believed to be intended for terrorist operations. In Katsina State, troops recovered 3 farm workers who escaped from a terrorist enclave after they were abducted in neighboring Zamfara. In a separate operation in Kwanamodu, Zamfara State, security forces foiled another kidnap attempt, forcing the attackers to abandon their mission and flee. Further intelligence-led operation resulted in the interception of a commercial bus conveying 10 concealed motorcycles allegedly destined for a notorious terrorist commander in Kebbi State, while troops in Yobe neutralized a suspected insurgent involved in extortion activities. Military authorities said disrupting terrorist logistics and supply chains remains central to ongoing operations to restore peace across the region. At least 20 people, including 18 Nigerians, have died following a boat accident in the Republic of Cameroon, in one of the deadliest cross-border water transport tragedies in recent months. The overloaded vessel, carrying more than 50 passengers, as well as iron rods and other construction materials, reportedly capsized during a severe storm while traveling from Garoua in Cameroon to Yola in Adamawa State, Nigeria. Authorities said the victims included 18 Nigerian nationals whose remains were transported across the border and buried in Wuroboki community in Fufore local government area of Adamawa State. Survivors are receiving medical treatment at health facilities near the border. Meanwhile, search and rescue operations involving emergency responders from both Nigeria and Cameroon are continuing to locate missing passengers. Authorities in both countries have also commenced investigations into the circumstances surrounding the incident. The Enugu State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, has announced Saturday, July 25th, for the monthly environmental sanitation exercise across the state. The sanitation exercise will hold between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m., during which movement of persons and vehicles will be restricted, except for security personnel, emergency responders, and other essential service providers on official duty. Residents have been directed to clean their homes, business premises, and drainage channels, while commercial activities, sporting events, and operations at motor parks will remain suspended throughout the exercise to ensure full compliance. ESWAMA warned that mobile courts will prosecute violators of the sanitation order. The authority also reminded residents that payment of the 2026 environmental sanitation rate is ongoing through designated banks and at the agency's headquarters in Enugu. You are watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency issues 7-day flood warning for 17 states. President Tinubu approves new army battalion for Kwara to tackle insecurity. And coming up shortly on the foreign sea, student protests over alleged examination leaks escalate in India. On business, federal government disburses 333 billion naira to power generation companies to clear legacy debts. Stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
You're welcome back. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has dismissed the country's commander-in-chief, General Alexander Syrskyi, in a major shakeup of the military leadership amid the ongoing war with Russia. The decision comes days after the removal of Defense Minister Mikhailo Fedorov, a move that sparked protests in parts of Ukraine and fueled speculation over disagreements within the country's security leadership. Officials later confirmed tensions between the former defense minister and General Syrskyi. General Syrskyi, who assumed command during a critical phase of the conflict, defended his record in a farewell message on Telegram, stating that the Ukrainian military had progressed from a defensive posture to carrying out offensive operations against Russian forces. President Zelensky has appointed General Mikhailo Pradapraiti, a respected battlefield commander, as the new commander-in-chief. Ukrainian authorities said the leadership changes are intended to strengthen military effectiveness as the conflict enters another challenging phase. Student protests over alleged examination paper leaks and corruption in India's education system have intensified, triggering violent confrontations with police in the capital, New Delhi, and spreading to several other cities. The demonstrations, which began as a youth-led campaign demanding accountability and reforms, escalated after security forces used tear gas and batons to disperse protesters attempting to march towards Parliament, drawing widespread public attention. Senior opposition figures, including Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, of the Indian National Congress joined the protests and were briefly detained while demanding the resignation of the country's education minister. Opposition parties have also provided legal and humanitarian support to demonstrators. While political parties view the protests as an opportunity to engage young voters ahead of the key elections, student organizers insist the movement remains independent and focus on education reforms, transparency and employment opportunities. The Indian government says it is taking steps to address the concerns raised by students. The conflict between the United States and Iran has intensified, with the United States carrying out a fresh round of military strikes for an 11th consecutive night against Iranian-linked targets. The United States Central Command said the strikes targeted military infrastructure, logistics facilities, drone storage sites and maritime assets to reduce Iran's capability to threaten commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian state media reported explosions in Tehran, Tabriz, Bushehr, Shabaha and Konarak, while authorities activated air defense systems in several locations. Tehran warned that any attack on its nuclear facilities would be viewed as a significant escalation and threaten retaliation against United States interests and its regional allies. The renewed hostilities follow the collapse of an earlier ceasefire and have heightened tensions across the Gulf region. Kuwait, Bahrain and Jordan also reported intercepting drones and missiles as regional governments continue to monitor the deteriorating security situation. The Anambra State Police Command has launched an intensive investigation into a deadly attack on a settlement in Aguifite, Oka, which left 4 persons dead and several properties destroyed. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Tochukwu Ikenga said operatives of the police-led joint security team responded to a distress call and recovered the bodies of 4 male victims who had sustained multiple injuries. 2 residential huts were also set ablaze during the attack. The command said 4 cows were found dead at the scene, while 2 others had been slaughtered. Security operatives also recovered sacks containing abandoned meat. Preliminary investigations indicate that the attackers were armed with sophisticated weapons, including AK-47 rifles, pump-action guns, double-barrel shotguns, and machetes. The police said one survivor is assisting investigators with useful information, while intelligence-led operations are underway to identify and apprehend those responsible. The command extended condolences to the affected families to the Sarakin Fulani and urged members of the public to remain calm and provide credible information to support the investigation. Now to business news. Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has pledged 2 billion naira towards the establishment of a modern weaving and research center for the renowned Akwete fabric in Okwa East local government area of Abia State. Speaking during a civic engagement with members of the Akwete Weaving Cooperative Society, Senator Tinubu said the proposed center would serve as both a production hub and a training institution, preserving the centuries-old textile heritage while equipping younger generations with modern skills. She urged Nigerians to embrace locally made fabrics as symbols of the nation's rich cultural identity. Governor Alex Oti commended the intervention, noting that his administration has prioritized the revival of the Akwete weaving industry since assuming office in 2023. He stressed that innovation and technology are essential to keeping the indigenous textile industry competitive against imported machine-made alternatives. The event also featured goodwill messages from the wife of the governor, Mrs. Priscilla Oti, who praised the First Lady's Renewed Hope initiative for empowering women and vulnerable groups. The National Agricultural Land Development Authority has unveiled a nationwide initiative to reclaim abandoned forest reserves and transform them into productive agricultural estates aimed at boosting food security and improving rural safety. Speaking during an inspection of the Green Hope Horticultural Project in Ogun State, the body's executive secretary, Mr. Cornelius Adebayo, said many neglected forests have become hideouts for criminal elements. He explained that cultivating and managing such lands would enhance security while creating jobs and increasing agricultural output. As part of the initiative, the agency is partnering with state governments, private investors and commodity associations to establish large-scale agroforestry projects. A flagship program in Kwara State will cultivate about 18,000 hectares of cashew plantations to support local processing industries and stimulate rural economic development. The authority also announced plans to plant more than 1 million trees by 2030 under its environmental sustainability program. The federal government has disbursed 333 billion naira to 8 electricity generation companies under the first phase of its power sector debt financing program, aimed at clearing long-standing liabilities in the industry. Speaking at an investors forum in Abuja, the special advisor to the president on energy, Mrs. Olu Behejen, said the administration had earlier deployed 501 billion naira to settle verified legacy debts and successfully paid the first bond coupon, valued at more than 63 billion naira. She explained that the intervention forms part of Presidential Power Sector Financial Reforms Program, designed to restore liquidity across the electricity value chain, strengthen investor confidence, and improve the financial sustainability of the sector. Officials disclosed that the first phase settled about 22% of verified obligations. Building on the initial success, the government is preparing a 729 billion naira Series 2 bond. 729 billion Series 2 to deepen financing for the sector. Acting Managing Director of the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading Company, Mr. Johnson Akinawo, said the initiative would support stable electricity generation, improve market confidence, and strengthen Nigeria's power supply system. On to sports news. La Liga President Javier Tebas has called for the resignation of FIFA President Gianni Infantino, accusing the World Football Governing Body of placing commercial interests over the integrity of the game following the conclusion of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Tebas criticized several innovations introduced during the tournament, including extended hydration breaks and halftime entertainment, arguing that such measures undermine football's tradition and place excessive emphasis on commercial spectacle. He also referenced the controversies surrounding United States striker Folarin Balogun, following reports that disciplinary decisions were reviewed after alleged political pressure. The incident reportedly contributed to the decision of UEFA President Alexander Ceferin to boycott the World Cup final. The La Liga chief said FIFA's current governance structure requires urgent reform to strengthen transparency, accountability, and the credibility of international football, although FIFA has yet to issue an official response to its remarks. On entertainment news, Nigerian social media personality Ademola Abiodun, popularly known as DJ Chicken, has been released from custody after meeting the bail conditions imposed by the Oba Magistrate Court in Lagos. His lawyer, Rotimi Stephen, alongside activist Omoyele Sowore, confirmed his release from the Kirikiri Correctional Center, adding that the content creator had been advised not to make public comments relating to the ongoing legal proceedings. DJ Chicken was arrested and arraigned over a viral social media video in which he allegedly made threats against Sheyi Tinubu, son of President Bola Tinubu. He faces charges bordering on alleged violations of the Cyber Crimes Act, conduct likely to cause a breach of peace, and alleged threats to life, to which he pleaded not guilty. The court granted him 1 million naira bail with 2 sureties, including a civil servant and a landed relative. The case has been adjourned until August 3, 2026 for the continuation of trial proceedings. And now to end the news, the main point again. The Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency has issued a 7-day flood advisory warning of medium to high flood risk across 17 states between July 21st and July 27th. Director General of the agency, Mr. Omar Mohammed, said rising water levels at several river monitoring stations have exceeded warning thresholds, warning state governments, emergency agencies and residents in vulnerable communities to activate flood response measures and relocate to safer areas where necessary. President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of a new Nigerian Army battalion in Omuaru, Irepodu local government area of Kwara State, to strengthen efforts against kidnapping, banditry and other violent crimes. On the foreign scene, widespread student demonstrations over alleged examination paper leaks and corruption in India's education system intensified in New Delhi, leading to violent clashes with police. And that's the news on Aneke TV. For more stories and breaking news, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as 2 pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone. it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption. It is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft. It is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence. They demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error, not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone. It becomes stronger together.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
As political activities continue ahead of the 2027 general elections, concerns are again mounting over the increasing use of inflammatory language, ethnic profiling, religious intolerance, and misinformation during political campaigns. Political scientists and democracy advocates warn that hate speech remains one of the greatest threats to peaceful elections and national unity in Nigeria. Studies show that divisive political messaging has repeatedly contributed to tension, voter intimidation, and violence during election cycles. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has repeatedly cautioned political parties and supporters against the use of abusive, provocative, and discriminatory campaign language. Ahead of the 2023 elections, INEC warned politicians to avoid what it described as bullying, cyber abuse, and hate speeches, capable of undermining peaceful campaigns and democratic stability. The United Nations also raised concerns over Nigeria's political climate before the 2023 elections. The UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Nigeria, Matthias Schimel, warned that election violence starts with divisive statements and hate speech, urging politicians and supporters to focus on issue-based campaigns instead of inflammatory rhetoric. Political observers say Nigeria has witnessed several dangerous examples over the years. Following the 2011 presidential election, post-election violence erupted in parts of northern Nigeria after months of heated political rhetoric, resulting in deaths, destruction of property, and mass displacement. Researchers studying the elections of 2011, 2015, and 2019 concluded that hate speech had become a major driver of election violence in Nigeria's democratic process. During the 2015 and 2023 election cycles, several campaign messages on television, radio, and social media openly portrayed opponents as enemies of particular ethnic, regional, or religious groups. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, repeatedly sanctioned media organizations for airing inflammatory political content capable of inciting hatred and public disorder. In February 2023, the NBC fined a television station over what it described as hate speech and inflammatory comments linked to election coverage. Experts say the rise of digital media has significantly expanded the spread of political hate speech in Nigeria. According to a recent academic study published by the University of Just Journal of Political Science, Facebook, WhatsApp, X, formerly Twitter, and other platforms were widely used during the 2023 presidential election campaigns to spread divisive narratives, misinformation, and hostile political propaganda. Another research project titled Echo Hate found increasing levels of abusive and hate-filled political conversations online, particularly during elections in Lagos and other politically sensitive states. Political communication experts say hate speech often succeeds because it manipulates fear, identity, and historical grievances. Instead of discussing policies on the economy, education, insecurity, healthcare, and infrastructure, some politicians and supporters resort to ethnic stereotypes, religious sentiments, and personal attacks to influence voters. Analysts warn that such rhetoric weakens democratic institutions, deepens social divisions, and distracts citizens from issue-based political engagement. The National Peace Committee, civil society organizations, religious leaders, and traditional rulers have repeatedly appealed to political actors to embrace peaceful campaigns and responsible communication. INEC says Section 92 of the Electoral Act prohibits abusive language and campaign messages capable of provoking ethnic, tribal, or religious hatred. Media professionals are also being urged to strengthen fact-checking and avoid amplifying inflammatory political narratives. Communication scholars maintain that journalists, broadcasters, and social media influencers have a major responsibility to promote accuracy, fairness, and national cohesion during elections. Observers further note that ordinary citizens also play a crucial role. They say voters must avoid sharing unverified political content online, especially emotionally charged messages designed to provoke anger, hatred, or violence. As Nigeria prepares for another electoral cycle, democracy advocates insist that political competition must focus on ideas, competence, accountability, and national development, rather than division and intolerance. They warn that when hate speech replaces constructive debate, democracy itself becomes endangered.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Please and greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness and brightness, bringing you that daily dose of great things that are happening across the world. I am Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Ken Ochoma. It's a pleasant morning, it's a wonderful morning here. Quite chilly, quite cool. But then again, we're here to do the business of the day. Welcome.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you and to all our global audience, wherever you are, at home, in your office or in transit. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Well, it's a wonderful morning, and we have started the day already, seeing how all of us are appearing on Aneke TV. It's a great day already. I see the smiles on Ochoma's face and Mr. Uche.
And then you're looking quite young. I don't know what happened.
Yes,
what transformed between yesterday and today? I was with you yesterday, and this morning you're looking so young.
Basically, I looked so young yesterday. Maybe I looked more matured yesterday. I was putting on my lines. I mean, my shirt that has a lot of lines. But today I'm on Aneke TV.
Okay, yesterday you were dressed as if you were going to knock on some doors.
Oh yes, of course. But Aneke makes me young. I think.
Aneke makes you young. That's wonderful to hear. But you're jumping some things like you went to do some knocking yesterday.
Some knocking on the doors.
They starching and they say like there was a beautiful maiden somewhere that will be seen after work. Did you take somebody out?
No, I didn't. I didn't really take anybody out. But Ochoma was not even around to.
Yes.
You miss Ochoma.
What?
No,
oh wow.
Ochoma would have.
You've been taking her out.
No, I've not. She would.
I think we've gone on multiple dates.
Oh, now you are being
when
you are bringing
Okpa dates. Now you're influencing a lot of things because we know you're the minister of Okpa, and I wish Kosi is here to begin to chronicle the dates that would happen, and then when they are, don't bring the 14th into the conversation, anyways.
Well, I mean, thank God you are here. Finally, probably you get to prevail over Mr. Uche to redeem all the debts that he's owing. Both the jollof rice, both the okpa, both the special treats.
Hangout and all the rest.
He's been owing me.
No. The point is you're meeting the point. You're so much in a hurry. 14th is not here. What's today's date?
Today is 22nd, of course.
22nd, of course.
Yeah.
So 14th is not here yet.
There are too many 14th.
No, 14th is not here. 14th is yet to come.
I mean, the last time he said on the 14th.
It has to be on a 14th.
The first 14th has passed.
It has to be on a 14th.
Well, it has to really be on a 14th.
Yeah. So we shouldn't talk about it on the 22nd. Yeah. We should talk about it on the 14th.
Yeah, today is already going, and I don't know what you're expecting to see while we deliberate.
Anyway, before we talk about that, it's a special edition of the morning show.
Yeah.
Let's just bring the Aneke TV's in-house analyst, the man who turned handsome. All of a sudden he became more handsome. I've been just the same question I just posed to you. I've been asking him behind the curtains and wanting to know what the moves are. And then yesterday I was asking him about how many of the stops he got. These days there are women who admire this kind of handsome, mature, older, men, veterans like him. So join us to welcome Aneke TV's in-house analyst, the man with deeper insight, years of experience in the field, and this moment, he brings the experience into analyzing news issues. Welcome, Res Arum. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on this special edition.
You're welcome.
It is a wonderful day, and of course today we are all branded.
Yes.
Aneke TV T-shirts.
Yes.
So it's another wonderful outing. Of course, the first of its kind. Since I started with Aneke TV.
Oh, the first of its kind. You being branded on this program. We've been there. We've been doing it, and there have been names and there are mileages. But you're welcome, Mr. Rest.
Thank you. Then.
Yeah, but before I just free you, let the conversation continues. You heard what I was saying and what I was asking Good Hope. The same question I ask you. All of a sudden you transform, start looking handsome, and I'm asking, what's the plan?
Any plan? I already have a wife. I'm old. I've almost. I nearly have accomplished all that I needed to accomplish in life because I'm going down the other side of the century.
I don't know if Ochoma will agree that you're old because we saw a maiden with a beautiful, maiden.
Well, we saw how that turned out. We also how that turned out.
That's just one example.
Has it worked? How has it been?
No, just that theirs hasn't worked doesn't mean that many didn't work.
Yeah, it's just how life
See,
so many.
Why is it Okay, let me ask you this question. Why is it that those at the helm of affairs, those in the leadership position, let me even talk about, let me not mention names. You see the governors, for example, and you see their beautiful younger wives. So, and it's thriving.
Really thriving?
It is.
The presence of money is making things look like it is thriving. We have had experience even around here, and it never worked.
Even money doesn't, even is not available. It doesn't work for the younger generation.
It doesn't
you
work.
know, I believe Good Hope is listening to know that you need money when you are going to do some of these taking outs and days as well. So the fact is that money is important even for the younger generation, not just the older
Incidentally, I
generation.
don't have money to engage in any such thing like that.
Mr. S, Wayo is entering this conversation because we know that these young ladies are now, they will prefer to even handle the bills. So
They
you don't
will
need
think
to
I have
stress.
money, but they will hit a concrete wall when they come in.
Don't you think they have the money to do the takings out and taking care of themselves? Just the biblical, days coming where 7 women will want to answer res arum.
It's just about when I was in the law class. Many of them comes to sit near me, especially during exams. But
so you were a supplier. You were a supplier.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Mr. S,
well, I wasn't supplying anything. It's only that they wanted to grab a little bit of the grey matters in me. That's all.
Okay. All right. we're moving to our quote for the morning. Our quote this morning is from Buddha. He says, every morning, this is a spiritual quote, so I would like us to take a moment to review this. Every morning we are born again. What we do today is what matters most. Every morning we are born again. What we do today is what matters most. The Holy Book would say that the mercies of God are renewed every morning, such that what you did the previous day ought to be different. The motivation that you had yesterday, the urge, the desire to do things that mattered yesterday shouldn't be the same as what you used today. That every morning you are to do a new thing. Every day you're to do something that when you look back at the end of the day, you would realize that you've accomplished something. So it is what you do today that matters the most, and then you plan for what you would do tomorrow. But yesterday is already gone. Every morning we are born again. Every morning we are renewed. Every morning we are giving a clearer, perspective to purpose, clearer perspective to vision, and is what we do today that would count in history and will be replicated in the coming future.
Yeah, it's actually very true that being born again is still to be related to the Buddha, because from what he said, every morning we are born again. We do today is what we do today is what matters most. So I can also tell you that taking a step, one step at a time, while we are moving towards the election that is coming up, taking one step at a time. What have you done today? What did you do today? What are you going to do today? Are you going to go out there and get your PVC? Are you going to register? What are you doing now? Of course, like Ochoma said, what you do today will matter tomorrow. So every day has its own born again story. So you have to make it the most of today, and you have to make it the most of the day. Go out there, don't be behind the keys, don't be a netizen. Yes, don't just be with hashtags trying to proliferate or bring your ideas without being actionable. So you must take action. That's really what I could tell you that Buddha is saying today.
You see, when you go to sleep, you kind of lose consciousness because you never know where you are. And after the sleep, it's like you have come back anew. It's like the beginning of a new life. So whenever you go to bed and then come back in the morning, it is a new life. That is being born again. That is exactly God has given back life to you. And from that new life, you'll be able to actually design what you are going to do with yourself, what you're going to do for the society, what your contributions will be. I think Buddha is one of the men of wisdom, one of the wisest people that has ever existed, and was able to come out with such a statement that is accepted by all. So being born again means you must have to renew the way you understand things, renew the way you approach things, renew the way you handle things, because you have passed through another life and have come back to a new life.
Very well said. You know, for me, this quote is quite apt, but I'm most interested in the second part of it, coming from the wise Buddha. What we do today is what matters most. Yes, every morning we are refreshed, but what comes after, you know, like you rightly said, after we wake up is what matters. And I can tell you one thing that we can do that would matter. And that is living a better today for the future, living a better today for those to come after. You know, I keep telling you about how in Southeast Nigeria we cherish M.I. Okpara, we talk about Dr. Kanebiam and the likes. And when you go to Southwest, you talk about Baba Awolowo, you know, free education. And then you go to Northern Nigeria, you talk about the heroes, the great people that ensure that there was a granite pyramid. So these people, will speak about them because we saw that they've bequeathed to us a good future. I bear the fact that we got derailed, but who can, you know, change the tide? We can leave a better Nigeria for the next generation. And that's, for me, what we can do today that would matter most.
Yeah, all right, we take a short break. When we return, we bring you the weather updates. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Welcome back. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, Sun, The Guardian, Daily Telegraph, and the Showbiz newspaper. Now we are looking at the Punch headline where we have reps intensify fake agency probe, give MDAs 48-hour ultimatum. Now on The Guardian we have PFIPC probe, reps issues ultimatum to MDAs as Falana waits Adeyemi's defense. Now on the Daily Sun we have CBN confirms opening PFIPC accounts on Accountant General's directive. Now on the Daily Trust we have NNPCL's 7.1 trillion naira energy security spending faces scrutiny. Now on the Vanguard we have reps to ONSA, that's Office of the National Security Advisor. Explain why you ignored alerts on PFIPC. That's what the reps are trying to get from the Office of the National Security Advisor. This is on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper. Now we have The Nation. It says National Security Advisor in November, letter to ministry, PFIPC illegal. Now the New Telegraph, we have federal government warns Bauchi, Edo, Imo, Kaduna, Plateau, Benue, 11 others of imminent flood. I take it again on the New Telegraph. We have federal government warns Bauchi, Edo, Imo, Kaduna, Plateau, Benue, 11 others of imminent flood. Now on the Showbiz, just where we have children aren't property, Dotun tells separated parents. We're starting today's analysis from the Vanguard newspaper headline, which says, from Vanguard News, yes, that's where we're starting. Explain why you ignored alerts on PFIPC. That's from where we're starting the analysis. It says the House of Representatives has set up an ad hoc committee to probe how the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, a non-existent agency with no legal backing, got 1.302 billion naira allocated in the 2026 budget and is demanding the Office of the National Security Advisor to explain why it ignored prior alerts about the entity. While the House pushes for answers on budget and process failures and possible unauthorized entities, the Senate has declined a separate probe, saying it will wait for the ICPC investigation ordered by President Tinubu. This is still on the issue that has been trending for weeks now.
Yeah, you see, there's been this problem of the fake agency whose Director General, as claimed by him, Adeni headed, and then there's still various, investigations. There were investigations by the police, and of course they are at the stage of prosecution. Investigation ordered by the President, ICPC, and of course the hearing or the committee set up by the House of Representatives. While the Senate has remained they just shelved their own investigation until the ICPC, some report comes out. So, but in that of House of Representatives, many people have actually appeared, including that of the Ministry of External Affairs, which threw more light on the fake agency. And while they were operating, they wanted to work with the Ministry of External Affairs. But about three times they were able to write, they wrote to the Ministry of External Affairs. The ministry refused to collaborate with them. And then the ministry had to write the Office of the National Security Advisor, alleging or possibly asking him to clear the legality or illegality of that agency. Of course, from all they had, their submissions, that they wrote to the Office of the secretary to the government, who actually confirmed that that office is not known in government. And after confirming it's not known, they also replied the office of the National Security Advisor. So, but the question now is, because the office, nobody came, or even the National Security Advisor did not appear before that panel, nobody has known exactly what proactive measures that the National Security Advisor must have taken or had taken, given the room, given the room that the budget eventually passed through the National Assembly, through the Ministry of Budget and Planning and all that. So the question is, why did the National Security Advisor, why did he not unravel? Why did he not find out when it has been complained to him? To what extent had the office gone to find out whether Adeyemi and his purported agency is genuine or not genuine, until water passed under the bridge, until what happened, because these things happened at about June, July, and nothing happened. And even when Adeyemi was eventually arrested, budget still went through. So how did it come? And of course, the issue of central bank opening a domiciliary account, it was done. And now there are two claims by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, whether it was done. On one part that it was not done, on the other part it was, it was found that it was done, including the central bank already confirmed that they opened that domiciliary account. So why was the Office of the Accountant General now speaking through both mouths, both sides of their mouth, saying it was not done, and at the same time coming back to agree it was done? Then you go back and now look at the committee that are threatening fire and brimstone should the Office of the National Security Advisor do not come to clear issues on that inquiry. So they said they are going to now invoke everything within their capacity for the role of oversight function vested in the National Assembly, vested in the House of Representatives, if they do not come before that committee. Because that committee, they said, was legitimately and constitutionally formed, and it is their responsibility to look at such issues, because they have such powers to hold the government also accountable, especially the executives. So in that line, we are now waiting whether the National Security Advisor will appear before the committee, or we will now begin to show that this is a nation of strong men who do not believe in the rule of law. Because Section 88, 89 empowered the National Assembly to do such oversight functions as making inquiries, holding the government accountable in various ways, and which they are doing. So if it is not done, they're going to now use everything within the ambit of the law to ensure that they will do their job successfully.
Okay, to add to that, as much as we've seen that the ICPC ordered by the president are, currently investigating Adeyemi himself, I must commend the House of Representative Ad Hoc Committee, who are also, carrying out their own investigations, and have, aside, questioning the OSNA, or, demanding that he explains why he ignore the alert. We also read that they have summoned the NSA, Nuhu Ribadu, and the Foreign Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bianca Dumegwu, to explain how an agency existed, you know, despite not having its legitimacy and its government establishment. So it just goes to show that all the things that we've been discussing here in the studio is something that is being considered. Because I remember one of the things Ms. Tuche kept asking is, it's not only Bajabia Miller that we should be questioning. There are other people that, you know, needs to be questioned. Yesterday we learned in the news that the CBN, you know, admitted that is 2 domiciliary accounts were opened by the Accountant General, although they were not funded. Because weeks ago we learned that from the Accountant General that no account was opened. So there are so many contradicting statements that when these persons that are being, their names are being mentioned, are being called in for questioning, we then might find a playing ground. Then the conversation can start, okay, with all those persons coming in to say or state their own sides to the story, we can then, with the proper investigations ongoing, can then, you know, finally decide on who is guilty, who allowed an agency that was not, you know, established duly to be allocated 1.306 billion naira on appropriation bill, and then we can find how to recover the money, know who's lying, and know who needs to be prosecuted.
For me, this is uncalled for. I would say, talking about, you know, the state of our nation, where we are looking into having to, you know, query and know how this whole, you know, agency came about. I would tell you that this is not actually the right time to take this. This agency has existed more than a year right now. They have existed more than a year. And looking at the office of the National Security Advisor, who is being questioned why, when he received the alert, why was he not proactive? Why was there some, you know, calmness from that side? I think it should involve every parties to come together to know actually why, you know, they did not reacted about it, and they had to keep calm. Of course, ICPC is having their investigations right now, and I must tell you that when all the holes are being busted, we will now see where the leakages are coming from. For me, Nigeria is bigger than having such cases coming out, and it's been rolling out for weeks. It is not something to write home about. But thank God for the investigations, thank God for ICPC, and thank God for the cases which have been, the parties who are now involved. Although there are confusions, they are, like Ochoma pointed out, they had to agree, and they now had to not agree later. But we're going to see what happens at the end of the day.
All right. Many people may be celebrating the fact that the House of Rep is investigating, but I must state the obvious fact. The one, I'm not keenly excited about what is going on regarding this very issue. I think this whole attempt is at confusing and watering down the import of having an inquest into this very situation. We have the police who are prosecuting, investigating and prosecuting at the same time. We have the chief of staff to the president who has instituted 15 billion libel suit against Adeyemi. You have the legislature investigating the matter, and there is an executive order from Mr. President to ICPC to investigate and come up with a comprehensive report as before 30 days rather. And here, what are we talking about? There is multiplication of investigation. Now, let me start with House of Reps. Why did it take them this long to know that they would investigate this matter? We've been talking and crying out about this issue. It's been in the headlines, in the news. It's getting into the second month. Everyone is now trying to, you know, make cover up, make bold face, and then you're investigating. From where I sit, without fear of equivocation, I think that even the legislature should be investigated in all this. The investigation should start even with the legislature. Having said that, you see, one would not, and I continue to opine, that we cannot be against people who think that the state is making effort in covering up the situation rather than uncovering the truth. And that's what the Nigerian people need. They need to know the truth. We need to know how our resources are being pilfered away, wasted, and the enablers of such. It's not about who is wrong or right. It's about having an independent inquest. Let us know how many other phantom agencies exist. Because names have been mentioned, and it has gotten to a point where the media got involved. They couldn't be swept under the carpet. And here we are having, multiple investigations. The people that should come to the inquest and give information are the ones who are the prosecuting witnesses in one hand. At the other time, they are the ones instigating libel suits. And I'm not saying that Gbajabiamila is wrong. And I maintain, and I insist, from the narrative I've gotten, I think Gbajabiamila may be a victim of circumstances. And to me, still innocent until he can no longer prove his innocence. Because DME has failed to answer pertinent question. But let's leave that for now. Now, the ONSA is being invited. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has, for me, to an extent, presented a tangible position that they wrote to the office of ONSA to investigate, because they've seen a discrepancy in modus operandi of this agency. And what happened? This is the question. It begins to tell you the lack of responsibility with which those who are saddled with the very responsible positions of ensuring the orderliness, especially with security, which is the primary purpose of every government across the globe, to secure the life and property of its citizens. If we could, let me not say neglect or negligence, until the ONSA comes to answer why they would let this, pass by them, even having been informed, which shouldn't be the case. The security agency should have been the ones to detect, because this operation is coming near the very seat of power. I remember that in the arena, we had a guest who highlighted it quite well and pointed us to the right direction, that this may not be phantom as a whole, because it has a line, it was a line item in the national budget, predicting this administration. The era of President Muhammadu Buhari, there was a similar agency. What we saw is a change in nomenclature. So if it wasn't a line item in the budget, it would have been very difficult to smuggle it in. And we know it wasn't smuggled. So what we are owed, while the police are carrying out their investigation, the legislature are carrying out their own investigation, very soon the ICPC is doing their own. Maybe we'll see an executive inquest. The office of the Accountant General of the Federation, the CBN, and every party mentioned should come with clean hands. And then the Nigerian people will know what is really transpiring. But all these attempts, for me, is amounting to even more wasteful of the state resources, because you're inviting individuals. They don't go there, they don't buy fuel on their own accord. So let's have a public inquest. Invite judges, retired justice of the Supreme Court or the High Court, who are known to have their reputation intact, not those that could be bought over. Then let us see how we'll save this nation from this path. I so submit.
All right, I'll move on to the next story. This is from the Guardian newspaper. The headline reads, 4 years after 1 billion barrels frontier basins recovery. Federal government shops for investors as NNPC's 3 billion naira North oil exploration lags. Now, 4 years after the federal government announced a 1 billion barrel oil and 500 billion cubic feet gas discovery in the Kolmani Frontier Basin, oil exploration in the northern Nigeria has lagged with little commercial progress, despite over $3 billion spent in 2 decades and 235.6 billion naira deducted by NNPCL in just 7 months from 2025. The Frontier Exploration Fund. Major investors have stayed away, leaving NNPC to fund these projects alone. Now, with drilling stalled, the federal government is now shopping for investors to de-risk the Kolmani project and other northern bases, as NNPCL says Frontier exploration remains a top priority under the Petroleum Industry Act. And according to the Chief Executive Director of NUPRC, almost 300 companies initially expressed interest in the licensing round before the figure was reduced to 196 and eventually 156 participants under this bid.
Since time immemorial, that is, since after discovery of the Olobri oil reserve, from where Nigeria became an oil-producing nation in the 60s, Nigerian government, after the war, has been funding exploration research in the northern part of Nigeria. Given the fact that the oil is in the south and the north, believe there could be oil also in the north. If there has been oil in the north, well, maybe, probably Nigeria may have integrated or disintegrated by now. But eventually, the exploration, the research for oil in the north has taken so many billions of naira. And at a point, they were able to uncover the part of the north where there is oil reserve. The NNPC has been doing that, in making sure that that exploration starts and begin to yield revenue for the nation. But many oil companies who were interested came, and then given the factors inherent in Nigeria, they were still not able to give these contracts or sign contracts with the oil firms so that they will commence production in earnest. And secondly, you find that there's a whole lot of insecurity in northern Nigeria, especially in the northeast, where the oil was found. The basin, the area, the basins, the oil we are seeing are not safe. So you now think about who are the oil companies that will need so much money to invest on security alone for their organization to even thrive in drilling the oil. So now the federal government is shopping for those who will come and do a contract and begin to explore the oil and begin to drill it. But I do not see anything that will make any foreign firm or even the local firms who are interested in oil drilling to actually come to a place you know is very much insecure. The hub, Nigeria is becoming a hub of terrorists and kidnappers and what have you. People who kidnap for money, people who are terrorists who destabilize and kill people for the sake of terror, just being terror. Maybe they're involved in one illicit trade or the other, which they intend to protect. Of course, they talk about mining. Those who are involved in mining try to do this thing. Then you think about other terror groups that are involved in cow rustling and so on and so forth. So the place is quite insecure. I do not see any person or any organization that is sane to actually start an investment until the security situation improves. So that is why the federal government now is, they said everything lags. Everything lags. The NNPC have been spending money and so on. And you find that even NNPC on their own have spent so much money in every time you hear there's about 7 point something trillion uncovered, which couldn't give account of, and what they did with the money has not even been established that they use that money to do this or to do that. But you talk about 7-point-something trillion. So these are all the things that I think when people allude to or allege that we are nearing a failed state or a failed state entirely, they may not be far from the truth the way they are making such allusions, because you are not talking about an agency of government that is vested with the responsibility of management of the government revenue, the revenue of the country. Then they dip their hands because maybe there have been this or that legislation in the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA, and then they dip their hand and not give an account, because an audit 2024 has shown that 7-point-something trillion, very close, about almost the half of our present, half of the budget some few years back, when we had 15 trillion budget and so on. Half of the budget was deducted by that agency that is not paid into the federation account, because all these monies are supposed to be paid into the federation account. Then, and what they do with it, they couldn't give account of it. That's what the audit report says. And then you ask yourself, why are these agencies of government? The refineries are not working, yet the agencies are spending billions in recurrent expenditure. Even capital, a few capital expenditure, they still do some capital expenditure without recourse to the fact that they are not productive. They are under situation of non-productivity, except for the sale of crude oil. That is the only thing they tell you they are productive. They are regulating the sale of crude oil, the drilling of crude oil, and then, but with all this, when these oils are, drilled, brought out, sold, they will now withhold so much money, part of the something. So we are actually in trouble in terms of accountability in Nigeria.
Okay, for me, I would say that $3 billion is not a small money to want to recover. But the thing is, are they willing to allow these investors, take, because for something that has been abandoned for, so long a time, eventually if these investors come, would they allow them and take their time to restore or to, build up to a certain point where they can create revenues? Or are they looking for some company that would just, create a return on investment immediately? That's on one part. Secondly, if the foreign investors are not willing to, purchase this mine, this Komani oil field that is located between Bauchi and Gombe, what about the local investors? There is Dangote, and I'm sure that there are other, refineries who would want to, because this is within the Nigerian region, this is in the country. So if the foreign investors are not coming and they're not willing to, abide by whatever rules, pertaining to the business structure that they might have, they could as well consider local investors.
All right, very well said. Mr. Reyes, while I listen to you talk about these things, you quite as if you read my mind in highlighting, what NNPC has become to this nation. But beyond this, I look at the situation and I want to ask one question. Did we carry out critical studies before venturing into this exploration? And these studies, are we truly sure that it was 1 billion barrels of frontier oil basins that was discovered in these basins? Speak to around our explorations around Lake Chad basins and co. Overnight in the previous administration, we woke up to hear about this exploration. Though it's been there for years, but there was this urgency and a sort of it became a mandate. And we wanted oil at all costs and exploration to happen overnight. And the manner it happened, so it was pursued. We are thinking that by now there should have been another bigger than Dangote refinery sited so close to this basin. But be that as it may, these numbers that we are told, are we sure the oil deposit there are up to 1 billion barrels? These are truths that needs to be said. And I am quite particular about this when I look at and link out the situation that we'll have in Kogi State. Talk about the iron, this thing in, what's the name of that city in Lokoja? In Kogi State, where we cited that powerful steel rolling mill. Yes, and what has become of it? Because Ajokuta Steel Company, sorry, thank you. We saw the report as to why that steel company should not be cited at that very location. But on the altar of politics, we left where there were all deposits that would have been even more, the steel rolling mill would be more productive, and cited it at the very location. And today it has become a carcass of itself, not adding any value. And I don't know any investor who is so willing to take that liability of Nigerian state. And today we are talking about this, which is why I ask these questions. Where are the feasibility studies? Let us see that what we have is actually these numbers, and then look at the amount we are banding about. Let me tell you, if the prospects are so overwhelming, before even Dangote will blink an eyelid, you will see these oil majors. They will be there. You don't need to, woo investors to come in. They would come in and take over that. And this is where, as a people, we need to do much more, in our explorations and being sincere with ourselves, and not on the altar of political sentiments or regional sentiments. We just want to, some things to be in some places, and you quite highlighted it very well. And I do not want to, when the investigation about some, funds connecting to the NMPCL, is being banded, and I'll be told that this amount somehow got that money and then it will be buried. No, we need to be careful and know that we have to, as a people, leave something behind for the next generation.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates on the newspaper review. Stay with us.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Welcome back, still on Aneke TV's Sunrise this morning, where we have on the new Telegraph, the headline says federal government warns 17 states of imminent flood. The federal government, through the Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, issued a national flood advisory forecasting a medium flood risk. It has warned 17 states of imminent flooding due to heavy rainfall and rising water levels, according to an alert from the National Flood Early Warning Center. Over 1,400 communities across 28 states and FCT have been identified as at risk between July 21st and July 27th, 2026, with critical risk areas including Lagos, Rivers, Bayelsa, Delta, Anambra, Kogi, Benue, and other major cities. The federal government urged residents in flood-prone zones to take precautionary measures, clear drainages and relocate, noting that 140,228 people in 21 states have already been affected by floods in 2025 so far. So this is about the
even in 2026.
Yes, of course.
So many has been affected by the flooding, especially in Lagos. And now we have identified many states of the Federation, about 17 states. Is it? About 70
Yes.
states.
About 70 states.
So you find out that you see, flood is also a disaster. And then people have been warned, this early warning. So it's not about warning. A government too, of course, a little proactive. But in advanced world, what government to do is to begin to evacuate people, begin to provide places where these people will hang on until after the flood. Evacuate them, take them places where they'll be safer. That is the way it is done.
Sorry, Mr. Rez, why can't we have permanent solution to these situations? Must we keep rescuing people?
No, flooding is a natural disaster, sometimes man-made. Like when they release water from a dam in Cameroon, it tends to come through the river Benue into Nigeria. And all the basins, all the locations around river Benue to Lokoja always experience a lot of flooding. That is when it is man-made.
But we know that this will happen.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. When we have been told, people still, because they have nowhere to go. When you talk about government, do we have enough housing at maybe upland areas? That is why. And some of these people are living at the lowest part of the country, and lowest part of the places where they live, which tends to get flooded when the water level rises. And many of them are like fishermen. They're always near, water areas. And then when there's a rise, their houses will be submerged by the flood. So these are all things. But what I do, when I say government should be able to do certain things, they should be able to enforce relocation of people when the flood, because there's early warning and they always know. The meteorological agencies know about this flooding and where the places is going to happen. So what is the responsibility of government? Welfare of the people. So what they will do is, because there's going to be flood, hey, come on, most of you here should get to the upland. Do you understand? Those who do not have places to go, government will help them. Make shifts, what do you call this IDP?
IDP camps.
Yes, make IDP camps where they'll come, they'll stay there until after the rain and the flood recedes. Then they could go back to wherever they are. And that solves it better than anything else. But now, people are being warned. Just find out, within now and the time they'll just say, a lot of people will be killed, a lot of people will be affected, a lot of people will be homeless, and so on and so forth. Yet, the warnings have come, and nobody is heeding to that. So, and government is not going to do any other thing except the warning.
I mean, for me, it's going to be interesting that we are proactive with what we say, but not proactive with action. We have seen it happen over time. Even just last month, there was flooding in Lagos. I would also not really direct or say directly to those who construct. Of course, it's a warning, but those who build houses, the construction side of our nation, those who, feature in this, they should also factor in flooding while they are, building or while they are constructing. Because these things,
environmental impact assessment.
Yes, it's really
but it is not done most often when these engineers or those people who are supposed to do the environmental impact assessment of whatever structure they are going to. Most often they do it haphazardly, and it will not work when the flood comes.
Because even at the IDP you are referring that they should be taken to, that IDP could be flooded too. I mean,
no, that is where the upland.
On the upland, so
yes, it's upland. Wherever you want to resettle those who are going to be prone to flood, you take them to the uplands. If you go to Kogi State, for instance, you have a lot of hilly areas, where you could. And in so many states, take a look at Plateau. They said Plateau, they'll be flooded. And then you ask yourself, where will the flooding actually get the people? But you find that there are certain basins, certain lakes, basins across the state, where people tend to settle. And why do they settle around water areas? Where they will have water, where they have access to water. That is the purpose. And most often when people are going, even the herdsmen, they go through areas where they can easily find water to feed their herds and all that. Even Abraham in the Bible, remember, sometimes they had to dig a well, and they had problems about well issues and so on. So, you know, water is very necessary.
It's very necessary.
A little away from the 17 states, we also realize that because the news says high risks, that doesn't, you know, neglect the fact that there are other states that are prone to flooding. Because earlier in the news today, we read that a certain area in Bend, the local government now has a big gully that has been caused by this erosion and flooding. So it's just a call to everyone, because one of the things I ask is, what are the preparations that are being set up prior to the rain? Because if you start fixing up anything now, it may not hold because the water is coming and these structures may not be formidable. But we have the periods before the raining season comes. We have the periods before the rain starts. And if states that are being announced now understand that they are living in a flood-prone area, what measures is the government and the people putting in place to ensure that, okay, we've experienced flooding this year, we know what it has cost us, and then what measures are we setting up for the next year to come? Because it looks like when these reviews or what's it called now, by the agencies are released, it's just, okay, they've said it, let us look for fire brigade measures and set up.
And set up. Now, next year, there will be still the same fire brigade approach, and it's not making sense.
Nigeria is not a nation that is known to have, you know, hazards. We're not prone to earthquakes. We don't have volcanoes. These are, like Mr. Rex said, these are man-made. So if man has made them, man cannot make them. You may not entirely solve flooding issues, but you can put in measures, prepare them, elevate your house. Don't build houses in places that are lowlands. And then maybe when the rain comes, to have minimal to no effect of the rains.
All right, very well said. Some of them are not man-made. They are man-made and they are not man-made situations. But, you know, we're in a place where governments will always want to build fine roads, commission empty classroom blocks and all that. The things we do and call them developments, rather than even, like you rightly said, the responsibility of government about welfare of the people. And welfare, when you look at welfare, you know that that is broad, and that's where real development starts from. Chema was talking about natural disasters. We rarely have them. They are very minimal here. But in even nations where you've seen hurricanes, you know, they will alert the people. And this is where I tell you the part of government in it. Yes, one thing we've all established is that this is it has a two-pronged blame situation, one on the government part, one the people themselves. But what the government can do, and I've seen even in hurricane situations, natural disasters, you will see government moving and forcefully eject people from such locations. What do? You know, we are talking about this repeating itself and all that. Yes, and they are seasonal. So, but what about making sure that there are no people inhabiting these areas before this period? Before the dams will be opened and we'll see flooding, you know, across Benue, Lokoja, you know, Kaduna, the rest of them. There are things that could be done. And then on the human aspect of it, it's hard time we'll begin to be serious, you know, with ourselves. Very soon we'll begin to sing Nungdumit for some people, because knowing that there are people that will be victims, people that will be killed in flooding. But collectively, it is a collective responsibility of everyone, with the government as well. So everyone has to take responsibility, and then we'll find a way to begin to navigate this situation. Mr. Rez rightly pointed out, yes, we had fishermen in the past. I will continue to have fishermen. Those of them who are Christian, you talk about Peter, you know, who was called from his fishing expedition to come and become the fisher of men. Yeah. So they will always want to be near water. But when the tides are so high and, you know, it becomes dangerous, we may have to evacuate. And this, you know, is not so a palatable news to keep hearing about Nigeria. Last year we saw the First Lady making donation in Niger State, and this year again we're already waiting to see what donations, because we will cry out when it happens. that people should be relocated and put placed in beyond the IDP camps. What are we doing? That should be the conversation.
Okay, moving on to the story. This story on the Punch newspaper. nscdc busts fake Lagos varsity, rescues 107 students. nscdc busts fake Lagos varsity, rescues student. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps has busted a fake university in Lagos and rescued 107 students who were enrolled in the unaccredited institution. Operatives said the school was running fraudulent admission and tuition schemes, luring students with false promises of degrees. The rescued students are being profiled and reunited with families, while the operators of the fake varsity are set to face prosecution. The command has announced that they arrested 12 other suspects in separate operations linked to illegal migration, human trafficking, and among those arrested were a Cameroonian and a Nigerian, amongst other Nigerians.
All right, Mr. Rice, our quest for certificate, they land us anywhere as a people. There is schools in Benin Republic. There are people from Ghana that Nigeria has ceased to recognize the certificate.
Sure.
And now within even our borders here in Badagry, people are being hoodwinked. Can't we distinguish between what they call it, catering schools, higher colleges where you go and do some sittings and pass your GCE levels from the universities?
Yeah, that has always been the case. When you talked about the one in Benin Republic, of course, we had so many people that went there. Even a journalist went there to investigate what was happening. He went there, stayed, they gave him all those things, he got the certificate and so on before he busted that in the news a few years back. A journalist from Nigeria. So, and that of Benin, they eventually closed that, and the federal government refused to recognize schools attended in Benin, many of them, the university institutions, except ones they actually know is right. So we are even in Nigeria here, we have had universities that were not given the license to operate, who were operating then. They were all published and of course closed down. The National University Commission actually worked with the security agencies to close down. They even advertised it and asked people not to get enrolled. It's now that such universities are beginning to rear their heads up. That is the situation on ground. Because before now, they had earlier, clamped down on illegal universities that were not given accreditation to operate. And of course, from there, it was based on that they stopped the distant learning programs of some of the universities who, have satellite campuses in various locations because of the illegalities that were being perpetrated by these schools. So I think it's a welcome development for the NCDC, the Civil Defense Corps, to have actually fished out such a school and clamped down on it and arrested people. Beyond that, the NSDC, or NSCDC, or whatever,
Civil Defense,
the Civil Defense Corps, they've been able to actually get involved in arresting illegal aliens, those who are even involved in Ponzi business. Ponzi business has begun to rear its head up in Nigeria again. There was a time when it was everywhere. At a point, the whole thing went down. Until most recently, the Ponzi, the NRC Ponzi came in like MMM and then dealt with Nigerians. Now, people are now beginning to be scared. In no distant time, you find that one coming out from somewhere.
People were just taking the other time. It's always been there. Nigerians always want to.
The civil defense, they arrested people who are involved in some of these Ponzi deals. Even the students of that fake university were also lured into Ponzi business. When they come in, they give them mouth-watering ideas that they are going to make money. They started a Ponzi business and they were going into it and all that, extorting money from them.
It's quite unfortunate, but one would think that Nigerians are so intelligent to discern when a university is supposed to be a university or, a fake agency, and then connecting it to Ponzi schemes. Kudos to the civil defense that have gone ahead to rescue these individuals, and then those that were trafficked as well. We hope that some of them that are not yet unmasked will be uncovered and people will be freed. But Nigerians should, find a way not to stop cutting corners. It's when you don't want to do the right thing that you see yourself getting into such schemes, and the institutions that are not accredited, sit down, read, pass JAMB, and then get into a conventional university. And these days, they are still the national open universities one can take advantage of in that regard. However, at this point, we will go to do some miracles where we will transform people. And then in this instance, we want to welcome and change him from Mr. Good Hope to the sports oracle himself.
Right, thank you very much. Now, in the world of sports, we've had a lot of events, but let's start with the Anthony Joshua's fight that is coming this weekend. The fight, his very first fight after 7 months of being off the ring. You remember the event that happened, why he had to take some break, because he had this fight with Jake Paul in December, and after the fight, he had an accident on 28th of December that that took the life of 2 of his associates. Right now, he is back. By Saturday, July 25th, he's going back to the ring, and it's going to be an amazing time. Still talking about football, talking about what's happening. Anthony Taylor, the famous English coach, is set to retire from professional officiating of matches after 2 decades of serving. That is something we have seen. Yes, Anthony Taylor, yes, he is retiring. He's going off from the radar of officiating matches. We will miss him, of course. Other teams who he has been so good to would still miss him, but because in officiating matches, is
there a coach, a referee?
No, he's a referee. Yeah, he's a referee. Sorry.
But some of these coaches, they have teams they support.
Some of the
he could support him, but I want to know actually if Taylor is in coaching or referee.
No, he's a referee. Sorry, I had to be clear on that. Now,
no, but what I'm asking you is, there are situations where we've seen referees who wear some club jerseys under their. Is it possible?
I think that's AI, really. That's really AI, because that may not be possible, because FA has to check you.
AI generated issues have caused a lot of problems worldwide.
Yeah, it was really.
No, but I know about the English agency that handles the referees. Is a very thorough one.
Yeah.
They are very diligent in their duties, such that they would uncover if there are such sentiments. Where you're supporting any. You can imagine a referee supporting Arsenal. Imagine what that would do.
Imagine that would.
And you will never ever, stop from mentioning Arsenal. Which club do you actually support?
Are you asking that question?
Well, yes.
Let me answer him. Let me give you.
Let me give you an honorable answer. Let me give you an honorable answer.
I want to give you an answer. Okay. You ask the club I'm supporting. Yes. All right. I support the most successful English club in history.
Liverpool.
Okay, you said it.
Well, and then whenever you want to make a reference, always try to sell your club to us.
Liverpool doesn't need to be sold. Liverpool doesn't need to be sold.
Are you making a mockery of Arsenal?
No, the point is that we want Arsenal to come up.
Do you want
Arsenal to come up?
You are making a mockery of Arsenal.
We want you to come up. We just don't want the low budget. We don't want the low budget club that keeps hanging his shoulders among the big boys. You come up.
We have
you want to be a big boy.
When you say low budget, no. Arsenal is
a low budget club.
No.
It's a low budget football club.
No.
Yes, Arsenal makes money, but it's a low budget club.
Well, we're going to see.
Poverty mentality has ridden over Arsenal. They make all the money, spending it becomes a problem. So it's a low budget club.
Let me tell you.
You make billions and then you sign thousands of players.
Excuse me. Let me tell you something.
You come to Rangers, you wouldn't want to pay them for the years of service.
How you handle your own business is not the same another person will handle his own business.
Okay.
So those who are the handlers of Arsenal, they handle their business based on the way they have planned to handle their business.
That's
the Champions League will still start. So we would have this conversation.
More.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, that's the much time we'll take this morning on the morning show. Thank you so much for sitting with us through this time. Till coming again same time tomorrow. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you very much for waking up with us.
And Aneke TV's in-house analyst. Look at him. The man is so handsome, and I pray he continue to be this handsome. I just pity you. Yes, yes. I'm so happy to see him like this, and I'm happy for the stops that he will be having on the road as well. So, Mr. Resarum, it's a pleasure having you, so right.
Thank you for having me, but don't associate me with having stuff on your road. And for you, viewer, continue to watch Aneke TV.
And Uche Osai, remember you're unique. Keep watching Aneke TV. Till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire. Golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded?
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you a heartbeat of issues, politics, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we'll take a look at Southeast, building a one region, one market economy. There was a time when the Eastern region was not just a part of Nigeria's economy, but one of its proud engines. In the 1960s, the Southeast stood tall as a center of industry, commerce, innovation, and productive energy. It was a region driven by enterprise and defined by resilience. But that story was interrupted, first by war, then by years of neglect, crumbling infrastructure, policy exclusion, and the relentless destruction caused by gully erosion that continues to consume roads, homes, farmlands, and entire communities. Yet, Even in the face of these setbacks, the spirit of the Southeast has never died. Today's conversation is therefore not just about memory, it's about recovery, it's about restoration, and more importantly, it is about the future. The idea of building a one region, one market economy is not a slogan for political decoration. It is a bold economic rescue mission. It is the attempt to reconnect a people to their productive strength, to replace fragmentation with unity, and to turn 5 separate states into one formidable economic force. Because the truth is simple. No region rises by operating in pieces. No economy becomes competitive when its markets are divided, its policies are inconsistent, its infrastructure is disconnected, and its leaders work in silos. The Southeast can no longer afford a system where trade is burdened by internal barriers, where investors face uncertainty, and where economic potential is trapped by administrative rivalry. What is at stake here is far bigger than commerce. It is about jobs. It is about youth opportunity. It is about rebuilding confidence. It is about giving the next generation a region that works as hard as its people do. So the question before us is urgent and unavoidable. Can the Southeast finally convert its history of pain into a platform for progress and build a truly unified economic future that serves traders, manufacturers, workers, and investors alike? And joining us with deeper insight on this issue is Onyedika Abo, who is a public affairs analyst and one who has over the years championed the development of Southeast Nigeria. Mr. Onyeka, it's a pleasure to have you one more time on the Insight.
Thank you very much.
Yes. I'm excited to have you, but on the other hand, before I really go into this proper, it would be right to understand if you agree with me. Why I love having you on this program is that you're one person that will tell me, I disagree with you on this, that this is the way it should be. So do you, first of all, like the governor of Enugu State, petermbah, he called for Southeast Common Market and warned that the region can no longer operate as 5 parallel states. In practical terms, he said we need to somewhat unify and have a common market. And I'm asking you, do you really agree when we talk about the Southeast building a common market?
Obviously, in your intro, you quite read a lot of line that connotes the same position of the governor, which means if we are still fragmented as 5 separate states, the strength of what we can do as a region is divided. But if we are looking at an independent single economy as a region, we can see the strength of what the Southeast can achieve. And then we look at what we used to be in the days of the old Eastern region, when Nigeria was still operating just three regional sectors of the country. You could see what we were able to do because we came together as a people. And, the strength in unity, what Southeast can do with having a single market, does not necessarily mean that the entire Southeast will probably maybe use Aba as the Southeast market. It means that the Southeast will be intentional about what will be situated in Aba and different from what will be situated in Onitsha, different from what will be situated in Enugu. We're looking at a place where we commonize the strength of the Southeast. There are diversities here, even though we are people of the same ethnic group, but there are diversities here. And except we build in that unity of one market, we can achieve all we are doing individually, but it can never be compared to the strength of what we can do when we come together. So somehow there are some indices that are already pointing to that direction, but the call of the governor of Enugu State is a call in the right direction, and I totally agree with it.
You totally agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Onyeka, like Mr. Onyeka, like you and I always do, some sort of, trace a historical background and lay a foundation before we get into our preparation conversation proper. You know, we've had to discuss the factors that, you know, make it impossible for development in Southeast in the past. And I'm, you know, going in that line again. Southeast was a thriving economy before the Civil War. We quite agree that it was a devastation. But I think we've risen from the ashes. We are doing well all over. But what is the one thing you feel that has hindered that unified development in the Southeast?
I would want to look internally, because just again in your intro, you mentioned the spirit of the Southeast. And that is also what some of us will want to refer to, the resilient spirit of the Igbo man. There's something spectacular about the Southeasterners. Consciously or unconsciously, they just get into an undeveloped, unfertile, maybe desolate and sometimes deserted bush area, what have you, anything that will want to illustrate a place that might not have had viability, as at the time as an Igbo man will get into that place. It is embedded in us. Sometimes it's not something we learn from school. It's not something we even get from apprenticeship. It is something that is embedded. And unfortunately, a lot of us don't utilize that. Just like every human being has potentials in them. And if you don't know, you might live and die without harnessing these potentials. So I want to look internally, because most of the time, I don't know what the line of other questions you have, but most of the times we are drawn with the sentiment of marginalization. We overbeat it, we overcry it. They say you cannot stop a child that you've beaten from crying, but when the child starts overcrying it, it attracts more beating. You know, so what are we not doing well? What is hindering us is that a lot of us have lost that spirit of the Southeast. A lot of us have lost that regional consciousness beyond what the leaders are doing, because there are one or two persons. Okay, I think I'm seeing a sort of a collabo from what the governor of Abia State did in the recent past in visiting Enugu to take from some of the things that the governor is doing, and proudly went and replicated it. Because the challenge we have, there's a place also where you read in your intro about being trapped by unhealthy competition. I can't remember the actual word used, but these are some of the things we see here, where a governor is finding it difficult to align with the neighboring state just because he doesn't want it to look or sound as if he's learning or copying or allowing what another person has started to be replicated in his own state. So one of the challenges we have is what is happening to us internally. You know, each time I talk about Southeast, I look at it from the two dimensions of the leaders and the led. But the challenge is more from the led, because these leaders don't fall from the moon, they emerge from us. So if you see people who are more drawn to the sentiment and the emotions of being shortchanged, rather than looking internally. We get beaten down every time here. Challenges, health issues, you know, financial downfall and what have you. But we never stay down. You rise, and we can also replicate that in the Southeast consciousness to say, what can we do? Because there was a time some of my friends from the north traveled all the way from Enugu, and we went from Enugu to Aba. In fact, I must have to confess, that was the first time I actually explored Aba in its beauty and potential. I know I've gone to Aba, I think twice or three times, but never really explored that area market. Never really gone into there. I went with them because they that were not from Southeast were telling me that they heard that they can buy things like this and that in Aba. I said, okay, if he's Aba, just come. And it was even at the time of this height of insecurity. So they needed somebody on ground who is a Southeasterner to guide them. They were talking about police. I told them, forget about police. And they were shocked that they came here, landed in Enugu, we traveled to Aba, and then nothing scary happened. So there was so much, the fact they bought beyond what they budgeted. That is to show you what we have here in the Southeast. So if we become that conscious to say, how can we even harness what is within? Because I also agree that there are things that have been done to the Southeast that undue, that after the war, some of the challenges we had and all that, but we can't continue to cry. So we can build and rise from the ashes in your own terms. Rising from the ashes is not just in rhetorics. Rising from the ashes is in action and being very intentional about it, because there's never been a time Southeast had it this good as it is today. And it's an opportunity for us to go beyond what the leaders are doing and start imbibing that spirit of the Southeast in us, each and every one of us individually, so that we can harness to the fullness the potential of what we can achieve as one region.
Right. You were asking, you don't know what my next line of question will be, and somehow you've dealt, with that line of questioning. But okay. Let me ask, before I even flow back into those questions, you talked about the spirit of the Igbo man, and I'm asking, is that spirit of the Igbo man still there? Because obviously it seems that that spirit, which is known for communal thriving, aspiring and competitive positiveness towards development, seems to now be lacking or somewhat segregated.
No, it's obvious. Any person who have followed the events of the South, who have read history, who are maybe in the floor where we belong now, who are not children, will attest to the fact that the spirit of the Igbo man we're looking for it now. It's not there predominantly as it used to be. The resilience and the entrepreneurial spirit we had are beginning to fizzle away. There are very few people. We talk more than we do now. There are very few people that you can come across and say, this person really has. The way I used to put it is the Igbo profile in you. I say this man has a lower Igbo profile than the other person, because you might be a professor, you might be the loudest social media influencer. If I see the spirit of the Igbo spirit in you, I will know. So, we're beginning to look for it, because just like you use the word communal, the Igbo man has this unyang and awanya mentality. It's something that people don't just answer by name. It imbibes in us. That's why you see a person who goes to somewhere that is a fertile land, still virgin, starts something, and the next thing that comes to his mind is to bring his brother, bring his cousin, bring his nephew, come, join in this business. That is why we are always in the past having Onyedika and Sons Limited. It's not as if you cannot maybe just run it as a limited liability employing people. But there's this consciousness of when you're standing, let your brother stand with you. We used to have that Onyang and Awanya and the Akonuche, which is the main thing that led the forefathers of this region. They respect men and women who they know have either by way of endowment or experience and exposure trained themselves to be people of Ndiako. Because it's not Akonuchi is not something you get from university or any sort of education. It's something you build, like modeling yourself in your character. When a person comes into a place and he's blunt and bold enough to say, I don't agree with this. You're my friend. I know we are very close, but please, I do not agree with this. It's beginning to lack now, because people are now dancing to whatever music that is playing out there. People are now dancing to the Ocharobute. What we want is the person who can pay the piper, let him detect the tune. So that spirit is, I won't just say is dwindling away, but I can say we are looking for it now. You can search, and then You know, character is something you can't just really hide. No matter how much you sweet talk a person, character is something, before you know it, any very observant person, any hardcore person will know that this person is not a person of character. So if you look around, interact, do businesses with our people, you find out that the originality of the Igbo man is beginning to lack. And the way I like to put it is that we're looking for it now. Can't say it has died entirely, but it's something you have to search and search before you come across it. And then if there's anything that can help us, just like I said in my intro, to revive and start imbibing it again, that's what will bring the full potential of what we can do as a region.
All right. You've raised a lot of dust here, that I would have wanted to, dive into, but let me settle a bit. But before I get into that dusty arena, you talked about, you made mention of Onyedika and brothers, which rarely we do not see in Southeast, or even where we have Southeast businesses. But speaking to building a one region and one market economy, and you've cited Onyedika and brothers, what do you think this would mean to a trader who is in Onitsha or a manufacturer in Aba? How do we get them to understand this trajectory, that we're not trying to take away bread from their mouth, but now they are part of that inclusive drive to getting development in the southeastern part of the country?
I don't think there's any aspect of building this unified, I like to use the word unified economy, that should be a threat to a manufacturer, a businessman, or even a trader who probably has prospered and grown vast in his area of competence. The reason is that we are actually trying to amplify what you do. For instance, if we say that Aba will be known for manufacturing, which is in Abia State, Anambra will be known for probably imported goods, and Enugu for tourism. I'm just giving random suggestions. It wouldn't stop a person who is doing one or two manufacturing in Enugu here, but is that we are concentrating to build Aba as probably the Japan or China of the Southeast. That we're looking at Anambra, probably the Onitsha market, as a place where, because they are close to the River Niger, where we know that all the imported and the exporting can be happening, and that we are building in where if you come into Aba, for instance, you manufacture, you go to Anambra and export it, you come to Enugu for relaxation. And that does not mean that we I'm not excluding Abia and Ebonyi intentionally, but I do not want to just dwell, because I don't think I have the power to actually decide what will be the specific specialties of these states. But I'm trying to say that what you're doing, okay, for instance, if there's a manufacturer in Enugu who is doing petty or mini manufacturing, and then he's being patronized by one or two persons, of course, you know that the drive will not be as much as that people are traveling from all over Africa and even beyond to come to Aba. So if that person wants to grow his business even bigger, he can align or travel or relocate to Aba. And in doing this, assuming that our politicians are people who are equally very conscious of this unified economy, you will see that this person who have become competent in one field will have a safer landing if he's coming into Aba. Because a person who wants to also thrive in tourism, for instance, might be traveling back to Enugu. It's not something you do and say, because Nabu Monyibo, then I'm now entitled. It's not something of entitlement. It's something that you have to show capacity. You have to show working. And in doing so, it will rather encourage those who are already doing something than discourage them. Because one of the core responsibilities of government is to amplify what you're doing, is to give you a platform to showcase, give you support to thrive, and then do some sort of mentoring, training, and retraining for such people. So I don't see any threat, discouragement, or fear. Rather, it's a win-win for especially those who are already doing something.
Very well said. You know, listening to you speak, and you did somehow mention it in passing, I now realize that history shows that southeastern governors, you know, often struggle to act as a united bloc. They rarely speak, you know, with one voice. Each is pursuing a different agenda, and I'm asking, how do we get them to, you know, have at least become the champions of this front of developing Southeast into, you know, a regional hub?
Okay, I think this is one of the best questions because it centers on solution. Which I've always said this about development and challenges we have here. Citizens' structure has a very bigger role to play than the people in power. Of course, it's a normal English saying that the power of the people is stronger than the people in power. But the people, do they know they have power? Because most of the time when I do programs like this, I used to say I call on the governors. You call on them, most of the times they won't even hear that call. It ends either on social media or DSTV. And sometimes we will write to them. Those writings are good. Other times we organize as either civil society, interest group, and pay courtesy call, try to engage them. But it cannot be as strong as the people being very conscious and then begin to drive it. The citizen structure is what is even lacking in Nigeria as a whole, not just in Southeast. Because I see how people complain about this governor or the other governor. Most of the time, in the engagement I've had in the past, this governor that people are saying maybe not accessible or is difficult, when you get close, the story has always been different. There was one day, governor of Enugu State, that people were having certain notion about. Then I went with a group of people. Almost everybody that went there nearly started worshipping the governor. The thing is that I know politicians might sweet talk you, but there's something that happens with engagement. If we don't build that consciousness, engagement consciousness, we can complain and do analysis and cry foul all we can and banter on social media, nothing will change. So the way to engage and get these governors to start thinking right is to have more voices, have programs like this, have interest group, individuals, social, civil society, cultural groups come together to say, we can, you know, when the security issue was at the height and Yoruba people were doing Amatekun and the South is supposed to do Ibubago, it wasn't really practicalized as a regional project. That is why it died off even before it started. If we know that there's nothing wrong in something that started in Ebonyi flowing into Enugu, there's nothing wrong in Professor Charles Soludo doing something and petermbah saying, I think I like this. We're having an Enugu version, openly saying it, because these are people of the same region. Just, you can walk into from Anambra, a certain border, you're walking into Enugu. From a certain place of Abia State, you're walking into Ebonyi. So why don't we become that conscious? If the people who have known this, because the Bible says it is those who know the truth, that the truth will set free. The truth might be there, but it won't set you free because you don't know it yet. Those who know this, start building consciousness of channels to compel our governors, not by banter, by engagement, for them to understand that, let it be that in their time in office, Southeast regain that consciousness of unified, not just the economy, but unified entities, because there are a lot of other things we can do that might not necessarily be things that will yield economic value. So I hope that people who are opinion molders, public speakers like myself, continue to drive this call for this regionalization, because that's the only thing that will make Southeast more viable, not just as an individual state, but as a single entity.
As a single entity. All right. On that note, we'll take a short break, and when we return, the conversation continues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching The Insight, and with us on this issue is Onyedika Abo, and we are talking on building a one region, a one market economy. And our guest here has helped us so far in walking us through this part and what needs to be done, where we are working, where we are coming from, what we need to do, and the need for the citizens, to be more aware, talking about citizen structure, for them to know what to do to, champion the cause, especially that of engagement, not that of banter, for us to have a cohesive front in building a unified common front in developing the Southeast. However, Mr. Onyedika, it's been a pleasure speaking with you so far. Now, I listened to what you said intently, and I am so excited that usually your conversation is always solution driven. What should be done, not portioning blame, and in that light, I mean to ask, you realize that when you were speaking, you mentioned security. I was to come to that, but immediately you mentioned that, I said, good. You would agree with me that the insecurity in the Southeast, even though we're beginning to steady the tide, but you agree that a lot of business had to leave Southeast. A lot of business stopped, coming towards Southeast. And I'm asking, what should we do in that line to, re-engineer confidence in letting investors return?
You rightly acknowledge that it's beginning to be arrested. Of course, if you know what has happened here in the past, you will know that it's no longer. That does not mean we are now totally 100% fully secured, but it's not as bad as it used to be. So first thing is that we need to encourage the governors who have taken certain bold steps, to encourage them to do more, to amplify what they're already doing. And then again, we need to also be committed. We know, security is everybody's business. Even though security matters are not always publicly discussed, but it's everybody's business. That's why the neighborhood slogan is, if you see something, you say something. A lot of time, things that build into very serious threat start gradually, like little drops of water. And people would look at it and do this Obasaram thing, and not knowing that you don't know who the ill wind will blow to. So we build from what is already existing, and then strengthen community by community, community neighborhood. Because the challenges we had in the past is where the miscreants who were forming themselves into some sort of militia and other sort of banditry group will move from the borders of forests and bushes in Enugu into the next state, and they will settle there and be operating. But if we have a unified network where there should be both communication and intelligence sharing among the border states, among the closest villages and communities that are at the borderline of each of these states, strengthened by the various state governors and with the input of the federal government, it will greatly reduce the insecurity, because of course it was not hidden. It was making headline as very multinational companies were traveling, even private businesses and small scale businesses were all traveling. In fact, a lot of them had to go to the closest place to Anambra, just across the bridge there, to establish their businesses. They come around here, but their offices, headquarters, and every other thing were outside there. I think we are already doing well, but more can be done, because recently in one of the states I wouldn't want to mention, I got a report that certain location in that state, once it gets to a particular time in the day, every hotel will have to shut down their lights, both inside and the outside light. They will tell their guests, please, once it's so time, don't allow your lights to be off. Not order from government, but from non-state actors, up till this moment, because somebody that traveled, there should be last 2 weekends, came and was shocked that such thing is still happening. So, and most of the times we overlook things. After I heard that, I've made some calls. I've tried to engage some persons because I was shocked that this thing is still happening. And I was like, why is the state governor not doing anything? So, and I've not really come to that conclusion that a lot of people from that location have actually intimated the state, because we can assume that the governor is aware and he's just playing hanky-panky with them, but I can't substantiate that now until it's proven that he's aware. So in such things, bringing it to spotlight in this manner is also calling out that our governors should be totally intentional about security, because if you don't secure your state, there's no investor who wants to come into your state and risk being kidnapped or killed or what have you. We are doing something already. We need to strengthen it, and we have to be very conscious to know that security is everybody's business.
Yeah, security is everybody's business. But I'm asking, still on security, we've seen moves for state police, and I'm asking, will it be asking too much if we see security as a regional infrastructure, just to borrow a leaf from the governor of Enugu State, if we see it as establishing a regional infrastructure that would somehow unify the Southeasterners, in terms of pursuing a common security goal and having a common network that would go against the criminals and suppose bandits, and ensure that the boundaries and everywhere is secure in Southeast?
I think if priority is given to security, regional security, that will even bring this unified economy faster, because if you can be conscious about securing your region as a single entity, not just Enugu doing their own thing, Anambra doing their own, if we are very conscious that we are, as you are in Enugu here, you're looking out for what's happening in Anambra and Ebonyi State. You are making sure that between where the borders of Enugu stopped and to Ebonyi, that nobody is having free passage without unchecked free passages there. We are also looking at internally what is happening. If we can consciously invest in security infrastructure, intelligence sharing, networking, and anything that will make the entire region fully secured, the unified economy would naturally become it will be just like the snap of your finger. But because there are still challenges here and there, a lot of people who would even want to invest, big investors who are interested in a regional presence, will be finding it difficult to come, because maybe one or two states, especially the state I mentioned now, somebody who knows that this type of thing is still happening there will not be very comfortable to invest even in the neighboring states in the southeast, because it will be like these militias might find their way to flow into that state to the next one and cause havoc. So it won't be asking for too much. In fact, I would say that security, a unified security network in the southeast should even be the first step before we can start even fully discussing about a unified economy for the region.
All right, but away from most of this grammar, let's come home, Mr. Onyedika. You know, the concern here is when you come to Enugu, for example, you have an airport, and the distance between Enugu to Ebonyi State, you know, may not be up to 2 hours plus, and then you see Ebonyi State, you know, siting a new airport, and then from Ebonyi State to Abia State may not take you that long again, from Abia to Imo State, and you have all the states building airports in this regard. Is this part of development, or is it a wasteful venture if we could have you know, at least 2 airports in the southeast and then develop other infrastructures? Because while we were even building airport, the road network that will connect the states, you know, speak to the Nnewi auto spare parts market, you go to about garment factories and the trading on each other, and then you don't even have the roads that would properly connect these places, and then we're building airports.
I would not want to say that the airport is not a necessity for each state. I also do not have the how will I put it? I'm not an expert in the field of maybe geographical matters. And so it might be easier to travel from Ebonyi in Abakaliki to Enugu Airport here, because Enugu Airport is also very close to the exit from Enugu to Ebonyi. But the way I want to see it from my own personal perspective is that there's nothing wrong in having this airport in each state, because we know that there could be other things, like you said, the road network, regional rail line, and the other things that might enhance the regionalization of the southeast. But I see the airport from the angle of people who are taking off from each of these states should be able to exit without even having to travel. No matter how short the distance is, having to travel from a state into another just for them to travel. And you know, airport equally has its own economic value. It adds to a state. So that's not competition per se, or maybe unhealthy one even if it has to be. That somebody will be feeling that my state is generating economy for another state, when we know we have free land that we can actually build this also. Some other things that we regionalize is, for instance, I'm sure that if we fully get into operational status for Enugu Airport, that the cargo airlines and all this will be landing here, while some of the domestic and some smaller aircrafts will be landing in the other neighboring states. So it's something that I look at as a development per se, but we can also build that consciousness of a unified regional economy into it equally.
You know, I'm asking this question because there are concerns that some of these airports may not be as viable compared to some others. So why put resources into it? And why not develop areas that you know that could be viable? And you mentioned railway system as well. Why are we as a region not looking to tap into the railway system?
Well, this will also be a call for those who have both the constitutional mandate and the resources, because this regional railway, a lot of people have called for it. There was a time there were moves that the rail line in the south, even if it does not go outside, that people should be able to travel within the southeast on train. But beyond the insecurity challenges and other things, government, bureaucracy, and their own wahalas, I feel that we can still call for this and make intentional moves to actualize them, because I want to give credit to some of the governors now and in the strides they are achieving, but there's a very genuine call for more to be done. And like you said, some of the airports might not be as viable as the others. That's why I feel, though not being expert in the aviation or anything transport, but I feel maybe smaller aircrafts can land in certain other states, while bigger ones or international cargo will be landing in a particular airport. And in so doing, it will still be a win-win for all of us in Southeast.
Yes, a win-win. I'm already intimated that we are almost out of time, but Mr. Onyedika, I will not let you go without bringing in the Southeast Development Commission. You know, even though I do not want to see them as the champions of a one-region economy, though they seem to say, I see that as one of their core mandates or achievables. But I'm asking, you championed a Southeast Development Commission very well. What role do you think that they would play to make this faster, and that they're living up to that? Just in 1 minute.
Living up to it, I think we still have to give them a little more time. Okay. They are new, and then they can champion it, because the name already, we're talking about development of the Southeast, and there's a commission that is Southeast Development Commission. So what I can say now in a nutshell is that we should all become involved. I told you the last time I was here that I got involved in championing Southeast Development Commission, not by appointment, not by any other interest, but because of the interest of the Southeast. And I've even invested my own personal resources, went extra miles, put in leg work, advocacy, and what have you. So we can all do that, because that's the only enabled constitutional platform now through which regionalization of the Southeast can come faster. So it's a call for all of us to come on board. It's not one man's business. It's for all of us. It's for Onyedika, it's for Uchosai, it's for Aneke TV.
Thank you, and that's our time on this segment of The Insight. And you've listened to our guest, Onyedika Abu, who is a public affairs analyst and one who champions the development of Southeast. Mr. Onyedika, it's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and to you, our wonderful viewers. Let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all on our social handles at Aneke TV. Till we come your way, same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. The headlines. The House of Representatives has given defaulting government agencies 48 hours to appear before its investigative committee probing the alleged Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council. Security operatives have shut down an illegal university in Badagry, Lagos State, arresting 6 suspects and rescuing 107 students enrolled in unaccredited programs. The Ebonyi State government has approved the establishment of 3 herbal heritage gardens to promote traditional medicine, medical tourism and primary health care services across the state's 3 senatorial districts. Details of the news. The Ondo State Governor, Dr. Lucky Orimisong Ayedatiwa, has approved automatic employment into the state civil service for 7 outstanding members of the National Youth Service Corps in recognition of their exceptional performance during the service year. Speaking at an award ceremony in Akure, Governor Ayedatiwa also presented cash rewards of 1 million naira each to 66 outstanding students, teachers, and recipients of national honors for excellence in education. The governor said the recognition reflects his administration's commitment to retaining exceptional talent and investing in human capital development as a driver of sustainable economic growth in the state. He commended teachers for their He commended teachers for their contributions to nation building and reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening the education sector to produce globally competitive graduates and future leaders. The Senate has extended by 3 weeks the lifespan of its ad hoc committee investigating the implementation of the Safe Schools initiative while expanding the scope of the inquiry. The upper chamber resolved that the investigation should now cover the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, the Universal Basic Education Commission, and the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, following concerns over the management of education-related intervention funds. Chairman of the committee, Senator Ojuzo Kalu, said preliminary findings indicate financial and operational links between the Safe Schools initiative and other education intervention programs, making a broader investigation necessary. The committee is expected to examine the utilization of funds allocated for school security, infrastructure, student loans and emergency interventions to ensure transparency, accountability, and improved protection for students nationwide. The House of Representative has issued a 48-hour ultimatum to government agencies that failed to honor invitation by its ad hoc committee investigating the alleged Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council. Chairman of the committee, Yusuf Gagdi, warned that agencies which fail to appear within the stipulated period risk constitutional sanctions, stressing that invitations from the National Assembly are legally binding. The investigation follows allegations that the council operated without statutory backing, despite appearing in official documents. During the proceedings, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Bianca Odumegwu, was invited after the ministry reportedly distanced itself from the organization. Meanwhile, senior lawyer Femi Falana has withdrawn from representing the council's Director General, Prince Adeniyi Adeyemi, while financial investigators continue efforts to establish the circumstances surrounding the operations of the organization. Former Anambra State Governor and presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, Mr. Peterobi, has called for stronger cooperation between Nigeria and Switzerland in critical sectors of national development. Speaking after a meeting with the Swiss ambassador to Nigeria, Mr. Patrick Egloff, Mr. Obi identified education, healthcare and poverty reduction as priority areas requiring deeper bilateral collaboration. He also commended Switzerland for its humanitarian and peace-building support, particularly in Nigeria's northeast, describing international partnerships as vital to sustainable national development. Mr. Obi expressed optimism that closer cooperation founded on shared values would strengthen institutions, improve livelihoods, and promote inclusive economic growth across the country. Troops of Operation Fasanyama have rescued 27 kidnapped victims during coordinated operations against armed criminal groups in Sokoto and Zamfara states. Military authorities said the operations, conducted between July 20th and 21st, forced armed bandits to abandon their captives, motorcycles and rustled livestock after intense gun battles. Security forces also cleared suspected criminal hideouts in Shagari and Raba local government areas, rescuing 16 victims, including women and children. Along the Gumi-Sokoto highway, troops prevented another attempted abduction and safely rescued 11 stranded commuters. The military commended the troops for their professionalism and reiterated that intelligence supplied by local communities remain critical to ongoing efforts to dismantle criminal networks across the Northwest. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, nscdc, has uncovered an illegal university operating in the Inec area of Badagry, Lagos State. The operation led to the arrest of 6 suspects and the rescue of 107 students allegedly enrolled in unaccredited programs under false promises of recognized university degrees. Lagos State Commandant of the nscdc, Mr. Adedotun Keshinro, said the institutions offered illegal courses, including nursing, while investigations revealed that students were allegedly being drawn into a fraudulent investment scheme. The suspects and exhibits have been handed over to the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, for further investigation, as authorities advise prospective students to verify the accreditation status of institutions before seeking admission. The Federal Capital Territory Police Command has detained several police officers accused of extorting the chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission at a checkpoint in Abuja. Commissioner of Police Ahmed Sanusi said the officers are undergoing orderly room trial, adding that any officer found guilty will face dismissal and criminal prosecution. The command also announced the arrest of a suspected logistics supplier to a kidnapping syndicate during an operation in neighboring Niger State, where security operatives recovered an AK-47 rifle, military equipment, and suspected illicit drugs. In a separate operation, police arrested 4 suspects for allegedly posing as ride-hailing passengers before robbing drivers of their vehicles. The Commissioner of Police reaffirmed the command's commitment to tackling crime and maintaining discipline within the force. An Anambra State High Court sitting in Ogidi has sentenced 2 men to death by hanging after finding them guilty of a rape and murder of 17-year-old Jennifer Anene. Justice Uzamaka Ndigwe of the High Court 3 convicted Elochukwu Beloro and Chukwebuka Ofoku on charges of criminal conspiracy, rape, and murder. The prosecution, led by Principal State Counsel Abadom Igweike of the Anambra State Ministry of Justice, told the court that the victim, who had a mental disability, was reported missing in November 2020 before she was later found unconscious and confirmed dead at a hospital. Medical evidence presented before the court established that she had been sexually assaulted. After reviewing the evidence and hearing submissions from both parties, Justice Ndigwe held that the prosecution proved its case beyond reasonable doubt and imposed the death sentence on both victims. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. The House of Representatives has issued a 48-hour ultimatum to defaulting government agencies to appear before its committee investigating the alleged Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council. Security operatives have shut down an illegal university in Badagry, Lagos State, arresting 6 suspects and rescuing 107 students enrolled in unaccredited programs. Coming up shortly, the Ebonyi State government has approved the establishment of 3 herbal heritage gardens across the state's 3 senatorial districts to promote traditional medicine and strengthen primary health care services. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. The Ebonyi State Executive Council has approved the establishment of 3 state-owned herbal heritage gardens across the state's 3 senatorial districts as part of efforts to promote traditional medicine, medical tourism, and the integration of herbal healthcare into the state's primary healthcare system. Commissioner for Information and State Orientation, Chief Ikowa Omebe, announced the decision while briefing journalists after the Executive Council meeting in Abakaliki. He said the project will be jointly implemented by the Ministries of Health and Agriculture and Natural Sciences. Chief Omebe disclosed that Governor Francis Ogbonna-Wefuru has directed the immediate commencement of stakeholder consultations, site selection, and the development of a regulatory framework in collaboration with the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, and relevant research institutions. He added that a legislative framework for standardization is expected within 90 days. The Executive Council also approved the transmission of bills to regulate the scrap metal business and house rent agency practices in the state. It further approved loans for a 6,000-ton capacity cement plant in Nkalago with a Chinese partner, the digital transformation of public secondary schools, and the establishment of an electronics production facility at ICT University of Ferekbe. The Enugu State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, has fixed Saturday, July 25th, for the monthly environmental sanitation exercise across the state. The sanitation exercise will take place from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., during which movement of vehicles and persons will be restricted, except for security personnel, emergency responders, and other authorized officials on essential duties. Residents and business operators have been directed to clean their homes, business premises, and drainage channels. Commercial activities, sporting events, and operations at motor parks will also remain suspended throughout the exercise. Managing Director of ESWAMA, Richard Onaga, warned that environmental sanitation mobile courts will prosecute violators. He also reminded residents that payment of the 2026 environmental sanitation rate remains ongoing through designated banks and the agency's headquarters in Enugu. The Kano State Consumer Protection Council has commenced an investigation into the alleged sale of substandard solar panels following complaints that some products fail to deliver their advertised electricity output. Executive Secretary of the Council, Dr. Ibrahim Mohammed, said the investigation followed petitions accusing some dealers of falsely labeling imported solar equipment with inflated power ratings to mislead consumers. According to the Council, the discrepancy between labeled and actual capacity could damage batteries and inverters, reduce system efficiency, and expose users to safety risks. The Council reaffirmed its commitment to enforcing consumer protection laws and maintaining product quality standards. It warned that anyone found engaging in fraudulent trade practices would face appropriate sanctions in accordance with the law. The Federal Ministry of Finance has inaugurated a ministerial advisory committee to provide an independent assessment of Nigeria's ongoing economic reforms and recommend policy measures to strengthen microeconomic performance. The committee is chaired by Group Chief Executive Officer of Sterling Bank, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, and comprises economists, financial experts, and policy professionals tasked with providing data-driven advice on fiscal and economic reforms. The committee is expected to review the implementation of key government policies, assess their impact on businesses and households, and recommend practical measures to improve economic growth, investment, and living conditions. Economic stakeholders say the initiative comes at a critical period as government seeks to consolidate reforms, improve investor confidence and address inflation, unemployment and other economic challenges facing the country. And to sports news. Real Madrid and Brazil forward Vinicius Jr. has generated widespread attention on social media after unveiling a noticeably different facial appearance following a cosmetic procedure. The 26-year-old footballer reportedly underwent a facial harmonization procedure in Goiânia, Brazil, during the off-season after Brazil's campaign at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Images of the Brazilian international quickly went viral, drawing mixed reactions from football fans, with some praising his refreshed appearance, while others said they struggled to recognize the Real Madrid star. Vinicius is expected to return to pre-season training with Real Madrid in the coming weeks as preparations begin for the new football season. Grammy Award-winning Nigerian singer Damini Ogulu, popularly known as Burna Boy, has recorded another milestone after topping Spotify's global music video chart with his collaboration with Colombian singer Shakira, titled Die Die. The achievement makes Burna Boy the first African male artist to reach #1 on the platform's newly introduced global music video ranking, further strengthening his international profile. The song has also continued its impressive performance on major global streaming platforms, recording strong positions on Billboard, Apple Music and YouTube as worldwide audience engagement continues to grow. The latest success extends Burna Boy's position among Africa's most streamed music stars and reflects the increasing global influence of Nigerian music on the international entertainment industry. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The House of Representatives has issued a 48-hour ultimatum to defaulting government agencies to appear before its ad hoc committee investigating the alleged Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council. Chairman of the committee, Yusuf Gagdi, warned that agencies that fail to comply risk constitutional sanctions as lawmakers intensify efforts to determine the legal status and operations of the body. Security operatives of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has shut down an illegal university operating in Inec, Badagry, Lagos State. The operation led to the arrest of 6 suspects and the rescue of 107 students allegedly enrolled in unaccredited programs. The Ebonyi State Executive Council, chaired by Governor Francis Nwifuru, has approved the establishment of 3 state-owned herbal heritage gardens across the state's 3 senatorial districts. The Commissioner for Information and State Orientation, Chief Ikowa Omebe, said the initiative is designed to promote traditional medicine, boost medical tourism, and strengthen the integration of herbal healthcare into the state's primary healthcare system. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Sokoto State in northwestern Nigeria remains one of the country's most historically influential regions, serving as the epicenter of the Sokoto Caliphate, founded by Sheikh Usman Dan Fodio in 1804. More than 2 centuries later, its legacy continues to shape region, governance, and political identity across northern Nigeria and beyond. At the heart of this continuity is the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abakar III, who remains a key spiritual authority for millions of Muslims. In one of his widely cited reflections on peace and coexistence, he has consistently urged Nigerians to embrace dialogue over division, stressing that no society can progress in an atmosphere of conflict and mistrust. His position has placed the Sultanate Council at the center of national conversations on unity and stability. The political relevance of Sokoto is also deeply rooted in its historical structures of authority. Traditional institutions continue to reflect civic engagement, especially during elections, where religious and community leaders often serve as trusted intermediaries. Analysts know that in Sokoto, legacy is not only derived from the ballot box, but also from inherited institutions of moral integrity, reflecting the enduring fusion of tradition and modern democracy. In Nigeria's broader political history, Sokoto has consistently produced influential national figures, including former governor and minister Alhaji Tahiru Bafarawa and former governor Senator Aminu Tambuwal, both of whom have played prominent roles in shaping federal politics. Their political trajectories reflect how the state remains integrated into Nigeria's national power structure, while still anchored in traditional legacy. Socially, Sokoto remains a center of Islamic scholarship and education, home to institutions that continue to attract students across West Africa. The legacy of Sheikh Usman Dan Fodio is still referenced in academic and religious discourse as a foundation of intellectual reform and governance rooted in justice. As one Islamic scholar in the region once described it, Sokoto is not just a place, it is an idea of learning, leadership, and moral responsibility. However, the state also reflects the contradictions of modern Nigeria. Despite its historical prominence, Sokoto faces significant developmental challenges, including poverty, youth unemployment, and insecurity linked to wider instability in the Sahel region. Community leaders have repeatedly warned that the survival of our heritage depends on addressing the needs of the present generation, underscoring the urgency of reform alongside tradition. Security concerns in the Northwest have further tested both state and traditional institutions. Joint effort between government authorities and religious leaders have increasingly focused on peace building and community dialogue. Officials often emphasize that security is not only the responsibility of government, but a shared duty rooted in community trust. Despite these challenges, Sokoto's relevance in contemporary Nigeria remains unmistakable. It continues to function as a symbolic bridge between the pre-colonial caliphate system and the modern federal state, influencing debate on governance, religion, and national identity. As one political analyst summarized, to understand Nigeria's north, we must first understand Sokoto not just as a state, but as a legacy that still speaks to power, faith, and identity in the present day.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Hello, good afternoon and welcome to the entertainment segment here on Aneke TV, where we bring you the gist that are for basketballs that is happening in the world of entertainment. My name is Good Hope Chukwumadu, Commissioner for Enjoyment, and I'm here right here on this Aneke Wednesday with the Woman Crush Wednesday of this entertainment segment. I'm talking about no other person than Red Pepper. Red Pepper,
I came to pepper some people because today is Women's Crush.
You didn't came to pepper some people.
I came here just to pepper some people here. But anyway, you know, today is Women's Crush Wednesday. Well, we tell you, you know, today I actually leave this, you know, day for women because we, you know, we're a lot. We contribute a lot. I did not receive enough accolades from you, you know, as regards today being Women's Crush Wednesday.
So I should start to dance a bit.
You should. You need to. Not, you know.
Okay. What day is for men?
They don't have.
That's the thing. You know, you see,
they
we
don't
have to
have.
balance the society.
They don't have.
There are even in the entertainment industry, the gist we have here is all about the women, which has been talking about Madukokoe and Cardi B too. You know, the rumors of them dating and seeing the people who has made it across the world of entertainment and also in the world of just people who have changed the society. While we are still talking about James Brown, your favorite.
Yeah, it's not my favorite at all.
James Brown is the Woman Crush Wednesday of
no.
Is he not your woman crush?
He's not a woman. He's a no. He she.
A shame.
A shame.
Well, a shame. I didn't say anything. Well, James Brown.
I thought you called Osimbe.
No, I didn't call. Osimhen is my guy. I can't call Osimhen. I was even with Osimhen the other day, so kind of. You see, that's how women don't believe in men. Someone like this gift doesn't believe in anything I say about my very own victim.
Really?
But let's leave that for the next day. How are you doing? You have been growing these days. What's going on, this lady?
I don't know, but there's something happening.
Okay, where is it happening?
Happening live and direct at Aneke TV. If you want to see or want to glow, come here.
Okay, so why are you wearing our Aneke T-shirt and you're also wearing a red nails?
Because Aneke is just not. It's just global. It is just all around.
Okay, so you are using our. You are trying.
I need to you know spice something. Add some spicy pepper. What's food without spicy?
Listen, there's no rice that is blue.
There is.
Blue rice.
Yes, we have.
It's a Chelsea invention.
Yes.
Of course, it can be a rice. We can see what happens.
No.
Now let's just dive right into what we have today. Looking at these rumors about Cardi B and Maduka Okoye. What's going on?
A lot is going on because Cardi is just giving us the go girl, go crazy vibes because she's just moved from one person to the second person to the third, which another person might be the target. But hola, it's down to it has just been passed to our Nigerian brother.
So you mean Maduka Okoye is not having any affair with Cardi B?
I didn't say so. I didn't actually say so, but I'm saying the baton has just been passed to our own home brother, so we should be happy for him.
Well, for me, Maduka Okoye is playing very safe because he has come out to debunk the rumors that he is dating Cardi B because he said that Cardi B has 3 children, that he can't do anything with someone that has 3 children, 3 kids already, so he has to play his game. Of course, there are 1.1 million women out there who would accept the billionaire, I mean the footballer. Okay,
coming out for you, like you just correctly said, yes, he came online to debunk it, but his baby mama came online yesterday to say
can I tell you something?
He said,
baby mama thing, I don't know.
She said, no, let's be factual now. You know the issue. She said that he is into women and men, allegedly.
That's allegedly.
So she wrote it on her.
Listen to me. There's nothing, you see, women, say today is Women Crush Wednesday. People will still find a way to crush the men. That's the problem.
I'm not the one that said it. It's somebody that has the
chance. You that said it. You're still the category of who this Maduka Okoye is hanging out with. You see the category that this guy is no longer dealing with ladies who are on the lower. You're believing me, right? This guy has gone up the strata of dating, and now he is just international, I would say. Imagine Cardi B coming out to debunk it. It means that it's not even just rumor. Cardi B already has an idea of something. You see that? So the media are coming out to debunk those things or to accuse him of doing whatever he's doing. It's just how women want to crush men. But let's move on.
I don't think so.
You want to argue it?
You want to argue it because
that's what
to tell you that actually this is just what it is.
Listen, let me tell you something.
She cannot just come out in the blue room just to say anything.
Let me tell you something. In this society, there's something we're missing. Calling people out doesn't solve anything. Yeah. You can call people out and they still do what they want to do. In fact, there's no societal police. The only police we have are those online who are replying, who are dragging. There's no solid ground on how when you call people out, they will do what you have actually calling them out for. So she calling Madukoko out to me is not even going to make sense, because you've seen people they call out. Have you not seen Uche Obodo, the rest of them that was called out? Are you what happened to them? Is there a social court that will take these people to court? Unless on the grounds of abuse or physical abuse with evidence. Or let's set the first straight. This guy has left this girl on this strata. He has gone up to this strata of dating. Just like talking about Kim Kardashian and the Formula 1 champion, talking about Sir Lewis Hamilton. You will see that Sir Lewis Hamilton is no longer dealing with all these. I don't want to use the wrong word, but I mean, he has gone up. Do you get? So they are not on the same level. She has to fight. She has to fight for her place. So she's not looking at me
let's not drag for that, but
no, dragging it is not even a problem. That's why we are going over to Rita Dominic's collection of bags, looking at that lady and how she has been talking about will I say she's the former movie actress or someone who still, because we've not seen her in movies just lately. She has really been she's enjoying her marital life. Yes, that's good. She's really enjoying having her peace of mind. But let's take a look at some of the stuffs she has, some of the bag collections. I'm sure you have it, and I'm sure they would love to know the bags that she has collected in her place.
Yeah, she has a lot of bag collection, and the one that stands out, because I'm a fan of Dior. So she.
Do you have, how many Dior do you have?
I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, like very.
Which Dior? Is it Dior? Is it
Dorothy?
Is it Dior or Kiwek or Dior? Which one do you have?
That was harsh actually.
No, it's not harsh. Like,
see, the way you get it. Are you kidding me?
Did you wait? Let me ask you something.
Oh my God!
I'm not trying to sell a market.
Hey.
I'm going to tell you. Where did you get your deal?
From the market, obviously.
Which market?
I don't need to tell you.
Market.
I don't need to tell you the market. I don't need to tell you the market.
You got it from which market?
I got it from the market.
Unless
so now you know the kind of market you are thinking of.
No.
So but all I know is that she is, giving us the first look with her white outfit and matching a black Dior bag, which is $5,800.
$5,800. That's the kind of.
That's a huge sum of money.
Okay, so now seeing her in the next collection, you see 1,890.
I think that bag is one of the highest I've seen so far. Her collection, and I think she has the second one, Centronet Take Away box bag, which is $1,819.
$1,890.
It's looking like a takeaway box.
Yeah. So how much is your own bag?
My bag is $1 million.
Your bag, $1 million. Which 1 million? Is it 1 million encouragement of dollars? Is it like 1 million?
I don't know. Today is Women's Cross.
No. I have to ask you. Your bag, is it $1 million? Is it 1 million motivation of dollars? I motivate you with $1 million. $1 million. Now, what is the next bag?
That you don't have it doesn't mean others don't.
What do you mean? Commissioner has this.
You
thing.
don't.
I mean, I sponsor people. I sponsor trips. I sponsor events. What do you mean? I come to this place with my convoy. Who are you to tell me I don't have it? Do you have it? Yes. Are you not sure I'm the one that bought it for the people that bought it for you?
So the next one is her Bottega bag clutch, which is $2,700.
$2,700. Bottega Veneta Interastio woven leather, $2,500. That's the bag.
That's another one.
Okay, so
I have another one, Nuri bag, which is blue, matching her blue and green outfit, which is $445,000. This is massive. This is massive.
Is it not
this is leave it. We know
that
to
make it dollars.
No, we want to make it dollars.
So what people are doing, this women crush is to help women.
We need to. It is dollars.
Okay, this Gucci Diana mini tote bag.
Yeah, which is
how much?
$1,950.
That's almost 2.1 million.
Jesus Christ, this is somebody's life saving.
Okay, so we have Jack Quemus Legrand Chiquito Brown.
This is $1,715.
Okay, that's some money that I can use for my lunch.
Don't play.
It's a lunch money for me as the commissioner.
But that Venita the pouch, that's
$2,300. You know, we're not even talking about her outfit. She's really giving
it class.
Yeah, giving it class, and it's making a lot of sense. I really love ladies who knows how to dress so well.
Like, I've been motivating so many women out there.
To dress well.
Yes.
To dress what? Let me know, put your chapter. Talking about Rita Dominic, she has been interesting these days. Do
you understand?
She's really been
after her, have you had 50th birthday, like the past week? She has just been glittering, and her birthday, we didn't even talk about her birthday. Her birthday was in a very high standard where we had a lot of celebrities touch down.
Who came around to celebrate?
Davido.
Yeah, I sent him, don't worry, it's okay. I sent some of these guys. I told them.
Why you making it look like today is not men's crush day?
Listen,
it's women
crush Wednesday.
Oh my God.
That's why we're not crushing women. We understand how good they are in the society. We're trying to, I'm trying to tell you, I sent OBO, I sent Davido, I sent even
so let's talk about this online influencer and personality, Jemima Emanuela. Who said that a poor man has no place in her heart.
Please leave that. No, just look at. Don't finish it though. Don't try to finish that kind of thing. What? I'm not angry. Finish it.
But she said a poor man does not have a place in her heart, because if you're a man that gives her like 1 million, the next one she's expecting is 2 million from there upwards, so she can't go below that standard.
So now this question is for such ladies. How much will you give the rich man?
We're not doing now.
I don't understand. That's the problem rich ladies have. No. Because that's the point. Women crush Wednesday. You see how you people want to take their money.
No.
If a man is rich, maybe we are just talking about this because we have to move on from this. I'm calling shenanigan kind of talk. If a man is rich and is giving a lady, the lady that is poor, what can you give to the man?
Peace of mind, my brother.
What kind of peace of mind?
Peace of mind, my brother.
Please, let's go to this X gist where someone was asking at one point, do you find out you are no longer a stranger in your friend's house? So at what point did you find out you are no longer a stranger?
When my parents told me to go to the kitchen and get some food for myself.
Okay, the parents of your friend?
No, my friend. I came to her house. We are not that close. But she said I should go dish some food in the kitchen, and then I told myself, I'm not actually a stranger anymore, so I'm upgraded. Now that feeling where you have moved from this level down up to the top. So I actually felt like I moved straight up to the top.
Okay, you moved straight up to the top.
Top.
So you are not talking about food, but there's this ex-guy who said that him and his friend went to a party and they returned at 4 a.m. So the dad had to open gate for them and had to slap the guy, and then looked at him and had to slap him too. So that's the point. That's the most unhinged part of not being a stranger. So right now, if that guy was actually a stranger, the dad would not have slapped him. So, but the dad had to slap him. Now, I want to ask, have you been to a party before that you are going home by 4 a.m.?
4 a.m. is too early. The party just gets started.
4 a.m.
Yeah.
That means you have not been to a party.
No.
How does women crush when you have not been to it? Which one is 4 a.m.? 4 a.m. they are rounding up.
No. They round up around 6.
6 a.m.
Yes.
Wait, well, I've not been to one, so I'm not even. The thing is,
you haven't heard to Mama calls.
Which Mama calls?
Mama Giga Bogi.
Mama Giga Bogi from wherever she is. Yeah, just call you, and you know, it's been really interesting.
Yeah.
Seeing that people are getting more familiar, and the way you went to your friend's house and you had to take food. I know that's what women really do. They take food from people.
But that is it now.
That is it.
You see, I want to say that only poor man will complain. So actually, there is nothing to tell me at this point. Okay. So any man that has it or will not even mind, he will be like, "What do you want? Just say it. Just say the word." Okay. And everything is yours.
Okay, let's talk about Uriel, Bibi Niger's Uriel, who had to wound herself just because she was trying to avoid, you know, a talking stage. Someone
complete it.
He really admires. You complete it. Someone that she really admires a lot. I mean, looking at this Uriel, and she had to wound herself. There are powers. So
no, see.
So what happened?
Let me tell you something. I would do worse than that if you come into my DM to talk that. No, that's charlatans. There are things you call charlatans. We call it charlatans. You know, we are all suffering in this country, and you came to my DM to add to the suffering. And I have that. I will pinch my hand and make sure I just ping.
Okay, so because the man does not have money, that's why you block him. It's okay. Let's move on, because these people today is Women Crush Wednesday. I don't want to crush the women. I'm being nice and gentle here on Aneke TV and its entertainment. You can follow us on Facebook and on YouTube, where we're bringing you live what's happening around the world of entertainment. And I am here with the red pepper. Red pepper has refused to turn red. You see the problem. So, but let's just move on. Red pepper, let me ask you, what's the most unhinged thing you've done in 2026?
I don't know. I
like what's the risk you've taken in 2026?
That's what I'm saying, risks. I think this year I have not taken much risks.
Okay,
yeah, I remember
now you're pointing at me. Okay,
yeah, you know, believing that someone has it when that person doesn't have it.
No, what kind of
I know the person doesn't have it, but you know, there's this thing they say, have faith that something will, you know, something will happen.
You know.
And you dive into the act, finding out that you're on your own.
Oh, that's the
one reason you know
ever had this year.
Yeah,
I'm talking about in career-wise, in celebrity-wise. What news were you did not what happened this year that you did not expected for it to happen in the world of celebrity, in the entertainment cycle? What really happened in 2026, which really, when you think about it, you say, no, I did not expect this to happen?
No, okay, one thing is about the ladies. Today is Women's Crush Wednesday, so most of these celebrities, I mean, shocked that all of them wants to just get pregnant. Most of these young elderly, because most times our celebrity women don't agree that they are aged.
Okay.
So they always either they are bringing, you see someone that is full grown woman, she's telling you that she's 18, she just celebrated her 21st birthday. I just say, now. So actually the biggest shock I'm receiving this year is that most of the celebrity women, they want to get pregnant, even after claiming that they are younger in age. See, they are just talking about, you see every page they are always talking about how they are very traumatized, how they are not getting their dream man, how they are not finding love, and they just want to have a baby. That is the greatest shock I'm having this year from the celebrity world.
Okay.
They all just want to have a baby.
They all just want to have
all
a baby.
All of a sudden, all of them want to. It's just like, oh, they open the and
they don't want to have it. They want to just have
a baby.
Well,
there is no more love coming forth.
So there's no more love coming forth. Where was love before?
I don't know. They were enjoying themselves, forgetting that they are
congratulations to them enjoying themselves. Now, what do you want? What do they actually want people to do? Well, let's talk about the Ivan and Tominise gist, where someone has come out to, you know, allegedly had to accuse Ivana of having to, you know, give him sweetie. It's looking weird for me because of that kind of conversation. And right now there are some things you as a man, Yemoli, of course, the socialite, had to say it, that there are some things that dies with you.
You know, when you have had an affair or have some conversations with someone, or you've had some, you know, there are things that die with you. I don't know if Yemoli is actually right. Of course, I'm not siding any one of them. They have been doing what they are doing, but right now, it looks like Yemoli is right, that there are things as a man that dies with you. What do you think about that?
No, that's actually true. There are things you don't need to tell others. It's just like a woman who has committed several adultery and so many abortions.
You're using the word adultery. I don't understand.
Or fornication, anyone.
Okay, yes.
So I don't think fornication.
I like where you are dragging this matter now. Let's go.
So and you have so many abortion, and you are coming to, you know, share. You don't need to share those things, because no matter how you tell these things, one day we just try to remind you that you have a past that nobody should hear or should know of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the thing right now is that someone had to come out to say, while we're talking about that, someone had to come out to say that, you know, 80 million naira would not be enough for wedding.
My sister,
80 million naira gift will not be enough for wedding.
You know, there's something we call luxury upon luxury.
No. That's the kind. You see, that's the problem. Of course, this is Women Crush Wednesday, and I don't want to crush the women. Like someone coming out, like it's just always this gender. I'm not. I
don't know why you're paranoid at this point.
But I'm just saying that it's always this gender that will try to. 80
million is million naira. Let's not. Let's not
80 million advice.
Is not worth some wedding. Like if
some
you want,
wedding.
Yeah, their wedding is very
How much will your
picture.
wedding? How much is your wedding? How much will your wedding budget be? Like, will you allow a man to spend 80 million naira?
I will allow a man to spend more than that if he will, and if he has the money.
So if he does not have it,
we go down.
That's the thing. That's the thing. But
we go down.
Okay, good. That's
we
fine.
Go down.
That's really fine. It shows that you are thinking. And you have just picked your sense back, and it's great. It's really
my sense has always been there. Like I always say, I don't know why men that don't have money are always paranoid over some certain things.
It's like paranoid.
You see in the comment section, you see people that are throwing up at these ladies' comment are people. You see men that. But you see, rich man don't need to banter. You just tell him 100 million is your budget. Immediately, everything is just skyrocketing. Yeah. You just say, okay, I've sent you the money. Okay, let's try to make everything spicy.
Okay, just like now, I sent you the money. Let's talk about Danerea's issue, where he has come out to criticize Odogu, the ODG, talking about Burna Boy, that in his song from the World Cup that he did not represent Africa or even Nigeria at all. There was no pidgin, that he was just singing. Do you think that, what kind of criticism is this?
Yeah, it is actually good, because I actually watched Rema's performance and Burna Boy's performance. You see, Rema was trying to bring up the Nigerian spice into his creativity. Although Rema performed solely, he was a solo artist on his own performance, but you see there was an intrusion touch of spice of, yes, I'm a Nigerian. There was flag, there was something else, and the intro and the beating and everything. He just showed you that this is. But Burna Boy was trying to act more like a featured artist under the mercy of Shakira. So sorry, Burna's fans, but I'm just very honest.
Burna fans. But while we're talking about that, let's just, while we have just a minute to go, let's take a look at the women who has been making it since this Women Crush Wednesday, talking about the pediatrician who just relocated to the US, who has been, you know, doing a lot of good works in the medical side of this world. Of course, we can relate that to entertainment. While we're also talking about, we're talking about the senior advocate of Nigeria. Yes, you can talk about it, Oyinkan Shola, who has been elected the 33rd president of the Nigerian Bar Association. It's one thing that we have seen women making names and making waves in the world of professionalism in their career. They have been doing well. Apart from those who are talking about Sweetie, the other people at the other side who have been, you know, elevating and going further to, you know, get what they want to get.
Yeah, I'll be like her someday.
Yeah, you'll be like her someday, and this is where we're calling it a day on this edition of Aneke TV Entertainment. Thank you very much for staying with us. Hello, Red Pepper. I know you have something to tell the people.
Thank you, beautiful people of Enugu. We'll do this tomorrow, same time, same station. Don't go anywhere. By 12:30 p.m. every day, we'll be on your screen.
Yeah, 12:30 every day will be on your screen. And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, the Commissioner of Enjoyment. Have a wonderful afternoon. Enjoy.
Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
You're welcome to another edition of our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we're going to discuss on a topic that's very important to the Nigerian system. It's a topic that has to do with petroleum subsidy. And the topic is fuel subsidy, on or off. What is the difference? This question goes to ask whether when it was removed or when it was during the subsidy regime, what is the difference the difference that the people of Nigeria are encountering? Do they have the difference that they are now reaping from removal of subsidy, or the difference that they were actually enjoying because of the subsidy? Meanwhile, subsidy has been something that's been done by the Nigerian government over time. Since 1970s, many of the things that are being done by the federal government, many of them are subsidized, which include fuel, education, electricity, and foreign exchange since 1970. By 1974, it became a law. It became a law that now backed up the subsidy issue when the federal government made a decree which now turns into an act of parliament of price control. That price control act tends to see that certain goods are not sold beyond the prices fixed on it. And consequently, petroleum, especially refined petroleum, is being sold at very fixed pump prices until such a time when the federal government decided to deregulate some of these issues. They did not deregulate all of them at the same time. By 2016, of course, DPK and of course the diesel kerosene were deregulated before the deregulation of premium motor spirits, which is PMS, by 2016. And since then, after the deregulation, the subsidy was still there. And people were clamoring for removal of fuel subsidy so that the money, because at the point, government said they were not performing, especially in critical projects, capital projects for the nation, because they pay huge sums as a petroleum subsidy in Nigeria. Consequently, government, they have been clamoring on one side to remove and clamoring on the other side not to remove. Some said that it has become a conduit pipe from where government and its cronies are beginning to reap the money from the federal purse. And consequently, also, they said that it should be removed. And finally, after all the hullabaloo about it, the government of Ahmed Bola Tinubu removed fuel subsidy. Just immediately he came into power. And the fuel subsidy has not been there, and the price of petroleum products skyrocketed, making it very difficult for the common man to actually adjust to the economic effects. Inflation became high, and every other thing. So transportation became high. The spiral effect on all the other goods, domestic and otherwise, became very high, that people do not actually know how to cope with that. And because of all this, we have deemed it expedient to take a look, X-ray this subsidy removal or not removal. And I have in the studio a very prominent face on our program Arena. He is popular on Arena, and he knows exactly what it takes to do such analysis and give very comprehensive insight on the situation or situations in Nigeria. I have here in the studio Comrade Kenneth Ofoma, former Vice President of Nigerian Union of Journalists, and of course a social, political, and public affairs commentator. Ken, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me once again.
We are talking about subsidy. Fuel subsidy, on or off. When it was on and when it was off. What is the difference?
Officially, it is supposed to be off. The very day the current government in Nigeria, the administration of President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, the very day he was being inaugurated, I think 29th of May 2023. At the very venue, he announced that the subsidy is off, meaning that he has removed subsidy. And from that day, that announcement triggered a wave of multiplier economic reactions, including it affected our exchange rate, it affected the cost of petroleum products, and of course, it affected cost of transportation and cost of every other thing because of the multiplier effect. And the promise actually was that, or the main reason was that the federal government was spending huge sums of money in the fuel subsidy and run into trillions of naira, almost half of a yearly budget. But at the same time, the intended beneficiary, the common man, they are not benefiting anything from the subsidy. They still some fat cows, you know, those in the businessmen in the oil industry, who are benefiting everything from the subsidy because of the corruption associated with the subsidy. Some of them, according to some reports, they go overseas and bring in water in ship, in oil tankers, but and nobody supervises. They just come in and tell you it is subsidy, and they discharge the water and move away. And all manner of things we are being told that happen, you know, under that regime. And so the current president decided to remove it and promised that the proceeds, that money being spent on subsidy, will now be invested in other things that will affect the people positively, like in education, transportation, improved welfare in terms of remuneration for workers, and what have you. But many Nigerians, including workers, 3 years after, they are now saying that they are not really feeling that impact. And more so, opposition parties have also been, in recent time, criticizing the federal government. Yes, it is true that allocation, federal allocation to states increased. But that beyond that, the common man don't feel that impact. Because of the increase in pump price of fuel and other costs, it has affected every Nigerian, but including those who are at the lower bracket. They no longer have disposable income. Spend their salary on, on things that you normally do pre-removal of subsidy. Normally do those things and still have change. You pay rent and still have change. You do your transportation and still have change. You buy fuel if you are those who have vehicles. You move around and buy fuel. As at that time, fuel was around, I think 400 and something naira also. But when subsidy was removed, it got up to 1,400, 1,500 a liter. That also triggered inflation that affected every other cost of goods and services. And but in recent time, opposition have been accusing the ruling party or the federal government of still paying subsidy indirectly, because he discovered that a huge sums of money are being paid under, is it pipeline security fund, something like that. And other, according to their position, they say other hidden expenditures. To the extent that at the last count, I think the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who made the allegation, said that at the last count, federal government spent about 17.5 trillion on such nebulous expenditures. And so they are now alleging that federal government is still paying subsidy indirectly, but federal government has denied that. And so, yes, a removal of subsidy was announced. And the federal government has always said that, yes, it removed subsidy. It was also part of the campaign promise of the president, and that the other presidential candidates in 2023 also said that they were going to remove subsidy. But then, the other presidential candidates then, like someone like Mr. Peterobi, who ran under the ticket of Labour Party in 2023, he himself has always said that, yes, that he was going to study the subsidy first, remove the corruption in the subsidy, and know what is remaining, whether it should be removed or not. But that the manner it was removed by the current administration triggered a wave of hardship and cost changes that Nigeria is yet to recover from. Today, of course, the removal of subsidy was also followed by harmonization of the exchange rate, which also, alongside removal of fuel subsidy, which led to the increase in the exchange rate.
Now, we'll come to the economic effect of removal of fuel subsidy, where you're going to throw more light on this area you are trying to talk about. Let me ask, was subsidy seen, like you rightly pointed out, but you didn't detail anything. You said that some people were importing anything, and they'll come back to put in their claims for the subsidy of such imports. In this present circumstance, was subsidy then seen by government as well as others as a conduit pipe from where either the government collude with some of their cronies, the oil importers, to do, because the subsidy on imports, especially on importation of oil, was more because our refineries were no longer working. And then every other oil dealer resorted to importation. So was it a kind of conduit pipe to drain the national income?
Of course, that is what it is. And successive administrations who maintained it could not tackle the associated corruption, because a lot of people are involved. Corruption cannot take place without the involvement of officials, both public and civil servants. Oil theft even cannot take place without collusion of officials, government officials, either in the security sector or in the ministries. And so, like somebody always say that the ship, the kind of oil tanker they use to steal oil, is not like a small something. It's a big vessel. There is no way it is hidden, and every ship has a tracker. So it's both national and international, thieves, if you like, a cartel. So it's also a cartel that is involved in subsidy corruption is the biggest racketeering you can think of. The subsidy, even till tomorrow, the corruption in the oil sector. It is the same corruption that made it impossible for our refineries to work till tomorrow. Even this latest rehabilitation engaged by the group general manager
and acquisition of the
managing
Chinese
director. Yes, a lot of oil sector experts have said, like they say, if you keep doing the same thing the same way over and over, and it's giving you the same result, that is a definition of madness. All the turnaround maintenance with more than $2 billion spent, more than that, over time, on turnaround maintenance of our refineries. Yet, in the last 10 years, none of our refineries, either the two in Port Harcourt, or the one in Warri, or the one in Kaduna, none of them has been able to refine one bottle of refined product. Yeah, if you see their salary chart, billions of naira being spent in maintaining the staff and everything. You begin to wonder, what kind of country are we running? And then for somebody to now go into the same mistake of government is not good at business, particularly where we lose transparency and accountability. Government are always unable to rein in corrupt officials. And so it has been proposed several times that the best thing is to, partly privatize the refineries. Like they did, the model, the LNG, the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas Company, which Nigeria has 49%, private individuals have 51%. And the place is running profitably, in gas production. That if you apply the same model in our refineries, when nobody is saying you should sell everything, sell 51%. That is, privatize 51% of the assets. Retain 49%. So private sectors who bought, who invested, we now, because they have majority, they form the management and run it profitably. The investment they make in buying that 51 will be enough to invest. They can even borrow. But the important thing is that they are going to, the management they will bring in will revive the refineries. And Nigeria will start, the Nigerians will stop suffering. Today we have only Dangote. And Dangote is a businessman. He's also exporting refined products because he's also importing crude oil, the feedstock. So that is the challenge. For me, it is not as if solving this problem in the sector is a rocket science. I think for reasons known to them, that could be related to corruption. We appear to lack the political will. Successive governments lack the political will to do the needful to sanitize that sector. And the resources, oil resources we have, is turning to a resource cost. Now, when we are not relying on petroleum products in the 60s, we are relying more on agriculture. The economy was growing at a faster rate. But because of the discovery of oil, we abandoned agriculture, and look at it, we're not growing. Rather,
yes, we were growing.
Turning into a cost.
Yes, we were growing because I remember that in the 70s, both World Bank and IMF borrowed from Nigeria.
That was when we were relying more
on
agriculture.
Yes, World Bank, IMF, they borrowed from Nigeria. And
when Emma Okpara was the premier of Eastern region, the Eastern regional economy was growing, was the fastest growing economy in the world. And what were you doing there? Palm plantations you know, agriculture, cashew,
rubber,
cocoa in the west, granite pyramid in the north, and what have you, cotton. We're exporting those things. But today, we abandoned all those things and rely only on oil. And we are now subjected to the fluctuations of international oil market. If there is a closure in the Strait of Hormuz, the price of crude will rise, and we will feel the impact in Nigeria. The pump price will increase.
Yes, but at the same time too, our Brent will be selling at a very high cost. For instance, it's sold for between $100 to $120 within the period there was a blockade at the Strait of Hormuz. And we wonder, when Nigeria made their budget at $64 per barrel, that is pegged their budget, then we wonder what must have happened to the excess money recovered from that market. That money should have been used to cushion the effect that price of crude, was having on our own domestic, usages. But we are yet to know exactly how these monies were employed, how it was used by the government of the day. Or is it about sharing money amongst the federative units, which at the end of the day has not shown any positive indices that the people are feeling the effect of these huge sums of money that is even extra to what they had budgeted?
Yes, no doubt that the revenue increased, but remember also that we are still importing petroleum products. So as the crude increased, the cost of Brent, the cost of petroleum products, refined products, also increased. That is why people are suspecting and alleging that Nigeria was still indirectly paying subsidy. Because that time, at the peak of the blockade of Strait of Hormuz, when the crude rose to up to $120, $110 a barrel, if you are importing, like we are doing, because the Dangote cannot 100% satisfy our domestic need. Even if he does, because he's also importing the crude at a higher rate, definitely he will also increase the cost of refined products. So, and mind you also, Nigeria has areas of obligations. That, there are people who sold our crude well in advance, that they are not taking their money gradually. And you understand my point? So that if you sell 2 million barrels a day, which we don't anyway, I think our highest peak was about 1.7 million. Maybe about half of that we go in settling the old debt we borrowed. You understand my point? Obligation, debt obligation. And so, but yes, we still make profit, I believe. And there are a lot of opacity in the oil sector, in NNPC, in the Ministry of Petroleum, and what is happening there. It hardly can tell what is happening. So, but like you also said, governors are also getting increased allocation. Some of them operate a different program. There is no correlation. There is no, there is no relationship between the programs of the state and that of the federal government in terms of our fiscal policy, and then tackling other challenges. You see some of them building airports, even those who have existing airport, they are building another airport. What is the benefit? So you see them engaging in flyovers here and there, even where they are not needed. They do all these physical projects, because that is where they will make money, kick back and kick front. If you invest, the cost of building one airport, for instance, there is a state that built airports. I understand they spend about 50 billion naira. Today, for going to 3 years, no plane is landing in that airport. It's lying fallow. In fact, they have turned the part of the airport into a worship center. Then, can you imagine if you invest 50 billion naira into agriculture in that state? You know, a kind of food exports. So it is misplacement of priority, both at the state and federal level, because some ministries are also, okay, even as we are making the gain when the international oil price increased, are we financing our budget as a federal government, as a nation? That's why you see the budget spiraling. We're now running about 3 budgets in one. 2024, 2025, and now 2026. And most ministries are crying that their budgets are not being funded. Even the defense budgets. So, it's a challenge. Only the federal government can explain why we're having this kind of system. But they will tell you, oh, according to FIT rating, that everything is rosy, that Nigeria is out of the wood, this and that. But Nigerians are saying, what is the connection between those statistics and the
exactly
the living condition of the people?
The impact.
What is the impact on
the removal of fuel subsidy
what is the impact
on the people
domestic
of Nigeria?
Products?
Yes.
Daily products. You go to the market, what you buy? What is the impact? People are suffering.
Are there any indices, realistic indices, not one maybe concocted by the Office of Statistics? Do we have any reality indices which may have been collected from the people, message through either random sampling, vox pop, as the case may be, showing that the people are feeling the impact of the removal of subsidy in some kind of ways, in the kind of ways that they now take 3 square meals, in the kind of ways that they now fund their homes and all that.
Well, the kind of statistics they make reference to, what like the World Bank, IMF, the kind of monetary management, monetary policy management, tell you that our Naira has stabilized in the last 6 months. Stabilized at what? At 140 Naira or thereabouts. It's still very high. They will tell you that.
Okay.
But then the other statistics, in terms of the living standard,
they said Naira has stabilized. We'll come back to it. We're going to pause for a break. We'll come back. We shall continue. We're still on our program Arena on Aneke TV Southeast Nigeria. And please, for you viewer, keep watching us. At the moment we are going to come back. Stay tuned.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. You're welcome back. We're still on our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And I have a guest who is a popular face on this program, Comrade Ken Ofoma, the former Vice President of Nigeria Union of Journalists and public affairs commentator. And Comrade, you were discussing on
some of the statistics.
The statistics.
So I told you that they talk about the stability of the Naira. They also talk about Nigeria now 55 globally on economic performance. You know, with a score of 45.2, emerging as the highest performing African economy. They also talk about GDP growth expanded by 3.89%. They also talk about the increase in our credit rating. And then, of course, a slight decrease in inflation, and then increase in our reserve. So, like people are saying, when we now measure the impact on the people, the people are saying that Nigeria is now, we now have 170 million people that have gone into poverty, you know, below poverty line, and other misery index. So as we are being rated in economic management high, the living standard of the people is decreasing. The people, you know, the common goods, you know, in developed countries, aside from rating what is the performance of your currency and what have you, they also go to supermarket and rate the increase or decrease, whether the 2% or 1%, groceries, cost of groceries, which is what people eat. So I don't know how many people have gone to the market to check the cost of goods and services, whether they are also measuring positively compared to the World Bank rating. Now,
that is exactly why I said, because from your submission and from the submission of very many other persons or bodies, the cost of living is high in Nigeria. And the poor is getting poorer and the rich getting richer. The removal of subsidy tends to favor the rich. If it tends to favor the rich can afford it, the poor cannot afford it. And the spiral effect of the cost of petroleum has, of course, affected the prices of all other goods. And let us take a look at how much are the civil servants or public servants paid as wages or salaries. Can they afford to pay for their rents? Can they afford to train their children in school? Can they afford to feed their families, a family of maybe 4, you know, and all that? That is it. Because our minimum wage is about 70, 80, as the case may be, down to 100,000, depending on the state. So, and such money cannot afford to do anything for any family. If there's any family that says he manages 100,000, which of course is being paid to the soldiers in Nigeria.
It was increased to that. It was less than that.
Yes, it was 49,000. And now increased to 100. But yet, the 100,000 cannot even do anything. And that is exactly the way it is to police, to all the paramilitary agencies, and all the public servants in Nigeria. So, how do we begin to tackle such situation? Yet, we now come out with all the indices, World Bank indices, statistics, and all that, favoring Nigeria to be good enough. No.
That is what people are saying. If Nigeria is doing well in those rating, monetary, yes, the CBN governor is doing a lot, but I think there is need for reciprocal, policy direction by the fiscal side, Minister of Finance. Because the economy is like a plane with a twin engine, the monetary and the fiscal side. If you are doing well on one side and the other one is not doing well, then you are not doing well enough. And so there is need for those ratings to be stepped down. There is need for to connect the masses. What policy direction, what policy measures can the government introduce to begin to impact on the living condition of the people? So that is the challenge. The government is also trying to come up with a lot of, I think a few days ago, they announced approval of, they say $2 billion to be disbursed to people and all that. I don't know how that is going to work. For me, this idea of throwing money to a problem, I think we need a structured reaction. We need to structure our economy and remove corruption in a way. And the improvement in our monetary and rating is also because of the hot money, the foreign direct foreign portfolio investment. That's why even our stock exchange is doing well and what have you. But it's hot money. People bring in money. When they look at your exchange rate and your interest rate, they can rush, pull money from other countries, come and buy, and make their gain. When things get tough, they pull their money again and run away. So it is not foreign portfolio investors that we need. Temporarily, it may swell your, some kind of economic buoyancy, but it is utopian. It's not real. So all we need is our foreign direct investment. People who will come and invest in our industry, in production. Those are the real people that can affect our economy in the long run positively, create employment, and what have you, contribute, in terms of tax, But when it is only the portfolio investors, we cannot beat our chest and say that we're out of the woods. The problem is still very deep.
Okay, the federal government tells us that the federative units now receive more allocations. Yes, they do. And of course, the third tier of government, which is the nearest to the people, also receive more allocations. And we have not seen any impact, especially at the local government level. Even before the removal of fuel subsidy, the local governments were building roads, asphalting roads. Today, it is no longer the same. What has happened to that?
That is the big question, the paradox. The whole thing boils down to lack of accountability. When the government is in power, a lot of people feel that sense of, that they are protected, their government in power. And it is the federal government, it is the way the kind of system they run that the subnationals will also follow. If there is a strict appliance of resources, if there are no leakages in the system, if there are no budget padding, and even importing what does not exist into the budget to siphon money. They see all this, and they will also sit up. And all our anti-graft agencies, if they are up and doing, monitoring the expenditure, all this allocation to states every month, and the local governments, they will sit up. But whereby everybody feels there's immunity, as far as we are in the party in power, it is maybe after this administration, if another person, opposition party, comes into power, then we begin to probe what is happening. Like this forfeiture that we are seeing today. There are people that served under the last administration, talking about Malami, talking about former CBN governor, and what have you.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that currently that our money is not being stolen. It's still being stolen.
Okay. If the anti-graft agencies are truly serious to look at the activities within the financial sector, I think the government, persons at the various tiers of government will sit up and do the needful, and the impact of governance will reach out to the populace. That is the submission of our guest, Comrade Ken Ofoma, who appeared on this program. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
This is much we can take from this program today. Be with us next time on this program, and of course, we'll continue to give you what we know to do. Thank you, and God bless you.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery, even when physical allocations are significant. The absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, these distrust translates into behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where formal governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as the default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
We are glad to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is a program that has confirmed that really iron sharpens iron by following up on the activities and the lifestyle of the young people anywhere they are, especially when they are away from home. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and of course, we say a very big thank you so much for being a part of this program. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Awasi. And today our focus is students' time management. Thank you so much. And in the studio today, I have some vibrant youths who, as a matter of fact, have managed your time and are still managing their time effectively. By my left, I have a student from the Department of Public Administration at Ebonyi State University, Abakaliki, Uwa Ehnanyachuku Joy. Joy, you're welcome.
Thank you.
And again, I have the CEO of Mikorazon Lex Enterprises, Chike Philip Osigwe.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome on the show.
Thank you very much.
All right. Joy,
sir,
let me begin with you. What does time management mean to a student?
I would say time management is the process of planning and controlling time on how much time spent on a specific activities to increase productivity, efficiency, etc., etc.
Productivity, efficiency, etc., etc. I don't know how comfortable you are with Joy's definition.
Okay, it's fine. It's okay. The only thing I will just sum it up this way, like being the boss of your time. Like they say, time waits for nobody. That means time is going. But time management is more like channeling it to the path you want it to go. Let me put this time in this direction. Let it travel in this way. And let me be the boss and not the time telling me what to do and what not to do. So that's time management.
Okay, thank you. Joy, like somebody can help, one can help the other wash plates, one can help the other run errands, or even wash clothes, as the case may be. But in this case of time management, can one help another in managing his time or her time?
I will say yes. I will say yes.
Okay, in what senses?
In what sense is that I was asked to come here by 4 o'clock and I was a bit late. Him calling me, reminding me of my time, asking me where I was is also part of helping me manage my time. Like reminding me that time is ticking, like clock is ticking, time is going. So it's a part of helping me manage my time.
Okay, for effective time management, do you think there's a space for mentorship?
Okay, of course, yeah. For effective time management, yes. There's a place for mentorship, meaning you coach somebody else on how to prioritize time. Of course, all of us in fact, many of us, we are mentored into time management to teach you. In fact, when I was growing up, when I was much younger, we had this woman in my compound. She wasn't my mom, but she was more like a mom because we were close neighbors. So she was this type that would always ring it in the ears of our children. Time waits for nobody. Time waits for nobody. And that inculcated that mindset in us that time will always be going. So whatever you want to be doing, just know that as you are lying down and waiting, time is not sitting there with you, it's moving. So parents inculcate it in children, priests inculcate it in church members, the school inculcate it by even flogging you when you come late. So it's also mentorship to learn how to prioritize time. So yes, is the answer.
Okay, Joy, if I place before you now 2 students, one that manages time effectively and the other that doesn't. To you, what's the difference between the two?
I'll say priority. One prioritize her time, then the other person does not prioritize her time.
Okay. I think that's exactly what I have said, and that's what I placed before you. Define the person of this person that manages time effectively and the other that doesn't, elaborately.
Okay. If I'm to say that the difference between the both is discipline. It's just discipline, that this person knows that, okay, at this time I'm supposed to be doing this, at the other time I'm supposed to be doing that. Be disciplined with time. I am supposed to be here by 7, and it's one thing to wake up and promise myself that, man, by 7 I'm supposed to be there. Probably you will see 2 students now. There is a lecture by 8 in the morning. One student will prefer, let me eat and go to the lecture. Even if it means being in the lecture by 8:20, I'm still somehow early. Then there's another student that prefers, let me take my food and go to the lecture. And he will be at the lecture hall by 7:30 and yet be eating. So that means this student prioritizes time that I have to be here by 8. The other one thinks even if I come 20 minutes after 8, I'm still somehow in time. So it's just the discipline that is the difference between the two human beings.
Okay, Joy.
So,
I'm back to you.
okay.
What's the approximate number of hours a student who manages time effectively should spend sleeping per night?
I'll use myself as an example. Okay. During exam period, I sleep by 9, then I wake up by 3 to reach. Then when it's not exam period, I sleep by 12. Then I wake up by 7 against 8 o'clock lecture.
Can you come again? During exam, you sleep by 9?
I wake up by 3.
Wake by 3?
Yes.
9 to 3?
That's
okay.
3 a.m.
3 a.m. I know. Then, ordinary time?
I sleep by 12.
You sleep 12?
I wake up by 7.
You wake 7. Okay.
Approximately the same thing.
Okay. Then, what do you have to say?
Okay, for a student, okay, it's been a while I left the student community, but I know that a student, probably people might disagree with this, but a student, for me, a student should not be sleeping more than 4 hours. 4 good hours of sleep is enough for a student. The reason is, aside from studies, there are other things you do with your time. Probably your socials, your devotions, and other things. So let me say a student sleeping by 10 and probably waking up by 2 or 3 to read is not bad. You will be sound, you will be stable. 4 hours of sleep per day is not bad for a student, because at 4 hours, you've gotten all the rest that you need. Judging with the fact
does not depend on the students or a particular student's body system?
I don't think it depends. I think the body system in general, except you are sick, the body system in general, at 4 hours of uninterrupted sleep, let me use the word, because some persons might be sleeping, you're playing music, you might be sleeping, you set a movie to watch, that's interrupted sleep. That means you sleep, wake, you sleep, wake. If you have 4 straight hours of uninterrupted sleep, you'll be fine, you'll be okay.
Okay, Joyce said during exam, 9 p.m. to 3 a.m., that is 6 hours.
6 hours.
And ordinary time, 12 a.m., yours 12 p.m. to 7 a.m. That is around 7 hours. Yes. Okay, and you're saying it should be approximately 4 hours. Okay, but Joy used this and it worked for her.
Of course, it can.
Okay, and probably used approximately 4 hours and it worked for you.
Of course.
Do you think, I don't know other people who could use approximately 10 hours and it still work for them?
Yes, depending on the person's capability to learn. Yes.
Capability to learn?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Some are dull, then some are sharp-minded. With a glance at their book, they have gotten what they want to read before they can understand. So some are dull, some are quick to learn, then some are dull to learn.
What are the factors necessitating that, if it is true?
Okay, yes, I buy the idea that it varies with individuals, because just like what I was saying now, it just recalled to me that back in school days, even now, I understand things faster in the night when maybe everybody's asleep. Back in those days, we still have students that when they wake up in the night to read, they don't understand anything, so they have to read in the afternoon. So such students spend more time sleeping in the night than in the day. Meanwhile, somebody like me, I will want to use my nights and maybe find a time to sleep or take a nap in the day. So it all depends on the time you assimilate more. Mind you, we are just talking about students now. It depends on the time you assimilate more, the time you understand more. If you know you understand more in the night and you sleep for 7 hours through the night, you are robbing yourself. Then if you know you understand more in the day and you spend 6 hours in the day sleeping, you are robbing yourself as well. So it still varies with individuals.
Okay, Joy, when do you think is the best time to start preparing for examination as a student?
1 month ahead.
1 month ahead of what?
Of the examination. 1 month ahead.
1 month ahead. That's what worked for you.
Not for me, for Eddie. That's why I said some people are sharp-minded, then some people are slow to learn. Me, sometimes, depending, if it's a course I understand very well, I might not just open my book. Then one day to the exam, I'll just read through it because I already understand it from the class. But if it's something I don't understand, something I did not learn, something I did not attend the lecture, if it's a course I did not attend the lecture, I'll start 1 month ahead to be able, not like I am not, which English do I use? Okay. I write out a scheme of work and place time. I'm going to read, I'm going to use...
That's your personal timetable?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll draft out a timetable. I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this so time. I'm going to, yes.
Okay, how do you justify the case of a student who will always wait until when the examination timetable is out, then you start reading?
Such a student...
Don't you think that this happens to a majority of
it does. It does. Not just in the students' world. It even happens in other realms of life. But then it's not the best at all. Because one thing that can happen is that you can mix up things. You can use this for this, and at the end of the day, you'll be screaming that you don't know it. Simply because you read that thing, and probably at the point that your mind is still digesting it, is when you're actually supposed to deliver it in the exam. So in the exam hall, you can mix things up. Secondly, you can blank out in the exam hall. It happens to many students. You just blank out, and that's because probably your mind is still trying to assimilate that thing. You can imagine where you've never heard of photosynthesis, and you have to write photosynthesis in the exam, and you just learned what photosynthesis is last night, and you come to the exam and it's before you what is photosynthesis. It's very normal for your mind to blank out, because you only heard of it once in your entire lifetime. So your mind will take hours to recall what that thing actually is. And some people think it's a demonic manipulation, because what normally happens is after the exam, you go outside and it just comes. And it's because your mind will take the time to digest it. This is what it is, and you bring it out. So it's not even advised. Every student should, not just 1 month. As the classes are going on, practice those things, learn them. Sorry to say, the course I studied, you have to be very familiar with formulas and how to do it. If you are not very, very much familiar, it's very possible you mix up things in exams. So,
I agree with you.
You agree? Yes. Have you ever experienced blank out?
Plenty times. Even spelling. I'll be like, what is? Can someone help me spell is? I'm like, is. What is? I'm calling it. I'm pronouncing it, yet I cannot spell it. Then after the exam, I was like, what's like, what was that? What is that I cannot spell?
I think your village people have. Thank you.
The mind didn't digest.
Okay, in that case, you studied yourself over time. What do you think is actually what happened to you?
Social media.
Social media.
Wonderful.
Social media. Okay, that's a wonderful one. Social media. What actually do students do with social media, especially when they are students at school and during examination periods?
My God. If I'm to say, students do a lot on social media. In fact, if I'm to rate, I think about 60% of social media is managed, controlled by students. In fact, it might even be more than 60 because they are the ones usually on social media. But then social media is, like it has been argued around about the world, is robbing students of time. Because most students, you scroll on Facebook, you scroll on TikTok, you scroll on this just to watch videos and laugh, and it has a way of keeping you there. And if you are not the boss of your time, just like we are saying time management, you did not regulate it that I will be on social media for 30 minutes. You find people, they will be on social media till they sleep, they wake up, and somebody wakes up, I did not read my book, and meanwhile at the moment he's on social media, still looking at the same thing that made him sleep through the night and did not read, still on it till daybreak. So social media kills students' time, and I don't know exactly what it is they are doing there.
You are talking about watching video or movies on social media. What about some that will have multiple accounts? Like you have an account on X, you have an account on TikTok, you have on Facebook, you have on Instagram, and the rest of them, and you maintain each per day. Has it ever happened to you? What's your own experience of social media blank out during examination?
Okay, so I run an online business. I sell bags, then footwear at times. So most at times, I'm like, let me be keeping up with my customers. Let me be posting. Let me be waiting for their reply, their get back. Hey, you said you are going to get back to me today. I'm always eager to know what is happening online, so I don't miss out. So I don't get a notification, oh, I want this bag. And because I am sleeping or maybe I am reading, I won't get to see the notification on time. Then the person now leaves me to go to another place, to another online vendor to get the item. So I'm like, my data is always on now. I'm active 24/7. Call me, chat me. Even if I'm sleeping, wake me up, I will answer you, which I normally do, no matter how busy I am. So far somebody wants to buy an item from me, I leave every other thing I am doing. Even if I am reading for my exam, I'll be like, I will not fail the course. I'll close my book. I'll go to deliver the market, then I come back and continue. So it distracts me very, very, very well because I'm always eager to know what is happening online, what is going on, what is trending. Aside from my business, I always like what is trending, the latest news, what is happening, who is dying, who is alive, who is fighting, which country I am. I always want to know the trending updates.
Okay, Chike, I think Joy is being sincere here.
Very much sincere.
Yes, despite the fact that the other aspect of her business is using the social media meaningfully.
Yes.
Yes, and the other aspect of knowing what is happening around the world. I think in a lot of times, knowing it's always good. Knowing more. Okay, but she couldn't eat her cake and had it. That's why she also suffered the same thing. Others who use social media meaninglessly also suffered. Okay, let me comment this way, Chike. We are talking about time management by students, and in a case where a student is the one training himself in school or herself, now we have to ask is she trades on social media, but somehow the student I'm talking about goes about hostels along the roadside and all of the places, giving people the product she has and all of that. And she doesn't have time to read. Even in the exam period, people are making demands and she's supplying for that reason. And she needed to do that to pay her school fees. How do you think such will manage his time or her time as a student?
Okay, fine. There is one point I would like everybody to remember. We all have 24 hours in a day. All of us in the whole world. we all have 168 hours in a week. Everybody equally. Now, just like we say, time management is apportioning each time to each thing. The fact that you know that first and foremost I am a student, so that means I should find a way to share in a greater proportion of my time to studentship, like my main job. Then let it be that I am giving 3 hours to moving around to give people my products, which is your second work. So let's say in a day, give out 4 hours to customers, maybe give 5 to study.
But in some cases, according to what Joy said,
yes,
customers can violate the time.
Which is where I'm driving.
Because you made the time and they are not aware of it. They can call you anytime.
Yes. I'm still driving to that part. Okay. Now, if you go to a place like Roban on Sundays, you meet it locked. It's not that they don't like money. It's still time management. Like I said, be the boss of the time. Let those your customers know from onset that by this time to this time is when you will get me. After this time, you won't see me. Banks love money more than every other institution. But they tell you, when you come here by 4, you won't see us. Not that they don't like the money, they like it, but they don't want to violate their time. So every individual should do that as well. One testimonial interview by Dangote, Aliko Dangote, he taught me something. He said when he was starting his business, when he was still very young, he told himself that Saturday is for him and his family. So he grew up with that in the business, that even as big as he is, Saturday is still for his family. So if you set it that I'll be in your hostel on Monday from 2 to 6 in the evening, and you will see that people would adjust to it that, this lady will be here by 2 and she will go by 6, which is the way we adjust to every other thing we go to in life. So such a person should not say, this is the reason why I did not read. If you do it, it just shows us sign that.
But look at the angle I'm coming from.
Manage your time.
Joy, don't you think you will lose some money, supposing you adopt the method you mentioned here?
I will lose.
You will lose some money. That's what it's money we're talking about here.
I will lose.
It's money we're talking about.
Yes, you will lose. It's not a loss per se. Let me say you have other values to offer. Probably this person sells the best rice. If he has gone, you will see that people will say, let me just manage this other one. So to you, it may look like you lost. But that person would most likely come back tomorrow to tell you, I sought for you the other day, you have closed. I just managed the other rice. It has happened to me. I went to a particular place to buy food late. They've closed. I bought food from somewhere else. I purged for 3 days. And that woman might see it as, she lost customer. But me, I know that the food I want to eat is this one. But this person has gone. Let me manage this. And I purged for days. So tomorrow it will make me bend my mind to the fact that I have to meet this woman and buy food, then do something else. I'm just saying this person should not use it as an excuse. I'm doing business.
Okay, that's taking. Joy. Apart from social media and the business you do there, what again takes your time on campus as a student?
Okay. Like lack of electricity.
Lack of electricity takes your time? How? You visit NEPA office?
No. We go from one charging center to another to be able to charge our torchlight, our phone,
Is there anything like game you like? Like you go watch football, play snooker, and all of that?
Nah.
Chika, do you know there are some students on campus that would like to watch every match of any tournament? They will not like to miss any.
Of course.
And that takes their time. How will such student manage the time effectively?
Yes, for a student that loves to watch football, everything about time management is priority. You know when they fix the match. You know what you're supposed to do. You bend your schedule around that time. Let me say there is match by 12 and there is class by 12.
Say exam.
Thank you.
Exam,
okay,
8 a.m.
Okay, exam.
And there is match by 12.
And there is match by 12. You know that probably after your, if it's 8 a.m., the student can cope. Maybe after exam, you rush and go to where they want. But let's just say they are together, 12. Of course, you know what your priority is. You're supposed to go write your exam before you go to the match. Same thing applies to every other thing. But let's say the match is by 8 in the night, and you know that by 8 you are supposed to be somewhere else. Maybe there are some things that you can do now to create chance for 8 p.m. So by then you can create it. Where the issue is you just flowing with the time. Like you don't create any time. You just say anytime match comes, I bend every other thing.
I think my instance revolves around a student that will always wait till the examination, the timetable comes out before he starts reading. This is the same student that loves watching all matches of a tournament. Then, for instance, today, by 12 a.m. the next day,
yes,
that's when the match is coming up.
It's coming up. Okay.
By 8 a.m. the same day is when the exam has to take effect.
Okay.
How will such student watch the match, read books before the exam, and then go and write the exam successfully?
Such a student will be robbing himself. Unless, in fact, there is no way around it. You have an exam by 8 a.m. and you wake up by 12 in the night to watch football that will probably end by 3 or by 4. That student will only rob himself, because by the time you are done watching the football, you'll be tired. And you say, let me rest a little bit. And by the time you are resting, you wake up by 7:30. The next thing is to take your bath and enter the exam hall with that hurry and that rush. You are even setting yourself up to even forget the ones you already know. So it's not even advised. If you have an exam or even a side exam, just prioritize, set some things out, remove some so that you can be lord of your time and get what you want done.
Okay, Joy, I'm surprised you didn't mention that you go clubbing most of the nights as a student on the campus.
There are some students who go clubbing. I don't.
There are some who do. But you don't.
I don't.
You don't like it?
Not like I don't like it. I stay in a remote area. Isheke is a remote area in Abakaliki, so me going out at night is endangering myself.
I know Isheke very well. Students go from Isheke to Cars, go to Presco, wherever it's happening.
For me, I will not. It's endangered. I could get raped. I could get robbed. I could be stranded. Why coming back and there's nobody?
It means it's fear, the phobia, not that you don't like it.
Yes.
Okay? If not because of the fear, if anything can take away the fear from you, you do what others are doing.
Then if I have friends whose mindsets are also like that, I stay alone. Then I don't stay in the same hostel with my friends. So it's not something.
You don't have anybody to tell you about how it happened and how fun it was. Okay, but do you know there are students like that who go clubbing almost every day?
Yes, of course.
On campus.
Of course.
Yes. How will such students manage their time? It may not be their fault that they go clubbing, it's what they like.
Of course, of course. We cannot rule out that there are people that love clubbing. But if I'm to advise such students, use that thing you like as a bait for yourself. Like if I read throughout this week, by Saturday I will go clubbing. It's okay. Maybe because you set it as a bait for yourself that as long as I'm able to cover this textbook from Monday to Friday, I will use that clubbing to reward myself for doing it. It's good. Maybe in a day you can say, if I read for 4 hours, then I will enter on social media and spend 2 hours. Use this as a bait. It's going to help you manage your time. But then where the issue is, if you've not read for the whole week and you go clubbing on Friday and Saturday and you are to, come back on Monday, you are robbing yourself entirely. It's not a bad thing to love clubbing, but as you're loving clubbing, balance it with doing something meaningful for yourself.
Okay. It is not a bad thing to love clubbing. But when you're clubbing, you should balance it and do something meaningful for yourself. It is a bad thing
when you are dull.
Okay, Chike, it's not a bad thing according to you. And Joy, it is a bad thing. Thank you so much. Can you tell us more about that when we come out from? We want to observe a short break. After the break, you will tell us, Joy, why it is a bad thing, despite the fact that you stayed alone according to you, and you hadn't anybody who tells you stories about what happened there. Still, to you, it is a bad thing. And Chike, maybe you clubbed all the years on campus. That is why it's a good thing to you. Thank you so much. Our viewer, we shall be right back. Just a short break.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, thank you so much for being there. Back from the short break, it's still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Topic for today is students' time management. And thank you so much for being there. Before I went on the short break, we were talking about night clubbing. Yes, according to Chike, there's nothing bad in night clubbing as far as you arrange yourself very well so that it doesn't disturb other of your school activities. And then according to Joy, everything is bad about clubbing. Joy, let's hear from you.
Not everything entirely. Okay, I'll say individually. I'll still use that word though. If you know you are slow to learning, you shouldn't be going clubbing. It's going to do you more bad than good. Because I myself, I don't know if it happens to any other person, but I have this, should I call it behavior of always remembering what happened before now. Maybe I might be scrolling through my phone, then I at church on Sunday, I danced so much. That's a distraction. Maybe whether I'm reading or whether I'm pressing my phone, then imagine me now going to club when I know that I cannot even read out. I cannot even read out what is written on the book or spelling it or writing it. Then I went for clubbing. Then I opened my book. What I'm seeing is the way they were sparing money. Everybody was jubilating. They are dancing. It's a very big distraction. I shouldn't have any business to do with clubbing at all.
Okay. I don't know if you have something to tell us, but I wish you have. What are the things and activities in a clubhouse?
It's more of dancing, drinking, then everybody's jubilating.
Dancing, drinking.
Jubilating.
Everybody jubilating.
Nice.
Chike, you've clubbed for some time.
I've never been to a club. I've never been.
How would you know what I want you to tell me?
But then the thing is that from social media, from videos, from reports, we know that clubbing is about partying. In fact, the word is wide party. It's a wide party where there are no rules. Anything goes. You can meet with anybody. Some people get beaten. Some people get raped. Some people, under the influence of alcohol, people do a lot of things. That's just what I know is what happens in the club. It's just a wide party with no rules.
Chike, remember you said there was nothing bad about clubbing. Why are you saying all of this?
With respect to time management, we are not saying it for maybe the moral or religious aspect. We're just talking about when it comes to managing time. We are not saying don't do, you remember you said if it is what gives the person happiness or joy. We are not saying you should not go there because it's what gives you joy. With respect to time management, I was now saying it's not bad if you fix it as a bait for yourself. I will use this to relax after doing this. So I wasn't talking from the moral or religious aspect. That's another thing entirely.
That's another dimension of it.
Yes.
It would have been good you make a little touch so that anybody that has never attended clubbing will have just a tip of what will be happening
I
there.
think I made my point when I said I've never been to a club. So when I said I've never been, you should send the message.
Okay, Joy, now that I don't know what was keeping you actually when you say you lived alone. Maybe you were not associating with some people. You didn't live in a hostel where there were a lot of students, right? But I know that some students come to the school, a male and a female will agree to pack into an apartment, and then they live as if they're husband and wife, do everything and all of that. Joy, just be sincere. Is it one of the things that kept you alone?
No. I just love my space. I love being in my space. I love my things to be kept the way I organize them, because sometimes people tend to make use of your property or like mismanage it the way you yourself will be hurt. If they are the people that purchase it, I'm not sure they will use it like that. So I love my space. I love being alone. So when you come to my house, you see this laptop, you see this tab as it's sitting there. After using it, you still put it down there. But when we are staying together, we are sharing the same apartment. You'll be like, what is there even if I don't keep it there? After all, I'm your roommate. But when you're a visitor, when you come see me, I've placed it there. After using it, you place it there. So I don't like people inconveniencing me in my own space. I just love to be alone.
You like keeping your space?
Yes.
Okay. Please, this is a personal question. Don't be offended. Are you married?
No, I'm not married.
Supposing you get married tomorrow, and it happens to be such a man that will always pick something from the table and you see it under the bed, pick another one from the kitchen and it is on top of your bed. That's exactly what you have explained that you wouldn't like, and that is why you are staying alone. What will you do?
Okay. To be very, very honest and sincere, if I complain, no changes, we are going to get a maid.
That will be doing what? That will be controlling your husband?
No, that will be putting it in place for him since he's a child.
Who trained that maid? How sure are you the maid will do exactly what you wished?
She's going to do it. I'm paying her.
Okay, that is by the way. Chike, back to the drawing board. You may have been aware that in some cases, a male and a female students, maybe from the same department or from different departments or different faculties, who agree and pack into an apartment as campus couple, and they live all through, and they join themselves. What happens to their time management in relation to the academic pursuits?
Okay, fine. Yeah, I experienced it during school days. I saw people that they are not legally married, husband and wives, but they are living together. And in most of those cases, the man is the one paying for the apartment, and the lady is attaching to it. Now, it does a big harm in terms of time management. You know, everything we are saying today is about time management. I won't talk about the harm it does in other aspects, religious, another one.
Okay, that may not concern you today.
Yeah, it's for today. But in terms of time management, when you enter that home, not a home per se, that apartment, they will share rules. And the lady will have the role of cooking. So
if they so wish, can't the guy have the role of cooking?
Ethically, it's going to be so that the lady will have to cook. Okay. And let's say exam is to start. The lady has exam tomorrow. Meanwhile, she has to come back and she has to cook. I don't know whether you're getting what I'm saying. She has to cook, she has to make food ready. Meanwhile, she has exam tomorrow. So that role itself is killing her time. Secondly, there will be distractions, because maybe this guy would like to watch ball inside the room, or he want to play music, or he want to invite friends to chat and make noise, or maybe the lady want to invite friends over.
People that live alone invite friends, they play music.
No. This one is having the opposite sex. We don't work in the same way. Let's not even talk about distractions that will come from attractions and other things. But these two now will surely affect in terms of time.
Okay, Joy, I'm back to you. What could be the benefits of effective management as a student?
Please come again.
I said, what could be the benefits of effective time management as a student?
Okay. I'll say increase in productivity.
We are listening. Increase in productivity. Can you build on that?
Yes, I think I know what he's trying to talk about. Like, increase in productivity is more like you get results, you achieve things. One truth is that like I said in the beginning, time is not found. You have to create it. I will do it if I have the time is not a reply. But then I will create time for it. Like for us to be here now, it doesn't mean we don't have any other thing we are doing. But we created this time. So within your 24 hours, create time to do anything you want to do. So one of the benefits is increased productivity. And mind you, being busy is not productivity. That I'm doing something does not mean I'm achieving results. Hey, I'm busy, I'm doing this one, I'm doing this one, you can be what English people say busy doing nothing. And at the end of the day, somebody will be like, what did you even achieve? And it's nothing. But if you manage your time, you will see that you will be very productive. That's something I used to do. I can wake up in the night and say, today, I have a lot of things to do, but let me itemize it. I will say 9 a.m. to 11, I will wash clothes. 11 to 12, I will wash the bedroom. 12 to this. You will be surprised that by the end of that day, you might have done about 8 or 9 very difficult things, and you achieve them, and probably you still found time to go and play ball or watch ball that same day. But if you wake up on a day that you did not plan, you notice that you will just be sitting, you sit in the sitting room, go to the bedroom, go to the, and at the end of the day, you can't count one thing that you were able to do.
I'm interested or concerned about the busy doing nothing, Joy. So somebody is in the house. Chika is talking about going to the bedroom, going to the toilet, going to the kitchen, moving about. Supposing you are in the house and you are sleeping, are you not busy doing something?
I'm busy doing something. Sleeping is something.
Okay. Have you ever been in your house busy doing nothing?
Yes, all the time. No, not all the time. Not all the time. Not all the time. At times I might feel weak due to my hormonal system. I will get a bath I want to wash. I've soaked it. I am washing, but I am not washing anything. I'm just there. I'm pressing my phone whereas I'm washing. I am busy, but I'm doing nothing.
If that pressing your phone is doing your business online, I think you are.
It's not my business. Like I'm just engaging in.
So such things will happen if there is no time. Like I must finish this washing by 12. As long as it's not there, you can decide, let me just be pressing my phone. I can wash the clothes all day. And you even notice that at times you have to pack the clothes and go back inside and say, I'll wash it tomorrow. So like that.
Okay, thank you so much. Joy, what can be the obstacles that can stand on the road of the students' effective time management each time?
Okay. Me, I will always use myself as an example. So in Isheke, we lack water. There's no water. So most of the times, I woke up in the morning, no matter as early as I am, while I'm looking for water to take my bed to be on school on time, I might end up going late because there's no water. Sometimes I have to trek from Isheke Junction to trek or then another example is lights. At times my phone goes off, then I am not seeing any lecture updates. I don't know there's lecture at all because there's no electricity to boost my phone and know that this. Then maybe somehow I managed to boost my phone and this on. Then somebody calls me, oh, there's lecture again. I'm like, Jesus, do you mean it? Then I'm running to school. So lights, water, then lack of sleep at times. Maybe sometimes I feel like I don't want to sleep on time, then I'm going to use my night period. I'm going to watch movies. Then it's quick to bed, early to wake, then bring your hair. So when I wake up, my alarm normally clocks by 6. Then by 6, I'm so tired because I did not sleep at night. I'm going to off it and still sleep. Then I might end up getting up by 9. Then 9:30, I'm trying to perform magic to be in school before 10, which is not possible. I will end up going to school late.
Okay, are there other obstacles you can itemize? Jo has told us about her life experience and what has always been the obstacles on her way.
Okay, if I would say the only obstacle could be still self-cost. but then it's priority. What you prioritize. You set it that this is my time and I must be the Lord over it. That's one. Number two is that you protect your time. If you fail to protect it, you will always have obstacles in managing your time. Let me say, I've decided I will go to, I will be washing by 9 to 12. And in between washing by 9 to 12, by 9:30, a friend suddenly calls, bro, please, can you escort me to go and do something at so place? It's my responsibility to say, I am actually fixed up at this time. I want to do so and so thing. Can it be by 1? You understand? You protect your time, shield it that I must finish this thing before I do this. But a lot of people will say, it's not every call you answer. It's not every invitation you will honor. Sometimes you tell people your time because you have a plan. You must not fall into everybody's plan, because if you don't plan your time will lord over you. Then somebody else that plans his time will use you to fulfill his own achievement. So,
okay, Joy, is there anything procrastination can do as an obstacle to time management?
Yes.
What is that?
Okay. I would say yes. I will use myself as an example. I know that I'm supposed to be in school by 8. Then as I don't want to insult myself. As somebody that is very sensible, I know I'm supposed to, a night before the 8 o'clock the next morning, I'm supposed to go and look for water. But because I am tired, I'm going to procrastinate it. Then I'll wake up by 6 and start looking for water, then end up going to school late.
Okay. Chike?
On procrastination?
No. How can fear of failure come into effect somebody's time management as an obstacle?
Okay. By fear of failure, is it fear of failing to keep time? Is it what we're talking about?
Fear of failing to achieve.
Okay,
with
fine.
Time.
Of course, there is always the fear of failing to achieve when it comes to time. But I think in that aspect, what people should learn is you know what you can do, know what you can achieve, know what you can meet. There is this rule that is called the 2 minutes rule. That rule in time management says if it's something that will not take more than 2 minutes, do it immediately. If it is something that would be more than 2 minutes, you can reschedule it to another convenient time, or you say, no, I cannot do it. So the fear of failure will come when you are actually having the mindset that I will not be able to do this thing, yet you just want to, give out the promise that you will do it. That fear will always, not even a fear now, you already know that you are going to miss it. So when somebody is saying, can you be at so place by 4, and you know that you will be doing this and doing that and doing the other one, and you have to finish by 3:30 and enter transport, you already know within your mind that you will fail in this thing. So it's better you reschedule it, or you find a way to, if you can't, just say it openly, I cannot do this, so that it doesn't affect your time.
Joe, I'm interested in knowing what else that distracts you on campus. Apart from your lectures and your social media time and all of that, what else do you do? Or do you channel your time to? No matter how mega that time is. Distractions.
Lodge, should I use the word apropos? Lodge gist. Maybe some students fought, or maybe they are fighting in the next compound. Something intense happened and I want to know. No matter, even if I'm going to let, I must stay back and know. Like, I want to be involved. What happened? I don't want to hear it. I want to see it with my eyes. Even if, except it's something really, really like exam, that is the only time I can ignore. But if it's lecture, I will always catch on. I will sit back, I will watch. I want to know what is happening. Who fought, who first slapped, who
Okay. Chike, let's take it to peer pressure. How can that be an obstacle to time management?
Okay, well, in so many aspects, yes, peer pressure can affect time. You know, there are a lot of things, especially youths, especially students, do out of peer pressure. Let me do this to meet up. In fact, a lot of people go to places, even this club we used as an example, just to belong. And with that, you buy away your time. So peer pressure, trying to be like every other person, trying to do like others. For example, you going to night class. I remember, let me just use this scenario. When we were in school, I was very good with night class. I go to night class, I can go and begin to read from maybe 9 p.m. till 4 or 5 and go. Now, a student feels like, this guy is serious. Let me also start going to night class. Meanwhile, it is not your thing to be awake at night. What normally happens is that student will go to night class and sleep the whole night, and because he did not sleep on his bed, he will come back in the morning and will still have to sleep another longer hours during the day. You see that time is lost, both night and day. So it's better you stick to what works for you and don't be moved by your peers. Just plan your own thing and do it the way you want to do it.
Okay, Joy, how can lack of focus be an obstacle to time management?
I'll go with his example when it comes to clubbing. I'll go with his opinion, because if you are focused, you should know that clubbing is going to distract you. Or me, if I was focused, I know that aporoko that I was doing is going to distract me. It's going to make me lose focus on where I'm.
And it's taking your time.
Mm-hmm.
How does that affect your time management?
Because I want everything done. Like I want to be a captain of 2 boats when it's not possible. I want to cook, I want to fetch water, I want to take my bath, I still want to be in class. It's not possible. I have to do it, each one of them at a time.
Okay, Chika, is there any way this mismanagement of time can be blamed on the parents?
Yes, it can. Some parents do not teach their children the value of time. You know, I see some parents that comfortably look at a child and he's at home, sluggishly dragging his school bag, his sandals, his clothes to go to school by 8 or 8:30. And some of them would only tell him, look at the time you are going to school, others have gone. In fact, I've even seen parents that will not even talk.
Gentle parents.
It's wrong. We grew up, let me not even use myself as an example. Every good parent should, the help you can give your children when they are younger is to wake them early enough and say, take your bath and go to school. Because then my own parents would be like, everybody must leave this house by 7:30. And when it's 7:30, whether you are having food in your mouth, whether you're school uniform, you're wearing it left, right, whether your sandal is inside your bag, you have to leave the house by 7:30. So by the time you know that if I leave this house by 7:30 and I'm not fully prepared, it would make me stress on the road or look stupid on the road, you will prepare and get done by 7:30. I've seen homes where some parents put their children in school bus by 6 a.m. in these modern days. And I will be like, this child is already made for life. You will find out that there is no meeting or no attendance that child will go late because he has been inculcated with waking up early and doing things early. That child is already made. So parents that failed actually failed. So time management can be blamed on parents.
Joe, let's hear about soft parenting.
I'm against it.
What is soft parenting?
Soft parenting is overlooking a child, causing nuisance, all in the name. I don't want to beat my child. Beating a child doesn't mean you're correcting a child. There's something called correcting a child with love. That's a total no-no for me. When I was growing up, in fact, now that I am still growing, because I'm not done growing, till now I cannot leave my house without taking permission from my parents. It's not done. the only time I can do that is when I am married, according to my dad, and we all respect that. Because of the way I was scared, like I was afraid if I should do this, I'm going to disappoint my parents, they are going to beat me. So I had a modest growing, and I'm still growing. Like I still have fear in me that if I do this, my dad is going to insult me, and I don't want him talking back to me, or my mom is going, because now they can no longer beat me. But there's a word somebody is going to tell you. It's better the person beats you than telling you those words. So I always call myself back to because I'm like, I don't want to do this thing. I don't want to attract such insults. Like, I'm old enough to know what I'm doing, the good thing to do and the bad thing to do. So this Gen Z gentle parenting is a no-no for me. I am not doing that. You will see there is I want to give an example. I was sitting down at a clinic, Niger Optical, the place I got these glasses. So I was eating something. A child next to me was crying. On the normal, I'm supposed to give it to the child, but it's spoiling the child. The child kept on crying. The mom was like, I should give the child now. I don't understand. What are you teaching that child? Which one is I should give the child now? The child kept on crying, so I cut my gala and gave the child. The child quickly ate the gala and still wanted me. I said, no, me, I'm not your mommy. If I was to be a mother of that child, I'm going to beat that child mercilessly, because you are like, how do I put it? The child does not have control, self-control, and the mother, on the other hand, is doing a bad job on the child's upbringing.
Do you like or love your parents for the way they brought you?
I love them very,
Make
very
a shout
much.
out to your parents.
Mommy and Daddy, thank you. I love you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Chike, I want you to, on a conclusive note, speak to students on campus on why, the reasons why they should manage their time effectively.
Okay, to students on campus, one thing I normally tell students is, in your student days, you have the greatest time at your disposal. You may feel you are being choked with activities, but when you come out to the real world, that's when you know that you actually had your greatest number of hours in school. Now, if you check your timetable in school, submerge all of them, you will see that you have approximately 48 hours. That's 2 days to study in the whole week. So that means the rest 3 days or even 4 days of the week, you are using it to play, you while it away. So manage your time very well, and you'll be able to produce things. One way of doing that is have your MITs, your most important tasks for every day. If you wake up 12 midnight, write things I must do. In fact, 3 or 4 things I have to achieve on the next day. You will see that you will not be moved. You will be disciplined and do your work.
Okay, thank you so much, the CEO of Mikorazon Links Enterprise, Chike Phillips. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you so much, our student from the Department of Public Administration, Ebonyi State University, Abakaliki, Owa. Ehonaya Chukwu Joy. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Avia, thank you also for being there. This is where we draw the curtain of today's episode of Youth Focus. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwamaka Obas, saying bye-bye.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining perspective.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council reduces textbook assessment and ranking fees to support publishers and authors. NAFDAC impounds 2 vegetable oil tankers used to transport diesel in Lagos. Now the news in details. The Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council has approved a downward review of textbook assessments and ranking fees as part of efforts to reduce the financial burden on publishers and authors ahead of the implementation of the national textbook ranking system. Executive Secretary of the agency, Professor Salisu Shehu, announced that the assessment fee has been reduced from 2,000 naira to 1,500 naira per page, while the ranking fee per textbook title has been cut from 1 million naira to 750,000 naira. The revised charges take immediate effect. Professor Shehu said publishers and authors who previously paid the old assessment fee would receive refunds of the excess payments, adding that details of the refund process would be communicated by the council. The council explained that the decision is intended to encourage wider participation in the national textbook ranking system, which is expected to commence in September as part of the federal government's education reforms to ensure that only quality, curriculum-compliant textbooks are approved for use in Nigerian schools. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission says it has uncovered 908 suspected ghost workers across federal ministries, departments and agencies, leading to the recovery of about 942 million naira in fraudulent salary payments. ICPC Chairman Dr. Musa Adamu Aliyu San disclosed that the Nigerian police force accounted for the highest number, with 570 suspected ghost workers, followed by the National Water Resources Authority with 80 and other Federal Ministry of Works with 56. Other affected institutions include the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, Defense, Power, Industry, Trade and Investment, Health, and as well as the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation. According to Dr. Aliyu, the investigation, which began in 2024 after irregularities were detected in pension payments, exposed widespread payroll fraud involving the insertion of fictitious names and illegal payments of salaries to non-existent workers. He alleged that some public officials also enrolled relatives and associates on government payrolls. The ICPC said investigations are continuing and additional recoveries may emerge, reaffirming its commitment to strengthening transparency, accountability and integrity in the management of public funds. The Anambra State Police Command says the deadly attack on a settlement at Aguifite, Oka, was a calculated attempt to incite communal and ethnic violence but failed because residents refused to be provoked. In a statement, the police public relations officer Mr. Tochukwu Ikenga confirmed that 4 persons were killed during the attack on July 21st, adding that preliminary investigations indicate that assailants deliberately targeted the community to create division and unrest. The police command commended residents for remaining calm and cooperating with security agencies, noting that their restraint frustrated the objectives of the attackers and prevented a breakdown of law and order. Police said investigations are continuing to identify and apprehend those responsible, while urging members of the public to remain vigilant and provide credible information that could assist the ongoing investigation. The Imo State Police Command has commenced investigations into the killing of the 90-year-old woman, Mrs. Mary Anushiri, allegedly by her grandson at Azarowala community, Emekuku, in Owerri North local government area. According to community sources, the suspect, Chukwebuka Anushiri, alleged attacked the deceased in the early hours of Monday. The youth leader of Azarowala community, Mr. Chimo Onyebula, said members of the local vigilante group responded promptly, arrested the suspect and handed him over to the police. Mr. Onyebula disclosed that the suspect had arrived at the family compound the previous evening before the incident occurred. He added that residents were shocked by the developments, which has thrown the community into mourning. The police public relations officer, Mr. Henry Okoye, confirmed that the suspect is in police custody and that a full investigation has commenced to determine the circumstances surrounding the incident. The Ubro Traditional Rulers Council in Ohozra local government area of Ebonyi State has announced a community-wide traditional cleansing exercise and imposed a dawn-to-dusk curfew across the community. In a notice signed by Chief Nicholas Odi, Chief Media Officer of the Council and President General of Eweze Uburu Autonomous Community, The council said Thursday, July 23rd, has been set aside for the traditional Isu Arwa cleansing exercise under the leadership of His Royal Highness Exel Lazarus and Umahi. The council directed that all markets, businesses, commercial activities, ceremonies and social gatherings remain suspended between 5 a.m. and 6 p.m., urging residents, visitors and indigents to comply fully with the directive. The announcement comes weeks after the death of Mary Habila at the Uburu residence of the Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi. The minister has stated that the deceased was a physiotherapist attached to the Federal Ministry of Works from the David Umahi Federal University of Health Sciences, while police investigations into the incident continue. Troops of the 112th Task Force Battalion under the Operation Hardin K, working with hybrid forces, have arrested 5 suspected terrorist logistics suppliers during an operation in Mafa local government area of Borno State. In a statement, the military said the operation targeted the logistic network suspected of supporting terrorist activities in Northeast. The suspects were intercepted while transporting large quantities of veterinary drugs and other medical supplies without the required documentation. Military authorities said troops recovered 491 cartons of veterinary deworming medication, 100 cartons of multivitamin injections, additional pharmaceutical products, 30 television sets, 152 empty sacks, and 7 mobile phones during the operation. According to the armed forces, preliminary investigations indicate that part of the consignment was destined for N'Djamena, Chad, while some of the concealed medical supplies were to be transferred near the Nigeria border in Chad. The suspect had been handed over to the 24th Task Force Brigade for further investigations as security operations continue across the Northeast. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council reduces textbook assessment and ranking fees. Coming up shortly, NAFDAC impounds 2 vegetable oil tankers used to transport diesel in Lagos State. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Welcome back. The Enugu State Government has partnered with the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and other development partners to strengthen efforts to tackle child malnutrition with emphasis on the critical first 1,000 days of life, from conception to a child's second birthday. Speaking during a high-level nutrition review meeting in Enugu, government and development partners stressed that adequate nutrition during this period is essential for healthy growth, brain development, and improved long-term health outcomes. Health experts expressed concern that despite Enugu State agricultural potential, about 15% of children remain affected by stunting linked to chronic malnutrition. They called for sustained investment in maternal and child nutrition to reverse the trend. Supported through a UNICEF-backed program, the initiative will promote dietary diversity, improve nutrition services, and strengthen collaboration among the health, agriculture, and water sectors to improve child nutrition across the state. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has impounded 2 tankers designated for transporting edible vegetable oil after discovering they were being used to haul diesel in Lagos State. Director of Investigation and Enforcement, Mr. Martins Iloyumade, said the operation followed intelligence reports and forms part of the agency's ongoing enforcement against practices capable of compromising food safety and public health. Mr. Iloyumade confirmed that the 2 tankers and their drivers are in the agency's custody, adding that investigations are continuing to determine the extent of the violations and appropriate sanctions. NAFDAC reiterated that food-grade tankers must be used exclusively for edible products in line with international safety standards, warning that cross-contamination poses serious health risks to consumers. The Enugu State government has forwarded an executive bill to the State House of Assembly seeking to regulate tenancy practices by capping house agents' commission at 2% of a property's rental value. The proposed legislation approved by the State Executive Council is designed to eliminate excessive charges, standardize agency practices, and reduce the financial burden on tenants across the state. The Executive Council also approved a separate bill to regulate the scrap metal business as part of efforts to curb vandalism of public infrastructure and strengthen public safety. The government said the proposed laws form part of broader reforms aimed at protecting residents, improving business practices, and promoting orderly socio-economic development in Ebonyi State. The Abia State government has approved the establishment of 6 modern greenhouses across the state's 3 senatorial districts to enhance all year-round food production and strengthen food security. Commissioner for Information Prince Oke Kanu announced the approval while briefing journalists after the State Executive Council meeting chaired by Governor Dr. Alex Oti. He said 2 greenhouses will be constructed in each senatorial district. Prince Kanu also announced the inauguration of a planning committee for the implementation of the Nigeria Agribusiness and Agro-Industrial Development Initiative, a partnership between the federal and Abia State governments aimed at promoting value addition, agro-processing, and agricultural investment. He said the operations have commenced for the 3rd Aba International Trade Fair, themed Aba, the Pride of Nigeria, Innovation, Trade and Industry Growth, which is expected to attract investors and promote business opportunities in the state. The Lagos State Electricity Regulatory Commission has dismissed reports suggesting that its proposed 12-month billing rule would cancel outstanding electricity debt owed by customers. Chief Executive Officer of the Commission, Mrs. Temitope George, said the proposed Retail Electricity Supply Code does not invalidate existing debts, but requires electricity distribution companies to issue bills within 12 months of energy consumption going forward. She explained that all outstanding liabilities incurred before the proposed regulation remain valid and payable under the existing contractual obligations and applicable laws. The Commission said the proposed framework is intended to promote transparency, improve billing efficiency, and encourage timely service delivery while protecting the rights of both electricity consumers and operators. Now in sports, Nigeria's national 100 meters champion Favour Ashe is set to spearhead the country's men's 4x100 meters relay team at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland. The development follows Ashe's impressive victory at the BFTAA Open in Lee Valley, England, where he clocked 10.06 seconds, reinforcing its status as one of Nigeria's leading sprint prospects ahead of the Games. The Nigerian squad has concluded an intensive 3-week training camp in Aberdeen, with coaches expressing confidence in the team's preparation for the competition. Ashe will be joined by Udodi Onwuzurike, Kayinshola Ajayi, and Alaba Akintola as Nigeria seeks to secure its first ever Commonwealth Games gold medal in the men's 4x100 meters relay. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress and filmmaker Uche Jumbo has spoken about her experience working with veteran comic actors Francis Odega and the late John Okafor, popularly known as Mr. Ibu. Speaking in an interview with Pulse, Jumbo said both actors were known for their remarkable improvisation skills, often departing from scripted dialogue during film production. She noted that working alongside the comedy legends demanded creativity, quick thinking, and the ability to adapt instantly to unscripted performances while maintaining character throughout filming. Jumbo described the experience as rewarding and said the professionalism and spontaneity of both actors contributed significantly to the success and enduring popularity of many Nollywood comedy productions. And now, to end the news, here are the main points again. The Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council has reduced textbook assessment and ranking fees for publishers and authors across the country. Executive Secretary Professor Salisu Shehu said the revised charges, which take immediate effect, are intended to ease the financial burden on stakeholders, encourage wider participation in the national textbook ranking system, and enhance the quality of instructional materials in Nigeria's education sector. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has impounded 2 food-grade vegetable oil tankers found transporting diesel in Lagos State. Director of Investigation and Enforcement, Mr. Martins Iloyemade, said the vehicles and their drivers have been taken into custody, stressing that the misuse of food-grade tankers for petroleum products poses serious public health risks. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon. bold where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
me, this is a very, very memorable day. And I believe it's as memorable for me as it is for the celebrant, who, of course, is celebrating this trial, 3+10. And some people said that that is not significant. That is what is significant is the 120 years of Moses. Well, my prayer is that as you celebrate 3+10, you may celebrate the 120 years of Moses. We are here for the day where we hear a lot about your life, your work, your achievement, where you have been, but for me, when people talk of success, which you have to define what is success. When the Archbishop was praying, he was thanking God for his success. And there's no doubt in my own mind that we can talk about your success. But what is it? For me, success is when you get to a place and you make it better than you find it, you have succeeded. Thank you very much. And in every sense of that word, you have been successful. Even for me, poor me here, you have spread that success to me. Because as the chair of the council of our university, you have turned that university, you have made it better than you found it. And if that is the definition of success, because there are many people here too that we will be able to say, from what we know of them and from what we have seen of them and from what we know they are doing, even some from what we know they will do, we can say they are successful or they will be successful. So today, we are here to celebrate success. Today, we are here to celebrate excellence. Today, we are here to celebrate achievement. Today, we are here to celebrate exemplary, what we can show to other people that this is the way to go. and bad, you have a lot of that to give. I think I will leave it at that because I think I still have, I've been told by you that there's this chart that I will have. The one that I'm making, I don't know whether it's speech or chart. But I'm saying something. Since I'm coming back to say something again, which should be a chart, I will not say all until when I come back to say chart. On behalf of all of us, but happy birthday, and many, many happy returns. And may success continue to attend your way.
It is my great pleasure on behalf of the government and people of Enugu State to welcome you all to our historic city for this special celebration in honor of one of our most distinguished sons, Professor Bartholomew Nnaji. It is often said, and rightly so, that an occasion's importance can always be glimpsed in the audience. This much is evident in this distinguished gathering, comprising some of the most remarkable personalities across Nigeria. It is thus with profound delight that I welcome in a special way a great statesman, leader of global renown, a man who has been described as the architect of modern Nigeria, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. We're very honored by your presence, sir. I'm equally pleased to acknowledge another statesman who is here represented, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. I'm also very honored and pleased to welcome my brother Governor, Governor Alex Uti of Abia. We're pleased to have you all in our midst, Your Excellencies, elder statesmen, men, captains of industry, distinguished guests. We have gathered to celebrate a milestone birthday. But birthdays of this kind invite us to do more than count the years. They invite us to reflect on a life, on the values that shaped it, and on what that life has made possible for others. That is why the theme of this colloquium, Powering Tomorrow, 70 Years of Engineering the Common Good, feels so appropriate. If there are common threads running through the tapestry of Professor Nnaji's life, it is the belief that knowledge should serve the people, that innovation should solve compelling human problems, and that success should leave a better future for our children. There may be a tendency to look at lives like Professor Nnaji's and imagine that they unfolded effortlessly, as though remarkable careers somehow arrive fully formed. Nothing could be further from the truth. His story began here in Enugu State, in a humble home familiar to countless families across our communities. Like so many young Nigerians of his generation, he left home carrying little more than ability, determination, and the belief that education could open doors that current circumstances could not do. He traveled thousands of miles in pursuit of knowledge, studying physics in New York, engineering at Virginia Tech, and later undertaking advanced work in artificial intelligence and robotics at MIT. But it isn't much difference. I'm sure he is proud to identify with IMT as well. But for the records, MIT. Those achievements were not handed to him. They were earned through discipline, resilience, and relentless hard work. As a young immigrant in America during the 1970s and 1980s, I'm sure he encountered many of the same social and economic obstacles faced by others seeking to build a life far from home. He went on to establish one of America's leading automation and robotics laboratories. He became one of the pioneers of collaborative engineering and e-design, helping shape ideas that today underpin the way engineers work across continents. He earned the respect of universities, industries, and governments around the world. Many people would have regarded that as the end of the story. To make it in America is a dream for some. But for Professor Nnaji, he saw it differently. He came home. And that, more than any title he has held, tells us who he is. He returned not because he had to, but because he believed that what he had learned belonged here as well. He founded Geometric Power, becoming a pioneer of indigenous power development in Nigeria. He answered the call to public service in science and technology. He invested not only in infrastructure, but in people. He has championed young engineers, supported education, and shown repeatedly that the greatest measure of achievement is not what we build for ourselves, but what we enable in others. For me, the defining chapter of his journey is not simply that he left, not simply that he succeeded, but that he returned. Professor Nnaji's life reminds us that the journey is only complete when knowledge returns to serve the community that first nurtured it. His life also reminds us that engineering is ultimately an act of service. Its value is measured by the difference it makes to people's lives. A community with reliable electricity a hospital that never loses power during surgery, a young entrepreneur with the confidence to build a business because the foundations are dependable. That is why the theme of this colloquium is so fitting. Powering tomorrow. It's about creating the conditions in which society itself can move forward. Throughout his career, Professor Nnaji has shown us that knowledge reaches its highest purpose when it is placed in the service of others. Perhaps that explains something else about him. For all the global recognition he has earned, there has never been any distance between Professor Nnaji and the community that first shaped him. There is not a whiff of aloofness in matters concerning Enugu State or the welfare of his people. Humility has remained one of the defining characteristics of his life. He has carried distinction lightly, never allowing achievement to weaken his commitment to the place he still calls home. In many ways, that is the future we're looking and working to build in Enugu. For too long, our brightest young people have felt they had to travel elsewhere to discover the opportunities their talents deserved. We celebrate those journeys just as we celebrate Professor Nnaji's. But our ambition is greater still. We want to build an Enugu where every young person can imagine a future worthy of their gifts. A place where world-class education, reliable infrastructure, security, innovation, and enterprise come together to create genuine opportunity. That is why we're investing so heavily in education, equipping every smart green school with robotics and AI laboratories, strengthening our engineering and digital capabilities, expanding power infrastructure, and preparing our children for the demands of the 21st century. Our goal in this regard perfectly aligns with the federal government's Renewed Hope initiative, which has, through NEL Fund, strengthened inclusiveness in education, ensuring that no student is denied access to tertiary education on account of lack of access to funds. I commend His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for this brilliant initiative. Our ambition is simple, that the next generation can acquire world-class skills, pursue world-class careers, and help build a world-class society without feeling that they must leave home in order to fulfill their potential. A place that continues to welcome home those who have traveled the world, while increasingly becoming a place where the world itself comes to Enugu. That is the deeper meaning of tomorrow is here. Professor, your life has shown us what becomes possible when talent is matched by purpose and ambition is balanced by service. You have demonstrated that excellence and humility can work hand in hand. That global achievements need never weaken local commitments, and that the greatest use of knowledge is to improve the life of others. On behalf of my family, the government, and the good people of Enugu State, thank you for the example you continue to set, for the institutions you have built, for the opportunities you have created, and for the generosity with which you have carried your remarkable achievements. It would, however, be remiss of me if I ended this remark without paying due tribute to Mrs. Agatha Nnaji. A pillar of the Nnaji household, whose devotion to family and community stand out as shining inspiration. Thank you for all that you do. Happy birthday, Professor. May your life's work continue to power tomorrow. And may the future you have helped to build continue to bring the world to Enugu. Amen. And bring generations of Enugu's sons and daughters back home. Amen. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Is really born in the light. It is usually forged in the dark. For a young boy in Umwode, the darkness wasn't just the absence of electricity, it was a barrier, a daily reminder of what his community did not have. But while others accepted the kerosene lamp as a permanent reality, Professor Barth saw it as an engineering problem waiting to be solved.
When you grow up reading by a flagrant wit, you understand the true causes of darkness.
That childhood curiosity became a velocity that could not be stopped. He did not just travel to America to learn, he went to lead. He mastered artificial intelligence and robotics long before the world fully grasped the concepts. Becoming the first black distinguished professor of engineering, he was not just breaking racial barriers, he was expanding the boundaries of human knowledge.
In the laboratory, everything is logical. If your mathematics is correct, the machine works. If the system is designed properly, it yields the intended results. But even with all the global exposure and academic work, I kept looking back home.
It takes a specific kind of courage to leave the comfort of global acclaim and step into the chaos of national reform. But a true patriot cannot rest when his home is calling. As Minister of Power, he drew the roadmap. He engineered the framework to privatize the grid and modernize the sector. But he knew that policies on paper do not power homes. He needed to prove it could be done. The nation did not need another intention. It needed evidence. And so began the greatest engineering challenge of his life, geometric power. For 20 years, it was a crucible. He faced suffocating bureaucracy, endless litigation, and economic hurdles that would have broken a lesser man. Behind the machine is a man. Behind the public battles is a private discipline. Behind the weight of vision is a family that knows the cost of purpose. This is where the world meets not just the engineer, but the husband, the father, the man.
Hi, my love. As you turn 70 today, I really thank God for your life. your strength, the grace that has carried you through the years. The world knows you as an engineer, a reformer, a thinker, a builder, a peacemaker, among so many other things. And most people say the achievements you've had over the years, the institutions, the power plant, the public responsibilities, but I thank God for giving me the opportunity of knowing the man behind all of these achievements and activities. I know of the discipline it takes to get there.
Growing up with him, the lesson was never simply to be successful. The lesson was to live with purpose. He taught us that intelligence only has meaning when it's guided by integrity, used to solve problems, and dedicated to make a difference in the lives of others. He taught us that integrity is the most valuable currency you would ever possess, something no one can take from you and no amount of money can replace.
I remember back in 2018 when we used to have many periodic meetings at the geometric office in Abuja. We had just finished the 9-year struggle over the Abaring fence.
The sacrifices you have made, personal sacrifices, financial sacrifices, and more. I know of the long nights, the difficult decisions you've had to make, the weight you have carried on various fronts for so many years, and I really, really admire all that about you. But something that stands out for me is your personal sacrifice, your generosity, your resilience, your discipline, and of course your love for all. And your love for me.
He taught us that no achievement has lasting value without God at the center of our lives. He showed us that faith isn't just something we profess, it's the foundation on which we build our decisions, our families, our work, and our character. He reminded us that while success may open doors, it is God who gives purpose, direction, and the strength to walk through them.
Growing up and watching my father run geometric and all the sub-companies under it have really shown me how resilient he is. He's like the waves in an ocean. They always keep going, morning till night, night till morning, never stopping.
I'm Professor Banham, my second doctor. I want to say he's a very good man, a family man. He sees his family first over every other thing. He teaches us to be innovative, to be creative, and to look for better ways to solve problems.
Thank you for all the lessons you taught me. Thank you for dragging me to those geometric meetings back in 2018 when I didn't want to. I now obviously want to, you know.
Even when things were difficult, you remained focused. You didn't allow challenges to change who you are, to change your values or your commitment in what you believe is possible. You just kept going. You've taught me a lot through these years of being together with you as husband and wife. At home, you're not just prof, you're not just a father, you're not just a husband. You're a deeply committed family man. You've shown us that greatness is not only about what a person can build outside, but also about peace, about love, about values, about how you protect us, members of your family, members of your community, people that are vulnerable that are around you, members of a geometric family, so many people. You're a problem solver and you do not allow anybody to be cheated. You believe in fairness. Your journey has taught all of us this, It has also taught us about patience, about courage, faith in the Almighty, and more especially, integrity. You have lived a life of purpose, and at 70, we are all so proud of you.
At 70, we're not only celebrating everything he has built, but celebrating the values he has instilled in all of us: faith, integrity, character, excellence, purpose, and service. Happy 70th birthday, Dad. Your greatest legacy isn't just what you've accomplished, it's the people you've inspired to trust God, step into the arena with courage, and leave the world a better place than they found it. Happy 70th, Dad.
Happy birthday, Dad.
May the Almighty continue to strengthen you, to bless the work of your hands, to guide you, and to keep us all alive, healthy, should I say wealthy, and happy and content in what we are able to contribute to the public. Thank you so much, and enjoy the celebration and the years ahead. Love you. To the public, thank you so much, and enjoy the celebration and the years ahead.
Recognize and celebrate the titan in our midst today, Professor Bah. There is a good moment. As we continue, we have Igwe's Chairman, Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council, Martin Chukwuwike, the APC Chair. We have, he is the Emir of Peace, Royal Highness, Khalid Dr.
Birthday. It is indeed a celebration of a milestone of grace, courage, tenacity, resilience, and your unparalleled positive impact on your society and the nation. I give these accolades out of personal conviction and from my first-hand interactions with you during my days as CEO of First Bank, later as Governor of the Central Bank, and beyond that as Emir. I worked closely with you to ensure that geometric power became a reality. Here we celebrate a man with immense wisdom, character, high business acumen, and love for this country. Many here do not know what Professor Batinaji went through to get the Aba Integrated Power Project working today. In fact, many of us do not know what it takes for all our businessmen who have the courage to invest in the real economy to get things done. It is easier in this country to deal in shares, to be in arbitrage in foreign exchange, to go and be a contractor with inflated contracts, than to actually build something. Try and ask Aliko Dangote what he went through to build the refinery, or ask Batinaji what he went through to build the power plant, and you know what it takes to build the real economy in Nigeria. And that's why without them, we will not have a real economy, and without them, we will not have a future, I think. And you'll be surprised at the roadblocks that are placed ahead of you before you build, and after you build, and when you start. They are still facing challenges, but having gone through what they've gone in the past, we're sure they'll continue overcoming in the future. From navigating and surmounting bureaucratic red tapeism to secure licenses, approvals, rights of way, and funding. Here we are today, and your efforts and achievements in the power ecosystem have been recognized by global media corporations and multinational financial institutions as Africa's success story. In a recent CNN documentary, your power project featured as an example that Africans can address their challenges even in the face of severe internal structural problems and a hostile international environment. But you know that in Nigeria, life expectancy is 50 years. But we say amen to the President's prayers. We value your contributions and your persistence to see our dear country work. I've been asked to speak about energy security and economic growth. What is energy security? According to National Energy Agency, energy security is defined as the uninterrupted availability of energy sources at an affordable price. Energy security has many aspects. Long-term energy security mainly deals with timely investments to supply energy in line with economic development and environmental needs, while short-term energy security focuses on the availability of the energy system to react promptly to sudden changes in supply-demand balance. Energy security and national development are inextricably linked. A reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy supply is the foundational driver of economic growth, industrialization, and poverty reduction. Without consistent access to power, nations face stunted productivity, high operational costs for businesses, and compromised socio-economic development. Industrialization can only happen with energy. When businesses, whether small scale or large manufacturers, have affordable energy supply, they are more productive and can plan more effectively. Empirical data from the IMF demonstrates that energy security directly determines macroeconomic stability, industrial competitiveness, and inflation trajectories globally, and that even minor, short-lived disruptions to energy supplies can drag global GDP growth down and cause consumer inflation to accelerate. Energy security also has an impact on infrastructure and public welfare, as reliable energy is essential for the continuous functioning of critical sectors, including healthcare, education, ICT, and transportation. The world is moving out to electric-powered vehicles. And we need to ask ourselves, will Nigeria be left behind in this trend? There are a number of questions that should be in our minds. Nigerian policymakers should propel us to seek ways to close the energy gap so that we global trend. Energy insecurity frequently leads to economic instability, inflation, and social unrest. Securing energy infrastructure from physical threats and supply chain disruptions is paramount to maintaining national stability. For long-term development, energy strategies must address climate change and environmental degradation. Transitioning to cleaner, diversified energy mixes, such as integrated natural gas as a transition fuel, and scaling renewables like solar and wind, ensure that development does not compromise future ecological integrity. Our country's inability to provide sustainable and affordable energy remains a nightmare for national development. For several decades, the energy crisis has contributed to the incidence of poverty by paralyzing industrial and commercial peace. The continuous loss and underutilization of energy has cost the country a lot in losses and numerous health hazards due to the exposure to carbon emissions caused by constant use of backyard generators in different households and business enterprises. Unemployment and high cost of living have also resulted from this, leading to a deterioration of living conditions. Despite being a major player in the global economy, Our energy sector is plagued with inefficiencies and setbacks. These affect the energy security of the nation. The challenges facing Nigeria's energy sector are numerous and complex. The heavy reliance on diesel has led to an increase in demand for the resource, but its availability and pricing remain major issues in the country. Petrol, Nigeria's most controversial energy source, is also marred by inefficiencies and corruption. The security of petrol as a resource is in the hands of a small group of elite who make decisions regarding its distribution in their own interests rather than the interests of the general public. The natural gas sector has similarly been affected by availability and affordability issues that discourage average citizens from demanding LNG. Kerosene supply has been controlled by major middlemen and unlicensed personnel in the petroleum sector, resulting in increased prices for consumers. Other challenges include corruption in the sector. So why are we still here? Nigeria's energy security faces critical threats from systemic underinvestment, rampant infrastructure vandalism, and financial dysfunction across the value chain. These structural barriers severely limit the generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity and disrupt the steady supply of petroleum products nationwide. Investment challenges in Nigeria's power sector are primarily driven by sector illiquidity, a lack of cost-reflective tariffs, and regulatory uncertainty. If you want to see the impact of electricity on an economy, just look at Geometric and Abia. Look at the transformation in Abia State. This is living evidence of what people think is theory. Outdated transmission and distribution networks lack capacity, resulting in frequent grid collapses and high technical and non-technical power losses. Addressing the roughly $100 billion funding deficit required to stabilize the grid demands deep structural market overhauls. According to Sam Amadi, successful governments fail to invest adequately in generation, transmission, and distribution capacity, leading to the decline of the electricity industry as the national grid became unable to meet rising demand. He also observed, and Amadi was a regulator, so he knows this sector very well. He also observed that the sector needs billions of dollars for critical upgrades and expansion. Let me go off cuff and just now that we mentioned Sam and tell you a small story. When the privatization of the power sector was happening, Sam Amadi was concerned that many of the discos that were being shortlisted did not have the financial capacity to do what they years. It has been about adding life to those years. We have seen your documentary. I will not spend too much time on your biography, what you achieved as an academic in America, what you've achieved since you came back. Again, we worked together when you were Minister of Power when I was in Central Bank. The documentary mentioned your foundation, where you have given full scholarships to over 1,000 students in many institutions of higher learning, with beneficiaries coming from across the Federation. Professor Nnaji stands as one of Nigeria's most accomplished engineers and visionary leaders, whose life and work have profoundly shaped the nation's scientific and energy landscape. Unlike other academicians who theorize, Prof practicalizes his profession and has contributed to humanity in solving everyday problems. His venturing into the power sector is one of those contributions, and Abians are the beneficiary of this. And you know, when I say Abians, it's Nigeria. This country is made of 36 states and the FCT. rather than have a situation where nobody is benefiting. If one state does well, that is one state less among those that have problems. So if IBS succeeds, we're happy. We hope next time to be Kano. Next time, then the thing with Nigeria is when you see one state doing well, you want to bring it down. Instead of having 36 badly performing states, and that's why our governors are very important. We concentrate so much on Abuja. You have 36 governors. If 18 of those governors do well, half of the country is doing well. And that's what we need. Abuja is one big risk. You have a good president, the nation does well. You have a bad one, all of us suffer. So our protection as a risk manager, our mitigant to the risk of Abuja is to have good governors who can shield us from any problems that come from there and be the shock absorber. So I'm happy for Abia, I'm proud of Alex. I'm happy with Enugu. I've heard a little bit of what the governor has done today. So he also started two magazines, African Commentary and Africa World. The pioneer editor of the magazine, and by his own right now a professor in literature in the US, is, why is okay? Is here, okay, Dime. So, okay, you know, this is my world coming back to me. Okay, Dime and I have a history of having fought on the pages of The Guardian, and then we became very good friends. So, okay, good to see you. And the selection of OK is something that, you know, I thank you for. But so his outstanding contributions to science, engineering, and public service have earned him numerous prestigious honors. Among them are the World Bank IMF Africa Group Distinguished Scientist Award, the Baker Distinguished Research Award, the highest research honor from the International Institute of Industrial Engineers, and the U.S. Secretary of State's Distinguished Public Service Award in 1995. In 2014, he was further recognized with the West African Power Industry Lifetime Achievement Award. Nigeria has also recognized him with many national honors, including Nigerian National Order of Merit, the country's highest intellectual honor, and Commander of the Order of the Niger. In public service, his leadership has been distinguished. He served as Federal Minister of Science and Technology in 1993, and later he was Special Advisor to the President on Power 2010 to 2011, and became the pioneer Chairman of the Research Task Force from June 2010 to 2011. His exceptional performance in these roles led to his appointment as Federal Minister of Power in 2011 to 2012, and again I was honored to work with him as Governor of Central Bank while he was Power Minister. And there, he developed and implemented Nigeria's landmark roadmap for power sector reform. Under his leadership, Nigeria undertook the historic privatization of the Power Holding Company of Nigeria, marking a major step towards modernizing the electricity industry. I should add as well that when the privatization was happening, there was no money in BP, and they came to me, Central Bank, and the Central Bank actually provided the $10 million for the consultants that without which much would not have happened. So this is, I'm all, again, Alex, my commission is going up. Professor Naji has continued to shape national development in various leadership roles. He serves as a Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Board of Bells University of Technology, as we have just heard, OTA, since 2018, and currently chairs the Advisory Board of the Nigeria Prize for Science, sponsored by ndlea, and furthermore, he serves as the Chairman of the Ebonyi State Economic Team. To the younger generation gathered here, Professor Bart as a role model is someone you should emulate. He's an innovator, he's hardworking, committed, giving, and rooted. Despite his academic and global achievements, he sees Nigeria as whole. I'm taking this time to go over because we present his wife and his sons. I want you to know that they're not biased. So those of us who are not his wives and sons also agree with them. He's also a great family man, and is the one who ensures that the younger ones do not forget their roots, their culture, and the importance of family. His words and action should be your compass. So Bart, as you celebrate your 70th birthday today, we look at you and we see a beacon of inspiration in everything you have done. Enugu State, and indeed Nigeria, should be proud to have produced such a son in their midst. We pray that Almighty God continues to bless you with sound health, peace of mind, and the joy that you so richly deserve. If God answers Baba Obasanjo's prayer and you live to 120 years, we'll be waiting for you on the other side. Thank
September of 1882, on Pearl Street in Lower Manhattan, a man flipped a switch and the lights came on. the world has never been the same since. Thomas Edison did not just invent the light bulb. He built the first commercial grid. He understood that light and electricity, without the infrastructure to deliver it, was only an idea. And Edison was not just an ideas man. He was a builder. A stubborn, relentless, visionary builder who had registered over 1,000 patents during his lifetime. Today we celebrate the man I would call our Edison from Umode, our own stubborn, relentless, visionary builder, Professor Bat Naji. The parallels between the lives of the two men are not imaginary, but deep and meaningful. Like Edison, Professor Naji came to the problem of power with the rigor of science and engineering. He had a distinguished career in academia and research spanning decades. He lectured in some of the world's finest institutions, authored works of engineering scholarships that endure in journals and classrooms, and earned a reputation as an inventor of real distinction. More than most, he has the unique ability to straddle theory and practice and move from ideas to impact. And like Edison, who built his famous Menlo Park laboratory as a machine for churning out inventions, not one at a time, but systematically, Professor Naji understood that Nigeria's power problem demanded not one solution, but a system. And that system is the Aba ring fence model. Edison's great insight was that electricity could not be separated from the architecture of its delivery. You needed the whole chain: generation, transmission, distribution, metering, collection. Professor Naji's insight in Aba is the same, applied to the peculiar crisis of a developing nation's grid. Ring-fence the zone, generate power within it, guarantee supply, meter every customer, collect every naira owed, invest it back into the system. It sounds simple, but great ideas often do. And in Nigeria, where the power sector has been bedeviled by a vicious cycle of poor supply, poor payment collections, and underinvestment, the Aba model is now the template for how we can scale power solutions. As special advisor to the President and as Minister of Power, Professor Naji brought the same engineering precision to policy, accelerating the privatization framework, demanding accountability, and ushering in an era of sector governance still being studied and replicated. He was truly a man ahead of the times. And yet the journey has not been easy. It has been laden with challenges, and perhaps it is in those challenges that the comparison with Edison becomes even more apt. Edison was sued, he was squeezed by competitors, and doubted by financiers. And yet he held. Professor Naji has held too. Legal challenges over the Aba ring-fence framework agreement have tested the resolve of the project and the man. The patience of lenders frayed over a project long delayed by intrigues and mischief outside of the control of the company he led. Gas supply shortfalls, low metering penetration, and a culture that views electricity as a social good and not a commercial service remain challenges the team in Aba continue to fight daily. And still, the lights in Aba shine on. Edison famously said, "I have not failed, I have simply found 10,000 ways that will not work." There is something of that spirit in the way Professor Naji speaks about the power sector. Not with the bitterness of a man wronged, but with the focus of an engineer still refining his design. Because the work is not finished, and the nation, not just Aba, is in need of thinkers that will continue to forge forward. So today, as Professor Bat Naji turned 70, we do not simply stand here to celebrate his successes, but to remind ourselves to hasten to the hard work of supporting and scaling what he has built. On behalf of a grateful nation, happy 70th birthday, Professor Bat Naji. May God bless you and your family and continue to strengthen you on this seminal journey you have been on and on which you have brought the entire country along with you. Congratulations.
Bat Naji at 70. He's a man of many firsts. He left the shores of this country, I believe, in 1977 on a sports scholarship to New York. I don't know what happened to the sports. He needs to explain to us because I don't see anything about the sports around him anymore. He veered into engineering and artificial intelligence. By the way, MIT, he was studying artificial intelligence and robotics 41 years ago. And whatever you saw, because artificial intelligence is just coming up, so you saw tomorrow. And then in 2 years and 9 months, he graduated with distinction at St. John's in New York. How he did a 4-year program in 2 years and 9 months, he still needs to explain to us. 1982, he got a master's. A year later, 1983, he had a PhD. Again, you need to explain. So that's why people say you are ahead of your time. When I told my wife that I was coming for Rob's 70th birthday, he said, "Is Prof 70? Is he only 70? I said, he's achieved all these things at 70. That means he started geometry maybe less than 50. I said, yes. Then she now told me that I wasn't doing well. So, Prof, you have set a high standard. Difficult for some of us to attain. But we thank God. Before I return to you, you know, sometimes you need to be careful what you ask for. My friend Emma said he needed commission. And sometimes the commission can be negative. You know why? Because geometric is still struggling. So whatever commission you get today will be debt. So you share part of the debt. The last numbers were somewhere about $800 million negative. So maybe we'll give you 10% of that. But one thing that the Emir didn't say is his greatest contribution to geometric. He didn't say anything about it. You know, sometimes he's very modest and humble. His greatest contribution was in 2011. He set up ANCOM in 2009-2010. And then by 2011, ANCOM has sucked up the 4.02 trillion naira and shut the door. And then, with all the reforms, Diamond Bank had a large chunk of the loan to geometric that was not absorbed by ANCOM. So we called him and we said, you know, Yeah, we know the door has closed. But the white man that made pencil also made eraser. So you need to open that door, take in geometry, so that we can continue learning to it. Otherwise, everything that we've done here will not work, including the conversion of the dollars to naira. That was the biggest fight I had with Professor Naji. We were looking at interest rate. I was looking at exchange rate. And we had already agreed that we needed to convert it to naira. But then, what do you convert when you didn't have any room to lend anymore? So he invited me. I went to Abuja. I sat in that meeting. Okay, you will think about it. And what did he do? He opened the door, took the geometric loan from Diamond Bank, closed it again, and we're now able to lend it again. So, Your Royal Highness, we want to thank you, and we want to put it on record that you're a good man. The other person we need to celebrate is the man in the room here, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. He granted the approval for Aba ring-fence in May 2004. That was like an experiment. It never happened before. Forget about the legal issues between that 2004 and 2024 when it was eventually launched. But if there was no ring fence, then the economics of the project would have failed completely. So, Baba, we want to thank you. The final person I would like to recognize is the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. By the time he came to power in 2023, geometric was still struggling. Everything had been done. In fact, as far back as 2014, we had laid the 27-kilometer gas pipeline from Owaza all the way to Osisioma, where geometric was. That's in my previous life. The 3 General Electric turbines were already seated in Aba. So everything was ready. 2014. So between 2014 and 2024, nothing happened. Until the Vice President started. And I don't want to go into the stories of how Shell sold its assets that was supposed to provide the gas. Story for another day. But the important thing was that there was no gas. And if you have the turbine, have the gas pipeline, and there's no gas, then the plant is as good as useless. And the Vice President started in, called everybody, GMD, NMPs, everybody, and said, go and give geometric gas. How you do it, I don't want to know. 6 weeks. And that is where you know that our people can perform. In 5 weeks, they deliver gas. So February 26, 2024, geometric plant was launched or was commissioned. So I must put it on record and thank him. But back to Prof. We need to learn from your excellence. We need to learn from your can-do spirit. We need to learn from your ingenuity. Never say die, because I know that there are not too many people that can be on a project for 20 years and no die. So we want to thank you. Let me also say that some of the things that are happening in Abia today is because we now have power. It was actually the existence of geometric that gave us the courage to launch our first set of electric buses. And interestingly, the second set will be arriving in another week. So I want to thank you. I want to celebrate you. I want to thank God for 70, and like Baba had predicted, another 50 years, we'll still be here. And I'm taking courage from the airmen. I ain't going nowhere, don't know about it. Having said that, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, happy birthday to Prof. Thank you, Madam, for everything that you have done. Continue to support the family. Thank you so much. God bless.
Governor of Abia State, we just come to give his goodwill message. You will agree with me that Governor Oti has done so much and so well in so short a time in Abia State that the Abia we used to know is no longer the one.
The good wishes, as has been mentioned, of our MD CEO, Engineer ndlea, who would have loved to be here, but business exigencies have kept him from doing so. But he's very much here in spirit. He has given me a few remarks to share this morning, and I read verbatim. It really is a great honor to stand before you to celebrate the life of a truly remarkable man. You here all know him as our former Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, an exceptional professional, a decorated scientist, and indeed a force to be reckoned with in the power industry. For us at Nigeria Energy Limited, Professor Bart Energy is a pillar and a backbone to one of our most reputable corporate social investment programs, and indeed our flagship CSR, the Nigeria Prize for Science and Innovation. It was sponsored by NLNG, and the prize has been in existence since 2004. And Professor Bart Energy has been with it from the very beginning. Indeed, has seen the birth of this distinguished global prize. It is therefore with pride I'd like to share a bit about our relationship with Professor. He has been long-standing and a highly influential stakeholder in the development, credibility, and the global positioning of the Nigeria Prize for Science and Innovation. While the inception, as far back as 2004, saw the start of Professor's association with the prize, it has gone on again with his guidance, with his wisdom, with his commitment to the prize, seen its conceptualization, and played a pioneering role in the vision for which this prize was set up. And that vision was really to celebrate the scientific achievement of Nigerians, or indeed scientists across the globe, whose achievements relate to the development and success of Nigeria. His keynote presentation, Leapfrogging Science and Technology in Nigeria, delivered in 2004, provided intellectual direction, reinforced the prize's ambition to drive that scientific advancement and national development, and indeed gave everyone the first flavor of a prize that has blossomed to what it is today. His early endorsement and public advocacy were crucial in raising the awareness, building the credibility among key stakeholders, scientists, policymakers, and indeed the public. His commitments continued well into 2013, following 4 consecutive years without a winner. It was for that reason, and on his advisory, NLNG initiated a stakeholders consultation to review and strengthen the prize's standing and obviously outcomes. Professor Naji was among a select group of respected scientific leaders invited to offer that also important strategic guidance. Taking on a more active role in his governance and administration, he was instrumental in reforms that strengthened the prize and boosted that stakeholder confidence and has given it, as I said before, the profile that it enjoys today. Over the years, Professor Naji has become one of the most trusted and respected figures associated with the prize. This led to his appointment, deservedly so, as chairman of the advisory board in 2022. So with its elevation of the prize, with Professor Inaji's guidance, commitment, the international profile became something definitely of global attention. Through this extensive professional network and global standing, he has attracted high-caliber scientists and researchers worldwide, aligning with the prize's evolution into that of
former Minister of Power, on his 70th birthday, celebrated on July 13. Professor Naji, an engineer and chairman of Geometric Power, served as Nigeria's Minister of Power from 2011 to 2012. He also chairs the advisory board of the Nigeria Prize for Science and is the Pro-Chancellor of Bells University of Technology, Ogun State. In recognition of his expertise and patriotism, he was invited to participate in the presidential retreat for ministers and other top government officials immediately after the president assumed office in 2023. President Tinubu celebrates the innovator and administrator who brought integrity, brilliance, and discipline to his service to the nation as minister. Describing Professor Naji as one of the nation's critical players in the power sector, the President states further so much more that former minister demonstrated foresight and keenness of mind through the Aba Integrated Power Project. This is technology at work here. I would need the owner of the phone to come, if you don't mind. Where is he? Come forward, quickly, come forward. It's a message that came in specially for you, and we can't miss this. So I stopped somewhere. We need to get this out. Okay. We need to continue from here. Critical players in the power sector. The President states that the former minister demonstrated foresight and keenness of mind through the Aba Integrated Power Project, Nigeria's first fully vertically integrated electricity utility, a landmark project which he pioneered and led. The project had experienced 20 years of delays, but was commissioned by Vice President Kashim Shettima on behalf of the President in February 2024. The President commends Professor Naji for his contributions to reforms in the power sector and thanks him for leading the change and charge despite the challenges. President Tinubu joins family, friends and associates to wish Professor Naji many more years in good health and even greater success in his future endeavors. Bayo Ononuga, Special Advisor to the President, Information and Technology, today, July 17, 2026. Straight from the Presidency. The
President. In ensuring the comfort of these very distinguished guests here, Your Excellency, you've done a lot of bold things. This place where we are is one of such. Enugu is another. But I have decided to champion one of your projects. I'm going to fund and of it and promote it. And that is His Excellency Hospital, an international hospital, just walking distance from it. And what, yes, that hospital, one of the main impediments to people invest is healthcare. And I believe hospital will go a long way in being able to attract and retain investors, not just in this state, but in Nigeria. Thank you for that. I am a fan of it. Your Excellency, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, this year for PhD. I'm proud of that PhD because I was there when you got it signed. You made it possible for me and my colleagues to be in the power sector. You approved the construction of the Abuja Emergency Power Project in 2000. You approved the Aba Integrated Power Project, as our Governor Alex Oji mentioned, in 2004, a major achievement, because the ring fence of Aba actually is the security. Because we came to you, sir. We said, we don't want this thing that you have to give to power companies, which is sovereign guarantee. So that let's take it off from you. Give us a territory. And if you give us a territory, then we would be able to just take our fate in our own hands. In this part of the world, you say it's equivalent to the story of the dog, the bone and the spirits. You throw the bone, you throw the bone to the dog, and they begin to fight. And they're wondering what actually is happening. It's fighting with the spirits to ensure that he's in control of it. So we said, okay, this is how we are going to want to be in charge of our own fate by doing collection. A vision, it's your vision, visionary man, that helped to change the way
things work. But not only that, you have intervened on several occasions when we had all the issues where Nigeria was meeting us, and you would come and intervene and help to resolve our problem. Your presence here, sir, is quite fitting and satisfying to all of us. Thank you for being a father to all of us. And that is very profound to us. Thank you very much, sir. His Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCO and Vice President of this country, our Governor of OT has already talked about what he has done. And he has sent a very senior level delegation in the person of Mr. Sadiq Waka, my brother and friend, to represent him. Mr. Mr. Vice President and his team in the villa have been quite supportive of geometric power. He represented President Tinubu during the commissioning of our integrated power project and has held several meetings to resolve the many issues that we've had to confront. Mr. Wike, as the special advisor to the President on infrastructure and power, along with the Deputy Chief of Staff and several people in that office have been, they've really worked very hard to support us. So we'd like to extend our appreciation to you and His Excellency, Mr. Vice President. Your Excellency, Dr. Alex Oti OFR, thank you for your support over the years. From when you were, as the Emir discussed about when you were with him in First Bank, you were a strong supporter of our application for the loan. And he remembered, it's amazing, he remembered the exact amount, 9.3 billion, which at that time I think must have been like $66 million if converted at that time. But through the efforts of you and him, we were able to get credit approval, even though it wasn't disbursed eventually. Financial meltdown set in. And I remember one bank managing director said to me, "Prof, we like your project, but even if your project worked on water, we will not fund it. We just won't. Things are so bad." So I want to thank you. There's a whole range of places where you helped us at Geometric Power, giving us additional funds when you became managing director of Diamond Bank, to what you worked with the governor of Central Bank to convert our loan from dollar to naira. And it just kept going. But it's quite fortuitous. It's quite incredible that you came to the governor of Abia State, where this project is. Thank God. Thank God, because you now transited your support to executive support as governor of Abia. And for one thing, I don't really have to be going to the chief executive of the state to explain what is required to get the reliable power that we're trying to deliver to continue to work. So we thank you for your continued support and partnership. And I underscore partnership, because that's what it's about. Your Royal Highness, Khalifa Sanusi II, Dr. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, CON, Emir of Kano. I use this opportunity to thank you for the various supports you rendered to me and our company from when you were at First Bank to when you went to become the governor of Central Bank. I would say that when we were talking about this power project in Aba, there weren't many people who understood the vision. Of course, President Obasanjo understood the vision that what we were going to do, even though it's a model, but a model that can help to change the way we deliver power in Nigeria. But the finance institutions were not so forthcoming, particularly because there was no, I think we need to understand that when we started this project, it was NEPA, Nigeria Electricity Power Authority. Being an authority meant that no other power company could exist, really. So only government. And so what the profoundness of what President Obasanjo did is that he said, okay, you can have this private power company. That's how we became the first indigenous power company. Because by doing that, the field began to clear, and eventually the act that was done the subsequent year came about, the Act, Electricity Power Sector Reform Act. So, but Your Highness, you listened to me as you mentioned in the meeting that was held by your backers committee, the very first one, about support for the private sector power, which everybody was suffering. How can you be lending money for a project that will begin to turn around in 7 to 10 years, and all the banks could lend was maybe 2-year money, 3-year money at double-digit interest? It was not going to work. You changed that. I thank you very much. So I want to thank you also for honoring this gathering with your presence and your wisdom that you have so displayed eloquently and continue to display, especially with this, your keynote address. I feel very humbled and highly honored by the presence of so many dignitaries here. I think that my university, Bells University of Technology, they sent high-powered delegation here of principal officers. Where are you? Yeah. Aha, they're there. I want to salute you. And they even made billboards and other things to support us here. Thank you very much. His Grace, the Archbishop Emeritus, I'd like to salute you for making it all the way here to be with us, and we hope that you will continue to be with us throughout this weekend. Your Excellency, the wife of our first president, Professor Uche Azikiwe, my greetings. I also salute Dr. Hoshfall, who is representing Nigeria LNG. The Nigeria Prize for Science is an oasis of excellence to encourage young people and researchers and innovators to strive to create excellent products. And so the Nigeria Prize for Science and Innovation is about that. And that's what LNG and how they managed to really continue to support that prize, because in the case of the Prize for Science, they award $100,000 to the winner each year. And it's a huge encouragement for people to work hard to be successful in technology area. The President General of Ohaneze, I greet you, our geometric family, but there are so many dignitaries, like I said. We have senators, Senator Abari, I see Senator Chukwu, please, and there may be some others. I know that if I continue to go this way, I will definitely commit major omission. Many top federal and state government officials, members of the National Assembly, members of State Assembly and State Executive Councils, the judiciary, royal fathers, my friend and brother Ezra is here, the chairman of Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council. I salute even all. There are so many of you here. Igwe Ema, Igwe Akuzu, where is he? Where Akuzu, I know him. All the, please don't sack me from Nkanu East, because the chairman of Nkanu East, where I come from, Nkanu East Local Government Traditional Rulers Council, and their good traditional rulers, they are here. Please, my greetings to you. And so, for everyone in this room and everyone watching from afar, I want to thank you for being part of this. I would like to say the MCs will continue to do the recognition, because there's no way to recognize all these very, very eminent and distinguished witnesses. I would have launched, because of time, I would have just launched into talking about artificial intelligence and robotics, but I will spare you that burden, so I will not. Just suffice it to say that if we look into about 2050, I know that there was prayer by Baba for me to stay to 120. So there may be some device from artificial intelligence might be able to help with that. But I don't know. So I won't talk so much about this, but I would say that there are things based on our experience in research that we've done in e-design, and what the applications of this work in the world, which in fact many of my former PhD students that are teaching in many universities in America and other places in the world, and some that are in top companies, continue to carry on. what we were working on at that time and predicting are now more commonplace. And so if you look into 2050, what it will look like is going to be quite interesting. For example, you may find that it will be possible for a person to have a drug made specifically for that person. Diagnosis obviously is done for a person, but system, things can be tailor-made for you based on your blood tests, based on your genome, etc. All these things will combine together, and you get predictions that will make it possible for, instead of medicine being reactive, can be predictive. You can even have children who have personal tutors, so that the teaching will be of international world standard and with a cheap device which people can afford, thereby making it possible for education not to be about who is rich or who is poor, but bringing highest quality education to people of any level, at any level, in their homes, God's possible. So I won't bore you with all that. I will just go to talk about something that might be quite enjoyable, which is we have a product in this part of the world which some of us enjoy, palm wine. Yes? So, I noticed that palm wine production is actually a highly technical art. It's an art. Very difficult to, first people have to climb the tree, some of them very high, with a rope that's called abu in our place. And when they get there, they have to make mark of a specific part of the tree. Okay, that is the outgrowth, something that is supposed to either produce the palm wine or the type where that produces palm fruits. So that is one that is used, but that's where it gets quite technical. Now, I found out that in my village, that the number of tappers have dwindled. That the number has dwindled to 3. And those 3 are old, and they get sick quite often. So what it means is that very soon, there may not be any tappers again. And you can imagine how that will make me feel. So, I thought we should think outside the box. And I remember a drink called Red Bull. So Red Bull is a drink found in, that started really in Thailand. An Australian business person went to Thailand and had the drink and liked it. And began to think that he could convert this into energy drink. And he decided to rename it. Called Trendingvideo at the time. So Trendingvideo wouldn't be something that will resonate with people in the West. So he decided to rename it Red Bull. So now it's Red Bull. Would you know This was in 1980. So they repackaged this drink, and today it is revenue is over $14 billion. So I asked, couldn't we have very bright people? Let's set a challenge to our engineers around the country, and let us try to solve two things in the challenge. One is how to get the climber to the place where it should be done, and then how to now do the actual harvesting. So we set up a challenge, and it was announced as school efforts. My wife and the whole bunch of her team went at work, and I think they're going to talk more about it too, so I don't want to reveal too much. But what I want to tell you is that our intention was to solve the problem. These are people who have supported us in several ways. Professor Ken came all the way from America with his wife, Sherry. Please, I salute you for coming. Because when the Emir was talking about African commentary, it was really about because he was the editor, he's the one who was powering on. Mine was just a supporter in it, yes? But he was the one, the man in the middle, as they say. So thank you for coming. Thanks, everyone.
Very much. We want to recognize the presence of former Inspector General of Police, retired Chief Obonna Onovo. We also want to recognize Chief Ben Etiaba FCA. We have here with us His Excellency Ambassador Anderson Madobike, former High Commissioner to Australia. We have Ambassador Major General C.O. retired, former Ambassador to Poland. We have Professor Osita Obu here with his lovely wife, Professor Silk Obu of Lagos Business School. Also here with us we have Dr. Ohebula, the CMP Memphis Hospital. He is also here with us. The list is too long, but we'll continue to do just...
Last year you were back in Agba, cutting the tape on the news of stations in Agba. That is why we are calling this conversation Barring Tomorrow. Because the question Your Excellency and Professor is set to answer in 2004 on whether Nigeria could build its way out of darkness is one this country is still grappling with. Your Excellency, by way of preliminary remark, in your first encounter with President, what gave you the idea, the impression that the idea of private power in Nigeria could work?
Chairman, thank you very much. Thank you. You know, they call this fireside chat. And here we are, we're having chat, they're fire. So I have to clear my throat. Chairman, what you did not refer to was that I was in government before 2004. I was military head of state. And for 4 years, infrastructure was a nightmare. Transportation, communication, energy, even sanitation, a nightmare. So when I came back the second time, I was ready to grab at anything, any idea, and to try, provided it sounded reasonable. And when Professor Nachi came, more than normally should do, I checked his background. A man of his background, academic attainment, achievement, and all that, I saw that he was not fake. He was not playing games. He was giving me ideas. And if what we have tried in the past have not worked as we thought they should have worked, why don't we try something else? And we tried. And the point really genuine is this: in all these things, and you can hear Professor Naji mention, it is partnership. It is not working in silos. We have to hear what Dr. Alek, what he did in that partnership, or within that cooperation, if you don't want to use the word partnership. What the Emma did before he became an Emma, when he was an ordinary no, not citizen, ordinary blood. No, he is blood now. Ordinary red blood like us. And then, of course, what they credited to me that I did. And this is the way you will see it in any of these things where we have made progress. And what Batunaki had done, the support he has got, the encouragement he has got, the assistance he has got, the partnership that can work with him, the cooperation that he has got, is what made us to be able to celebrate them. And then, as you rightly said, I was there last year. And I will say this, in the last 2 years, there are 2 private enterprises or industries or whatever you call it that I have visited. And I see that there is hope for this country, just wait. And the 2 of them, one is Batinaji's geometric hall in Naba. The second, thank you, the second one is the refinery of Aliko in Lagos. They are all, both of them are private, and both of them came to be because of partnership, because of cooperation, because of resilience of those who are in charge. They are forward-looking, they are foresight, and they are never giving up. And that's what we need. And we got it in Batunagi. And I believe the lesson for all of us is that it can be done. A calculated risk, but know that you cannot do it alone. And if you do not get the support, the encouragement, the partnership that you should get, try and try and try and work for that partnership. If you do not get that partnership, you aren't going anywhere. It is, you just have to understand that. Now, as you rightly said, Professor Batinaji came. It could have been a fake. It could have been. Now, if that initial support got in 2004 was not there, then the subsequent ones will not have been there. And then when you get that one, then even those of us, like me then, and he said that, I should not leave him alone. If he requires anything, I should be able to give it. And that they were doing all along the way. And that is very important. You see, I found something when I became head of state, military head of state. The civil servants, they do not, who is taking a risk? Entrepreneur, risk takers. And if you are in the civil service, touch each other's hand so that I stop at 60. 65. 68. 69. 70. He's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow.
Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Congratulations. The dignitaries will hold the book. Prof. Okay. I understand there's another book of tributes. Can we get a copy? So, Prof, very many people have sent their tribute, and all those tributes are contained here. I know as a professor you will find time to read all our tributes. So we present this tribute book to you and say congratulations and happy birthday. I understand that the first tribute is from President Goodluck Jonathan. Thank you, congratulations.
Is here to announce the recipients. Come up the stage one more time. The current chairman of Traditional Rulers Council in the state has got it very well. Our celebrant
was a keenly contested challenge. We had 392. And then the first winner are two people, two committees. Yeah. Favor, this is yours.
So, to the grace of God, we're handing over this check of 2 million naira to encourage you. Yes, we are celebrating a great man who started tomorrow 41 years ago. He was studying robotics, studying AI, what we are studying today. We thank God for the day. Thank God for the privileges of having our excellencies here. We thank God for having everything. Came up to the judge in the state is Anthony Mbadiwe and Stephen.
Good afternoon. Of your story. So congratulations.
Distinguished ladies and well, thank you very much.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power. Discernment is advantage. Awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.